Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama.
Please be seated. We didn't even turn the lights on for you today. I don't know what's going on in here. So the positive thing about having off Monday is today's Wednesday. All right? Halfway through the week, feeling solid, right? We're over the hump. Once you wake up on a Wednesday, you know like the day's pretty much over and the week is already half done. You woke up already? You're good? Let's just do it. All right. I'm glad everyone's back. Everyone's safe. We're back on the record. State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Becker, Assistant Llama County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastelman on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, Mr. President.
Good morning, Judge Andy. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. All right. Prosecutors, are we ready to proceed?
Okay, friends, can you guys hear me now? I hope you can hear me. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm having a morning. Hello, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Apparently, not only do I not feel great, my computer doesn't either. So I had to switch it to Elbow Feet's computer, and it's so different from mine. Everything about it, and none of my stuff is logged in. So, but we're here. We're here. I do have court. I got to pull court back up again, but I'm here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, IG. I am feeling better, though. My voice isn't feeling, my throat's not feeling the greatest. So I may not talk very much today, but I am here for you guys. So for now, until I go cry in a corner that nothing's working out. Okay, and I have like the world's loudest keyboard, and I apologize for that. You guys can play an Elbow Feet. All right. Let's go ahead and just get right into things this morning. We are a few minutes behind court, but that's okay, because then we can zoom through a break or something. So let's go ahead and begin, shall we?
Proceed with our next witness.
Yes, Judge. The state calls Sergeant Stephen Vogt.
Okay. Morning, sir.
Morning, Judge.
This guy.
You can just put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. You can move the chair first. I don't want you to fall over. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once you're seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Stephen Vogt, V-O-G-T.
Okay. Prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Where are you employed?
The Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office.
In what capacity?
I am currently the Detective Sergeant of the Crime Scene Unit.
And how long have you been with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Been with the Prosecutor's Office approximately 9 years, since March of 2017.
Were you in the crime scene unit the whole time?
Yes.
Now, prior to being with the Prosecutor's Office, where did you work?
I worked as a patrol officer with the Atlantic County Police Department for approximately 9 years as well.
Okay, and prior to that, what did you do?
I attended the Cape May County Police Academy, and then shortly after that, obviously, was hired by the Atlantic County Police Department, and then was hired by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, right after that.
Now, in terms of your role as a crime scene unit detective, and we heard a little bit of this through Detective Catalona, but can you just remind us what your role is, specifically what you do in that unit and your responsibilities?
Sure. Crime scene unit, we respond to homicides, any suspicious deaths, suspected arsons, confirmed shootings, sex assaults, aggravated assaults, sometimes robberies, burglaries. And our responsibilities when we respond is primarily documentation, be photographic documentation or other documentation, as well as evidence identification, collection, and processing.
Now, what kind of training have you had to become a detective and now a sergeant in the crime scene unit?
Sure. So obviously at the Cape May County Police Academy, I was trained in all aspects of law enforcement to include crime scene investigations. I attended, ironically, the while I was a patrol officer, I attended the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office Crime Scene Unit Crime Scene Investigation course. But obviously when I was hired by the Prosecutor's Office, I immediately attended the New Jersey State Police Crime Scene Investigation School, which is approximately 7-week-long schooling or teaching that taught us all aspects of crime scene investigations. That included 2 weeks of fingerprint analysis, and the remainder was everything else.
Now, in terms of your role as a detective, now sergeant in the crime scene unit, is there essentially a premium placed on preserving the integrity of evidence and of crime scenes?
Yes.
And have you had training on that?
Yes.
Can you tell us, let's start with a piece of evidence specifically. What, if anything, do you do to ensure the integrity and the preservation of a piece of evidence that you collect?
So the first thing we do, and most important, any crime scene, we put on nitrile gloves. Those are for two reasons. One is my own personal protection. Obviously, we're potentially dealing with biological material or other dangerous material. And secondly, so we want to be safe. So secondly is contamination, or to avoid cross-contamination between items of evidence. I don't want to put my fingerprints or my DNA on any piece of evidence, and I also don't want to cross-contaminate between items.
And how about a crime scene? Is it the same, or do you do other things to preserve the integrity of a crime scene?
Sure. Well, going back to the evidence portion of it, every piece of evidence is collected and packaged in its individual paper evidence containers. That's envelopes, bags, boxes, and that obviously ensures that there's no cross-contamination. But going to your question of the crime scenes, first thing we do is ensure that the crime scene is secure. In this case, Colts Neck Police and Fire Police did a great job of ensuring the intersections of both Willowbrook Road and 34, as well as Willowbrook and Evergreen Lane, were blocked off, both with their patrol vehicles and with crime scene tape surrounding the scene. And that was done to ensure that there's no vehicular or unauthorized vehicular or pedestrian traffic moving in or out of the scene
today.
Okay, so let's talk about November 20th of 2018. What, if any, notifications did you receive?
I was notified by, at that time, Sergeant Ryan Muller of the crime scene unit, and advised to respond to 15 Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck.
About what time did you respond?
About 2:51.
Okay, and who, if anyone else, was already there from the crime scene unit in the prosecutor's office?
So specific to the crime scene unit, Sergeant Muller was on scene, as well as Detectives Cordoma and Flanagan.
Now, were you ultimately assigned as the lead detective from the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was.
And what does it mean to be a lead detective?
So being the lead detective essentially means that, especially in a large scale investigation like this, there's going to be a lot of detectives involved. I believe every detective in the crime scene unit have had a role one way or the other throughout this investigation. But as the lead, all evidence, all photographs ultimately funnel their way to me. That might be through the evidence as it's being collected, maybe in another scene, because I can't be in two places at once, is going to be brought back to the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vaults, and ultimately gets put into my custody. And the reason we do that is to ensure that nothing gets missed. We want to bring it in, and then those decisions are made by the lead as to what the next steps are. And again, just so that I'm reviewing and understanding everything that's going on throughout the investigation.
So you're essentially like the point person?
Yes, I'm the evidence custodian, if you will.
Did you write a report in this particular case?
I did.
Okay, you wrote several reports, right?
Yes, I did.
Did you write your first report in particular on February 1st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as S275. May I approach, Judge?
Okay.
I'm showing you what's marked as S275. Is that your report that you wrote on that date?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm just going to ask you, if you need to refer to your report, just please let us know.
Okay.
Can you lay out the scene for the jury as to 15 Willowbrook Road when you arrived?
Sure. Upon my arrival, so 15 Willowbrook Road is a large property located on the south side of Willowbrook Road. That's in between the intersections, as I mentioned earlier, of Route 34 and Evergreen Lane. Upon my arrival, I ensured again that the crime scene was secured, which it had been by fire police were at those intersections, basically making sure that no unauthorized vehicles came in. There were multiple fire department members and trucks lined up along Willowbrook Road, as well as in the scene to ensure that, because there was active and ongoing fire suppression efforts going on. So there was still a very active fire at that time, to include heavy smoke emanating from the interior of the house. It was approximately 47 degrees and cloudy on that day. And I was advised upon my arrival, what I knew right away was that there was one male victim deceased in the front lawn.
Now, you talked about how there were other crime scene unit detectives from your unit on scene already.
Yes.
Were there any other officers or detectives from the prosecutor's office on scene when you arrived?
Yes.
Who was that?
I spoke with Detective Patrick Petrozello, and not from the prosecutor's office, but also Detective Rich Cirillo from the Colts Neck Police Department. But they were on scene from the major crime, or at least Pat was, from the Major Crimes Bureau.
Shortly after you arrived, did you and they and the other officers from your unit engage in a field briefing?
Yes.
What is that?
So we meet, especially for homicides, but in general, we always want to meet. And two reasons. One is to assign roles. That was really at that time when I was assigned as the lead forensic detective. I was also advised of everyone else's role within the crime scene unit. Sergeant Ryan Mueller was supervising as well as assisting as needed. Detective Flanagan was assisting as needed. He had already taken several photographs prior to my arrival. And Detective Cordoma was assisting from a crime scene standpoint, but was also responsible for the origin cause investigation as well as electrical wiring documentation.
So as a result of that field briefing, did you learn any information that happened or things that occurred prior to your arrival?
Yes.
And was that helpful to you in terms of your job as the lead detective from the crime scene unit in terms of processing the scene?
Yeah, so it was just getting an overall understanding of the scene. Like I said, the fire was still active. Fire suppression efforts were still going on. Detective Flanagan had taken a series of overall photographs of the scene, and we want to do that, especially in a fire, as early as possible. So he was obviously there earlier. So he took those photographs, and it helps with the origin and cause investigation. It showed, heavy flames coming there, specifically from the photographs from the rear of the property showed heavy flames coming from the interior of the residence, and generally speaking, where those flames are. We also, I'm sorry, can you repeat the remainder of that question?
That's okay. I was actually gonna ask you if you could, along those same lines, if you could tell us, who, if any, victims did you learn about? You already mentioned the one, but can you please just describe for us all of the victims and their names and their locations?
Sure. So I was advised that Keith Caneiro was located in the northwest of the property, or northwest of the building. He was deceased and covered with a tarp. That tarp was utilized by fire personnel. Jennifer Caneiro, her body was located inside the foyer. So basically, if you walk through the front door, make an immediate left. There was 2 sets of stairwells. One's going up and one was descending down to the basement. Jennifer Caneiro's body was located on the floor in the foyer with her head on her back, with her head facing roughly towards those descending stairs. The ascending stairwell directly to the left of that is moving up to a platform, which ultimately leads to the second floor. I was advised that Sophia Caneiro's body was located on that platform area. Firefighters had removed her body from the interior of the scene and brought it out to the front porch area. Detectives, again, prior to my arrival, detectives had placed her body in a transport body bag and ultimately brought her to a pop-up tent, a temporary pop-up tent area that was created on the driveway. And lastly, Jesse Caneiro's body was located in the kitchen. Detectives had removed his body from the scene and placed it in a transport evidence bag, or transport body bag as well. He was brought out to that same pop-up tent area.
Now, did there come a time when you went inside of the house?
I did. So the decision was made because Jennifer Caneiro's body was still inside the house. They were having difficulty getting in there prior to my arrival, but the decision was made to enter the house again. While we did that through that foyer area, I did capture some photographs of that area as best I could. And then we entered for the purposes of removing Jennifer Caneiro's body from the scene. She was also placed in a separate transport body bag and brought to that same pop-up tent area.
Okay, so just in terms of the scene now, you have Jennifer and her 2 children's bodies are under the pop-up tent?
Yes.
And then Keith's body is still where it initially was when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
At about 3:10 p.m., did you begin processing the scene?
Yes.
Okay, and what specifically did you do first?
So I first documented Keith Caneiro's body under the tent. We were still waiting for investigators from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office to arrive, but I documented the location of his body as well as what it looked like. His body was covered with a white sheet and then a red tarp. So I wanted to document that location, but also document any evidence that was visible in that area. There was a cellular phone located on the grass to the east of his body. So essentially where he was located, like I said, was if you're standing on the street looking at the front of the residence, I think going forward, I'm going to explain it this way, it'll be easier. But it was the front right of the property was where his body was located. And his head was facing roughly north towards the street away from the residence. So east of his body was his cellular phone. So I documented and collected that phone for 2 reasons. One, I knew that as the medical examiner's office arrives on scene, they're going to obviously do an on-scene examination. I didn't want anything to happen to that cellular phone. But I also wanted to get it into hands of the computer crimes unit as quickly as possible.
Now, overall, on November 20th, did you take photographs of both the inside and outside of 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, I did.
And did you also take photographs of the property and the inside of the property on several days thereafter?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S1C. I'm showing counsel. Sergeant, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And just in there, what are those?
These are the photographs throughout the investigation, but particularly the photographs I took at 15 Wilbur Brook.
Are they, and let me just ask you, you and I sat down and in preparation for trial, we painstakingly went through the numerous photos that you took, is that correct?
Correct.
And we narrowed down the ones for purposes of trial, so we don't have to show every single one of them, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, the photos in there, are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the scene looked like at the time you were photographing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can take that. Judge, permission to publish specific photos.
Any objection? No. Okay, sure. We dropped the leads.
Please have slide 120. Sergeant, what are we looking at here?
So as I referenced earlier, if you're stepping through the front door, turn to your immediate left facing east. There's two sets of stairwells. The ones to the left of this photograph are the ascending stairwell that run along the front of the house leading up to the second floor. That it's difficult to tell, but that to the right of that is the descending stairs. Those lead into the basement. There's heavy smoke throughout the residence, but particularly coming up through that basement area. Jennifer Caneiro's body is located just at the top of those stairs that lead into the basement, and their yellow tarp was placed over her body by fire personnel.
So just to be clear, Jennifer's body is located under that tarp in this picture.
Correct.
Can we please have slide 1?
Oh, wow. I thought she was at the basement, like
Just a little bit of a
land.
different angle.
Yeah, so just kind of going forward, the way I take my photographs, especially the overall photographs, is working in a clockwise direction as best I can, and then panning from left to right. It doesn't have to be left to right, just the way I do it, but so I'm taking overlapping photographs. If I were standing in each corner of this courtroom, for example, I'm going to photo this area so that they overlap slightly so I don't essentially miss anything. So that's what we're doing here. I'm standing in the same area, just panning to the right. You can see that yellow tarp to the left of this photograph. And then obviously the smoke.
Sorry, can we please have 122?
This is just a more close-up photograph of those stairs and the tarp where Jennifer Caneiro was located. Again, her body, she was found to be on her back facing the stairs, the descending stairs, with a significant amount of debris on top of her body, as well as, again, that tarp.
Did you have the opportunity to make observations about Jennifer's body?
Yes, I did.
What observations did you make?
She had extensive fire injuries throughout her body, to include charring, skin splitting, soot deposits throughout pretty much the entirety of her body.
Oh my,
We could please have slide 123.
poor Jennifer. Oh.
Sergeant, what are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph of that area where Keith Caneiro's body was located. Again, he's at northwest of the structure. That tree, for reference, you're going to see a lot of different angles of not only Keith Caneiro's body and this tarp, but also that area in general. So this tree is a good reference to kind of pointing you towards the residence, so you have an idea of, orienting what we're looking at.
Just in terms of your process, is this the next place that you went after you removed Jennifer's body?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if we can have slide 124.
Again, just moving in a clockwise direction around that area and around the tarp.
125, please.
Continuing, I'm facing roughly west at this point, just photographing another angle of the tarp in that area.
That tree, was that tree like that when you arrived?
Yes, it was.
And if we could have 126.
The reason we removed part of the tarp at this point, we were still pending or awaiting the medical examiner's office to arrive, but I wanted to document again that cellular phone next to the body prior to collecting it.
Okay, and then 127, please.
This is another mid-range photograph of that cellular phone, just to show where it is in relation to everything else.
Okay, and you indicated earlier that you had collected the phone as evidence.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just can you tell us how you packaged it, what you did?
It got packaged in a individual paper evidence container or an envelope, and it was ultimately turned over into the custody of Sergeant Brocolieri from the Computer Crimes Unit.
Why was it turned over to him?
Because he's ultimately going to be doing the processing of that cellular phone. That's his job. Or at least somebody from that unit is.
I'm showing counsel S295 and S300. Phone evidence. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S295 and 300. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's start with S295. What is that?
S295 is the evidence property receipt of items that were collected from the scene on the 20th.
Okay,
Thursday.
and is that specific phone that is marked as S300? Let me ask you, what is S300?
S300 is that same phone that we just saw the photograph of. It is, so just quickly going into our label here. So all of our evidence gets put into a computerized system and generates an individual number. So the number for this case, or at least the Colts Neck aspect of this case, on all evidence is 18-0832. So that's going to be consistent throughout. We then move on to the log number, which is log 1, because all items from the scene, we try and separate as best we can log-wise, just to separate scenes. Log 1-1. So ultimately it's 18-0832-1-1 is a black Google Pixel 3 cellular phone and case recovered from the grass next to the body of Keith Caneiro.
Okay, and essentially is the reason that, so you have your numbers on there that you generate, right, from your unit?
Yes,
Okay, and that's so you can track things, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, and then if something gets sent out to another agency, will that agency then put their sticker on it as well with their own number?
Correct.
Okay, and then when it comes back to you, you'll be able to have your tracking number as well as the agency's number, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and the evidence property receipt that should correspond with that?
Yeah, so the evidence property receipt is tracking chain of custody. So that's the reason why there's two separate things here. That chain of custody just shows that all the items collected were from the scene to me on the 20th, and from me, at least for the cellular phone, into the custody of Detective Richard Brocolieri on the 20th. And the remainder of the items, which we'll discuss, went into the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vault. So all aspects of anytime anything is collected throughout our investigation, we have to show custody of it throughout every step of the investigation. If it goes into our temp vault and then it goes into the main evidence vault, we have our own separate tracking of that. If it goes to another lab, we have another receipt for that. So we're showing all those steps.
Now, on that evidence property receipt, is every item that you collected on November 20th listed on there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take the phone back from you, but I'm going to leave that receipt with you for the next items. Thank you. If we could please have slide 128. Sergeant, what are we looking at in slide 128?
So this is the back right deck, which would be the southwest deck of the property. That cone in the middle of the photograph is a picture, was placed there by Colts Neck Police. It's covering a large unspent cartridge that was at the scene. The reason that they put the cone there is because there was a lot going on, obviously, fire suppression, and a lot of firefighters going in and out. They didn't want anything to happen to that item, so they covered it with the traffic cone.
Now, in terms of the order of your process, tell us when you came over here to this area.
So it was subsequent to documenting the phone near Keith Caneiro's body. I was advised of the location of this live cartridge or unspent cartridge. And the reason that I documented it as quickly as I did is the same reason that they put a cone over it, is I wanted to collect it kind of as quickly as possible so nothing happened to it.
Okay, and if we could have slide 129.
It's a mid-range photograph of that cone. Just quickly going, I talked about my overall photographs. We're working, all of our photographs are working from outside in. We start with overall photographs to document the scene, all aspects of the scene, moving into mid-range photographs where we're documenting any items that we feel to be of potential evidentiary value or importance in relation to one another, in relation to this table, for example. So we want to capture that location, like I said, to orient what we're looking at.
And finally, 130.
That's a close-up of that live cartridge from the deck.
And was that packaged and labeled by you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you recall, was there a head stamp on it?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what the head stamp was?
I have to refer to my report.
Is it on the evidence property receipt?
It is, yes.
And what item is this on the evidence property receipt?
Item number 2.
Okay. And is the head stamp listed on there?
So the item is listed as live cartridge, head stamp GFL 10 9x19 from under traffic cone placed by Colts Neck Police on paved deck southwest of property. That GFL stands for is the make, which is Fiocchi. 9x19, it generally speaking is just describing it as a 9mm caliber cartridge. And my understanding of the 10 is that it's the manufactured date.
I'm showing counsel it's been marked as S301. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is that live cartridge. It has 2 different envelopes here. This is my envelope, which has the label created as 1-2. This is the envelope that ultimately gets sent to New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab. They have their own envelope with lab number C as in Charlie 18-10138, number 10. And then this is the cartridge itself.
Thank you. At about 4:00 p.m., did anyone from the medical examiner's office arrive?
Yes.
And who was that?
Investigators from the medical examiner's office were Elise Parker and Ray Coran.
And what specifically did they do?
So they were there specifically to conduct on-scene examinations of the bodies. My photographs at that point were ultimately at their direction, but they were doing on-scene examination prior to the bodies being brought to the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's office for autopsy or post-mortem examination.
Did you accompany them when they went to each victim?
Yes, I did.
If we could have slide 131, please.
So during that on-scene examination, this is a photograph of Keith Caneiro's body. Again, for reference, his head is pointing away, his feet are pointing towards the structure, towards the residence. His head is pointing away from. He's fully clothed, hood over his head. His hands, both hands or arms are under his body, and his legs are crossed.
Was Keith the first victim that was examined?
Yes.
Was he pronounced deceased?
He was pronounced.
We're not gonna do that. Let me see if I can.
Picture, do you know what those are?
Those were by medical personnel upon arrival.
We could please have slide 132. What are we looking at here?
There is a bullet specimen. So we talked about the live cartridge, just a very, very basic. As a cartridge is fired from a handgun or from a firearm, the bullet is going to come out the barrel towards wherever the firearm is being pointed at, and the cartridge is going to be ejected out the side relatively near the location where the shooter is. This bullet is located under his body, and obviously it's difficult to see, so we pointed to it with a gloved hand.
Can we please have slide 133? Is this a little bit closer?
Correct. That is a close-up photograph of that bullet specimen.
And 134, please.
That's just another close-up of the bullet specimen taken out into a gloved hand prior to packaging.
Was that bullet specimen, it was,
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show counsel and you what's been marked as S302. Okay, what are we looking at here?
Quick this morning.
This is the envelope, which is labeled as 1-3 bullet specimen from grass under the body of Keith Caneiro, northwest of property, as well as my envelope. And this is from the state police lab, C18-10138, number 11. And this is the bullet on top.
If we could please have slide 135. What is this, Sergeant?
Inside Keith Caneiro's pocket was his wallet.
If we could have slide 136.
This is the outside of that same wallet. It's a plastic flip style wallet.
And slide 137.
The interior of the wallet and the general contents
It's a fancy wallet.
contents of it belonging to Keith Caneiro.
I've never seen one of those before.
Was there was some cash inside the wallet?
Yes, there was.
Credit cards?
I could refer to the
Please.
property receipt. So the item, black flip side plastic wallet containing $210 cash, 4 credit cards belonging to Keith Caneiro, 1 Metro card, and 2 gift cards from left jacket pocket.
Wallace, can I stop you for 1 second? When we flip on and off the lights, when we go from pictures to, let's leave everything dark except just this one light back and forth so everyone's eyes don't have to keep going back and forth to try to help you guys out a little bit. Can we just figure out which one that
We'll
is so
probably
that we
cut
know
it
it's not that one?
Later.
It's not that one.
And they have way more pull on YouTube than we do.
So if we turn that one on and let's turn off everything else real fast. I just want to see how it'll look. Just put that one back on. That's the
Respectfully
one
to
we'll
the
put,
family,
no,
I don't
just that
really.
one will go on. So then we don't have
Sure.
to continue to do that over and over again to the jurors and everybody else in the room. All right. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. You didn't realize that you were going to become a light specialist, did you, when you went to the, all right. Is that a part of the academy? All right. Well, we're going to add it.
Children.
I'm just kidding. All right. Whenever you're ready, I apologize.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm showing you on the S303. What is this?
This is that black wallet that I just referenced.
Okay, do you have gloves up here?
I did.
Can we please open that? Let me ask you, are there markings on there?
Yes, there are.
Okay, there's your number on there.
Yep, my number is 1-4.
And does that correspond with an item on that evidence property receipt?
Yes, it does. It corresponds with item number 4.
I think we might get a heads up with the other bodies, because usually the judge will give like a charge for the jury to try not to be emotional in seeing them. Good morning, Ellen. Good morning.
And asked me to open it. I knew that was going to happen.
And are those the contents that were in there?
Yes, they are. We had inventoried it and then put it back, so that's why it's out of order from what it appears in the photograph.
Thank you. If we could please have slide 138.
Sergeant, what is this that you're pointing to?
There's another bullet specimen that was recovered from that area near Keith Caneiro's feet.
Can we please have slide 139?
A little difficult to focus, but in the grass is just a more close-up photograph than that bullet specimen.
Are you able to circle that on the screen?
Using that? Awesome.
If we can please have this preserved.
Sure. This will be 139.1, please.
that also packaged and labeled and preserved?
Yes, it was.
I'm showing council S304. I'm showing you what's been marked as S304. Do you recognize that?
It is item number 1-5, identified as bullet specimen from grass south of Keith Caneiro's body near his feet on the northwest of the property.
Lady in gray.
Evidence, or it's item number 12 for the New Jersey State Police, and then the item itself.
If we could please have slide 140. Sergeant, what is
This that we're looking at.
So,
Could you just undo that for us? It's in the corner, the circle.
oh, I see.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's okay. This is a tamper-proof seal. So after the examination, Keith Caneiro's body was placed into another more heavy-duty transport body bag and sealed with this seal. I photographed it to show that it had been basically the two zippers had been sealed together to show that the bag had not been tampered with or opened prior to transport to the medical examiner's office. They're also going to photo at the ME's office during the autopsy this same seal to show that nothing had been happened in between the process or during transport.
Thank you. If we could please have slide 141.
So we then moved into, this is Jennifer Caneiro's body located inside that bag. The time stamp that's written on top of that of 15:22 or 3:22 p.m. is the time when her body was removed from the scene and placed into that temporary pop-up tent. Again, during the examination, her body had heavy charring, extensive fire damage throughout the entirety of her body, including skin splitting, soot deposits, and so any further injuries at that time was difficult to see.
Can we please have slide 142?
This is that tamper-proof seal so her body in that white bag was placed into a separate heavy-duty black bag and sealed with seal number 39477727.
We have slide 143, please.
This is again, the photograph of the bag that Jesse Caneiro's body was placed in. His body was removed from the scene at 14:41 hours or 2:41 p.m. Jesse sustained multiple injuries throughout his body, particularly to his face and his torso and his arm.
Slide 144, please.
That bag was placed into another heavy-duty transport bag, and the tamper-proof seal of 3947722 was secured on the bag.
Can we have slide 145?
Lastly, Sophia Caneiro. This timestamp of 14:34 or 2:34 p.m. was the time when Sophia was moved from the porch area and placed into the transport body bag. Sophia sustained multiple stab wounds throughout her body, to include her face, her torso, and her extremities.
Now, was Sophia Caneiro the only victim who was not photographed where they were found inside of the house?
Yes,
And is that because firefighters took her out pretty quickly?
correct.
146, please.
That is that tamper-proof seal after the bag that Sophia Caneiro was placed into a more heavy-duty transport body bag, and the seal of 39477721 was secured onto the bag.
I'd like to talk about what you did after you went with the medical examiner's investigators to examine the bodies. If we could have slide 147. What are we looking at here?
So I'm starting, at this point, documentation or the search of the scene, particularly where Keith Caneiro's body was located, so northwest of the property or the northwest side of the property. At this point, we have a little more time, and we utilize placards or numeric evidence placards to document the locations of these items. So you can see, so the numbers that are used for these placards don't show a series of events or chronological order. We're just for documentation purposes. So we can see item number 4 next to the blood where Keith Caneiro's body was. Again, use this tree as reference, obviously the blood as well, but the tree is reference throughout these photographs to show what we're looking at and orient the photographs.
148, please.
So now showing, taking a photograph, you can see evidence marker 4 and the blood staining to the left of this photograph. Far near that decking area on the top right of the photograph. It's hard to see in this photograph, but it's going to be evidence markers 1, 2, and 3.
And I know you said it, but just to be clear, those were shell casings?
Yes. I don't think I did say it, but 1, 2, 3, and 4 were shell casings.
And 149, please.
So I'm starting to take my mid-range photographs of of those items. So working my way up towards the deck. So just a little bit closer.
Were each of those shell casings, so 1, 2, 3, and 4, were they collected and preserved?
Yes, they were.
What were the head stamps on those?
They were the same as that live cartridge from the back deck, which again is GFL 10 9x19.
Can we have slide 150?
How many times did he try to shoot him?
This is just a closer up mid-range photograph of evidence placards 1, 2, and 3.
And 151?
A close-up photograph of the discharge cartridge casing or shell casing, evidence placard 1.
And if we could have slide 152?
This is more of a almost mid-range photograph of the discharge cartridge casing, evidence marker 2.
153, please.
That's a close-up of evidence marker 2, as well as that discharge cartridge casing.
154?
This is a mid-range photograph of evidence marker 3.
155?
And a close-up of the discharge cartridge casing of evidence marker 3.
Can you sort of see that right there in the graph? Is that where that is, the golds?
Yes, circled.
I don't think we need to circle it, but you can see it.
Yeah, because he has like 1 in the back
Slide 154.
and I think 4 in the head, which you couldn't have gotten
Again,
all of that just standing. I mean,
Sorry, 156, I apologize.
this is evidence marker 4, and which is just to the east of the blood staining where Keith Caneiro's body was located. And that's more of a mid-range photograph.
157.
A close-up photograph of the discharge cartridge casing and evidence marker 4.
I'm going to show you what has been marked
Right
now.
there,
It's
blood
S305,
spatter
306,
all over
307, and 308. I'm showing council.
We could start with 306, if you could just tell me what they are and what they correspond to on your evidence property receipt.
Sure. What number are you starting with? I'm sorry. 305, right?
First one, 305.
So exhibit 305 is my item number 1-6, which is identified as EM1, so evidence marker 1, cartridge casing GFL 10 9x19 from grass near paved deck on northwest of property. My packaging, as well as the packaging from New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab, again has that same item number or case number, and then item number 13, as well as the cartridge casing.
And the New Jersey State Police number on there?
Yes, it's 13.
Okay. S306?
306 is item number 1-7, EM2, cartridge casing GFL 10 9x19 from paved deck on northwest of property. New Jersey State Police number 14, and then the discharge cartridge casing on top.
S307?
My item number 1-8, EM3, cartridge casing GFL 10 9x19 from grass near paved deck on northwest of property. New Jersey State Police item number 15, and a discharge cartridge casing.
And finally, S308.
308 is my item number 1-9, EM4 cartridge casing, GFL 10 9x19 from grass near reddish stain near Keith Caneiro's body on northwest of property. Item number 16 and the discharge cartridge casing.
I'm going to show you next what's been marked, and I'll show council is S332 and 333, and just grab them. We'll start with S333. Do you recognize this package?
Yes, I am.
And what is that?
This is my item number 1-30, a GE electrical meter recovered from the ground underneath the exterior electrical box northwest of property.
Are your numbers on there from your crime scene unit?
1-30,
Okay, and does that correspond to the evidence receipt?
yes.
Okay, if you could please open that.
Well, the description does. It's in the evidence receipt. It's item number 7.
Can you just describe what that is?
So it's a GE KV2C multifunction meter, electrical meter. It's the extent of my explanation. I don't know much about it. Yes, it was found on the ground.
The next item, S332. I'm going to ask you if you recognize that by the markings first.
Yes, has my evidence tag 1-29, gray colored exterior electrical door box from the grass near the northwest of property.
I'm not going to ask you to open it. Does that correspond to what is on your evidence receipt?
Yes, it does. It's going to be item number 6 on that receipt.
Can you open it? Because I just want to look at the
Sure.
have the jury see the outside of it. Is that the door to the electrical meter?
Yes, it is.
Now, the meter itself and the door, did you do anything to process those?
Yes, we used fingerprint powder to dust it for fingerprints.
Any results come off of that? Thank you. If we could have slide 158, please. Sergeant, what is in this photo?
This is a photograph from the interior kitchen. It's a mid-range photograph locating the cellular phone that was on the counter there. So directly under, I'm almost standing in the location where Jesse Caneiro's body was recovered from, just underneath in front of those drawers there.
And we're gonna look at some more pictures from the kitchen momentarily, but if I could have please slide S159. What are we looking at here in that photo? What were you trying to capture?
Almost directly in the middle of the photograph is a laptop computer, an Apple laptop computer, which was recovered as well.
And
what did you do with those two items, the phone and the computer?
So they were ultimately turned over as well to Sergeant Broccolieri from the computer crimes unit.
Okay. Are those listed on the evidence receipt?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And does it indicate when you turn something over to somebody else?
Yes, it does. On the bottom, it says, so all the items except for the cell phone were recovered by me and placed into the temporary evidence vault on the 20th. They remained there until November 26th, when I turned over items number 8 and 9, which are the cell phone and the laptop computer, to Sergeant Broccolieri.
I could take the evidence receipt back. Did that essentially conclude the first day on the 20th of your processing of this?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S286, 87, 88, and 85. That's what I need. Let's start first. We'll go in order. I'm sorry. Let me just grab. Let's start with S. It's going to be S288. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
288 is the evidence property receipt from the postmortem examination or the autopsy of Keith Caneiro. It's going to be Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office, case number 13-18-1300. They also reference that seal number that I took a photograph of, 131-81300.
No, when were all four of the victims' medical examinations or autopsies performed?
They were all performed on the 21st.
Okay.
November 21st of 2018.
I'm going to show you 286 and 287. Just tell me if you recognize those.
286 is the autopsy of Keith Caneiro, case number 13-18-1298. Again, documenting that seal number of 131-81298. And I'm sorry, exhibit number 287 is the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro, case number 13-18-1299. Seal number 131-81299.
Okay, thank you. I just want to take these from you really quick. I think there might be one that's stuck.
I wonder if this
You got a
means we'll have a
fourth one. Can you
medical
just tell us what
examiner
the fourth one
today.
is?
289, or exhibit number 289, is the evidence property receipt for Sophia Caneiro autopsy. ME case number 13-18-1301, seal number 131-81301.
Now, how did you come into possession of those receipts and why?
So detectives from our unit did respond. They were at the medical examiner's office during this autopsy, taking photos at the direction of the medical examiner's office. Ultimately, these items that were collected during the autopsy were given to them or put into their custody, and they were brought back to the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vault and put into my custody for further potential processing.
Now, was one of the items taken from Keith Caneiro, specifically S286 by the medical examiner, an outer garment?
Yes.
Is there a description of it?
Yes, it's item number 5, jacket 1 black.
Did you have the opportunity to look at that jacket?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S299, and I'm showing counsel. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Sure. So this is a jacket that we had mounted on a poster board documented, these arrows document holes are on the outside of the plastic. We didn't want to put it on the jacket itself. We're documenting holes on the jacket itself. Should be one at the bottom too. This is the packaging that was utilized initially, and ultimately, as further processing of the jacket took place, there was it was wrapped by the New Jersey State Police. You can see their tape here, but it was wrapped by the New Jersey State Police to preserve any potential
how they
trace
do their
evidence during the recovery of the item.
Bravo, New Jersey, bravo.
Sorry.
Just to be clear, when we say New Jersey State Police markings are on there, does that mean that the item went to the New Jersey State Police for some sort of testing to be done?
Correct. So along those same lines, so my item number is our label, as we use for all of them, is 5-5, black jacket, outermost garment, recovered from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Keith Caneiro. It's this yellow tag is for the New Jersey State Police, identifying item number 27.
Now, that next day, November 21st of 2018, did you go back to the scene of 15 Willowbrook Road that morning?
Yes, it did.
And what, if anything, was happening with regard to the structure of 15 Willowbrook Road when you went there?
So due to the fire, there was obviously heavy damage, and the structure was susceptible to collapse, particularly in the basement. So in order to continue our investigation, particularly for the origin and cause investigation, we needed to get into the basement. So multiple members assisted, but ultimately the Ocean Township Special Ops responded and assisted in, as they referred to, shoring up the structure, which is basically making it safe for entry.
Now, that next day on the 21st, when you were at the scene in daylight hours, did you take any photographs of the outside of 15 Willowbrook Road?
I did.
And were those photographs in the PowerPoint or the binder that I showed you before?
Yes, they were.
S1C?
Yes.
Would you please have slide 4? I'm going to ask you just to take us around the house. I guess I should ask you this. The order of the photographs that you took them, the number of the slides, is that the order of how you took the photographs?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to take us around the house and just explain what we're looking at in your vantage point. So what is in this photograph, slide 4?
Sure. Just to get, an understanding how I take my photographs, I'm going to refer to everything by where we are. If you're standing on the street looking at the front of the house, I'm moving in a clockwise direction around this, whether it's exterior, interior vehicle, we're doing it the same way. So I'm standing at the front of the residence to the right of the driveway, photographing essentially the front left portion of the property and then part of the residence itself.
Slide 5.
Same location, panning to the right, but showing the front of the residence and some of the front property.
Okay, slide 6, please.
Continuing to pan to the right, showing the front right of the property. You can see that red tarp, and it's not exactly where it was initially when we saw it earlier, but it was still a general location of where Keith's body was. That is that front right property. In the distance, there are several solar panels.
Slide 7.
Starting to move my way clockwise, standing in the front left of the property, photographing essentially the left side of the property or the east side of the property.
Slide 8.
Just panning to the right a little bit. That wall, on the other side of that wall, there's going to be access. We'll see it later, but we're going to be access into the basement from the outside, and that is again just the left side of the property.
Slide 9.
Panning to the right, showing the northeast part standing in the northeast part of the property, photographing the scene or the residence.
Okay, slide 10.
Continuing to pan to the right, showing a little bit of the front right of the property.
Slide 11.
Starting to move my way around, that's the wall and the left side of the property.
Slide 12.
Again, panning to the right, showing the different portion of much of the front left of the property, as well as the structure itself.
Do you see 2 doors if you're looking head on?
Yes.
The door to the left of the garage, what is that?
That's going to be access into the mudroom.
And the door to the right of it, is that an open garage door?
That's an open garage door, yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Slide 12. Oh, 13, I'm sorry.
Now I'm on the left side of the property showing the rear left of the property.
Slide 14.
Panning to the right showing that's going to be a pool, an enclosed pool.
15.
That's the entry into the basement that we referenced earlier. So we're on the left side of the property looking on the other side of the wall now. Those stairs just alongside the wall proceed up to the porch area and to the front of the house.
Slide 16.
Just panning to the right, showing a little bit more of that wall.
17.
Continuing to move around the residence, showing the rear of the property now, standing in the back, in the rear left corner of the property.
Slide 18.
Panning to the right, you can see a different view of that pool. And then obviously you start to see the damage, much of the damage from the fire on the residence.
Slide 19.
More close-up photograph of that pool from just outside the fence.
Slide 20.
Again, moving our way around, there's a playground. I'm standing essentially right behind or at the rear of the property, photographing the rear right or the playground. You can see some of those solar panels as well.
Slide 21.
Photographing the rear of the property. You can see significant fire damage towards the middle of it.
22.
Now I'm standing more towards the rear right of the property, showing again, you can see the solar panels, the playground, that cone, which I believe is moved slightly, but you can generally see that back porch based off of where the cone is. Just to the right of that porch is the sunroom, and then the stairs that lead up along that wall lead up to the second floor.
22. I'm sorry, 23.
Does anybody know, did they design and build this
Panning
house?
to the
or did they
right
just
from
move
the same
into it?
location, showing the rear of the property, rear of the residence.
24.
Standing more in the rear right corner, just showing a more close-up view of that sunroom area, as well as the porch, the door leading out to the sunroom.
Just interesting
25.
architecture, I wondered.
Another photograph, slightly different location, but showing the sunroom and that deck and that porch.
Good
that
morning,
deck.
Twitch friends.
So just to be clear, is that the patio, the little porch where the live round was found?
Yes, it is.
And that's outside of the sunroom?
Correct.
26.
I'm now at the right or the west side of the structure. On the other side of these trees here, well, to the right, you can see where that wall is and the sunroom. There's another window. On the other side of these trees here is a generator, and then continuing to the left, there is a rear garage door, as well as the location where the electrical panel was and that door and the meter.
27.
Panning to the right, showing more of that sunroom area.
28.
Continue to pan to the right, showing the sunroom area in relation to where the playground is.
29.
I just more or less kind of turned around just to show the solar panels in the far right of the property.
30.
Again, another photograph of those trees where the generator is behind. You can slightly see the rear of the garage there.
31.
It is, it is.
Now it's a better view of that area. You can see the electrical box without a door. As well, that's to the left of that rear garage door. The pavers, or where all those discharge cartridge casings were located, is essentially you can kind of see spray paint slightly there where we spray painted their location. But that's a location where much of those casings were. Again, utilizing that tree in the far left of this for reference, that's generally speaking where Keith Caneiro's body was.
Now that
that door right there, is that the other side of the garage?
Yes, so there's three, if you're looking at the front of the garage, there was the three doors. This door is on the rear of that towards the right door, so.
What is that
Sense.
fixture? We're gonna look at more pictures, but what is that fixture above that garage
How
door?
tall?
That's a
Or
motion
doors.
solar light.
Can you circle that?
Like on average, how tall is a door? Because
Preserve this.
It's 31
I'm
point.
trying to remember where that guy's head is. Determine how tall. Remember the mystery guy at 237?
And
Was
then
caught on
finally,
camera?
slide 32.
Again, just continuing to move in that clockwise direction, standing in the front right of the property.
If anybody can
showing
do
that,
fancy
showing
math.
the residence from that location.
Let me
Now, on
know.
the same day, the 21st, did you take photographs of the inside of the house?
I did.
And what was the purpose of those photographs?
Yeah, same reason, obviously, the fire had been out at this point. We did our best when the fire was still ongoing to show the damage
The
and
normal,
the
okay.
smoke and all that. But now I wanted to photograph the overall interior of all the residents, at least to the best of our abilities.
Oh,
Now,
damn.
due
That picture's
to
on
the
my
fire and
computer.
water damage, is it fair to say there was heavy distortion of the inside of that house?
Yes.
Also, good morning, Savage. I forgot to
On
say good
November
morning.
24th
So
of
rude.
2018, subsequent to you taking these photos, what, if anything, did you receive from the county engineers?
The Monmouth County Engineering Department created a 2-scale diagram of the scene of the overall property, as well as each respective floor to guide us and assist in in documenting this structure, this property.
And specifically, did they create a diagram of the first and second floor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'll show council as S285A. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a diagram of the first floor, or that was created of the first floor of the structure.
Okay. And if I were to show you some photos that you took of the inside of the house on the 21st, would you
Yes.
be able to use this diagram to help the jury understand where these photos are?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, permission to publish?
Okay.
Thank you.
Judge, can I use this kind of point?
Sure.
I didn't love his tie at first, but I like his tie today. Now it's grown on me.
You can stand here and I'll put the slides up and move out.
Oh, she is just the worst, isn't she?
Can you just explain to us
I'm just
on
kidding.
this, what
She said you all were very well
S285A,
behaved.
just briefly in general, what everything is on there?
So, generally speaking, if we're looking at the interior of the first floor here, this is the porch. So Keith Caneiro's body was located roughly over here. This is the porch, the front door leading in, the foyer. Jennifer Caneiro's body was located, like I said, 2 stairwells, ascending stairwell going up, descending stairwell going down. Her body is located right here. Sophia Caneiro's body, before being taken out by the fire department, fire members, was located on this landing right here. And Jesse Caneiro's body was located in the kitchen right about here. So this just identifies each respective room. You can tell from the photographs that things are going to look kind of all the same. So I'm going to help. That's why we use this. I'm going to use this to kind of guide you through it. But remember that generally speaking, even though it's a little bit of a uniquely set up house, generally speaking, I'm trying to work my way clockwise around. So if you get disoriented, that's the goal.
Ms. Wallace, just because he keeps saying here in certain locations and he's pointing to it, but the record will not be clear as to what he pointed to. Can you use his black marker? And can we just mark that document, which is 285A
Thank you,
of the
Judge.
location? You can do it by initial or however you want to do it, but just so it's clear for the record
Sure.
on the actual diagram.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yes, if you could, where you indicated where the victims were located.
So Keith Caneiro's body is located in this, generally speaking, in this area.
Use their initials so that it's clear for the record.
I'm sorry?
If you could use their initials, their first.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
last.
Sure. Jennifer Caneiro's body, again, located right around here. Sorry. This landing over here is Sophia Caneiro and Jesse Caneiro in the kitchen here.
Okay.
Now, if we could have slide 51, just to, or actually 49, please. Yes. If we could, for the back table. This is slide 49. All right. This is what?
It's fine. I won't.
This is a photograph of, you can see that front porch area and the front door.
Okay, if we could please have slide 52.
So walking in, do you want me to mark it in some way if I point to it, or?
Only if you need to.
Okay, I'll try and describe this best I can. You can see, I'm going to describe the names of the rooms, obviously foyer, game room, living room, so that should help. So if you walk directly into the front door, turn to your left, you're going to see the ascending stairwell to the left of this photograph and the descending stairwell just to the right of that. Again, Jennifer Caneiro's body located on the ground just next to that second stairwell.
Slide 53.
I'm panning to the right, showing a closet, as well as kind of working our way towards, you can see a little bit of the living room to the right of the photograph and a hallway in between.
54.
Again, now you can get a better view of that living room, or you can see the rear of the residence. That's a hallway straight ahead. There's a living room to your left. Entryway to the kitchen is on the right of this photograph.
54. I'm sorry, 55.
Still standing in the same location. Anytime I photograph anything like these, as possible, specifically for fires, I want to document not only what we can see from our level, but the top of the, to assist in any fire investigation that they need. So you can see some of the patterns and things like that. So anyway, I'm photographing right now the second floor. You can see the ascending stairwell.
Hi, Dara.
It hits a
Good morning.
platform, which you can't quite see, and then continues in the opposite direction up to the second floor.
56.
Again, panning to the right, showing a little bit more of the ceiling and the closet area.
57.
Panning to the right again. Actually, no, I'm sorry. So that door to the far right of this photograph is the front door. So that's where I was standing a second ago. Now if you look straight ahead into that entryway, that's leading into the kitchen.
58.
Panning to the right, showing the front door, and then the little bit of that stairwell.
59.
Now, moving into the game room, again, I'm moving clockwise around the property. So the game room is at the far east side, or the far left side of the property, looking if you're standing on the street. Photographing the pool. The pool is at the rear of the residence, obviously.
60.
And panning to the right, showing more of the game room, which leads into the living room. So you see slightly, a little bit of an open concept. Obviously, it was due to the fire, everything's even more open. But you can see the living room in the distance.
61.
Just continuing to pan to the right, showing the hallway, the game room, and the living room.
62.
Okay, now I'm kind of moving, at this point, moving into the living room area. You can see the sunroom in the far left of this. That door, so far left of this photograph is leading towards the sunroom. That door in the middle of the photograph is going to be leading into the, hold almost the dining room into the kitchen. There's a table in between the sunroom and the kitchen. You can see on the diagram here. So that table, it's going to help with reference kind of throughout this. So that table from a distance in between there will help guide you a little bit. And that's this table here in between the kitchen and the sunroom.
63.
Panning to the right, the tables to the far left, as well as shelves, and like an island set of shelves there.
64.
Continuing to pan to the right, showing some of the rear of the property.
That in the middle of the floor, is there like a hole there?
Yeah, it looks like there was a collapse during the fire.
65.
Continuing to pan to the right, you can see kind of the game room in the far left of this photograph. Much of the damage coming from the rear, or excuse me, from the roof or the ceiling. And then photographs from the outside to the outside.
66.
That's the sunroom. So if we're referencing kind of standing in the dining room right now, or if I'm standing in the dining room, photographing that sunroom. Remember, the sunroom is where, just on the outside of the sunroom, there's a door that led to where that live cartridge was.
67.
We still have
Continuing to pan to the right, sunroom, there's also the office, which is on the bottom of this diagram. So that I photographed the door before entering into the office.
68.
That's the interior of that office area, which again is on the bottom of this. Pretty much to the right of this office is where the location of the sunroom is.
69.
Using that table as reference, I'm now standing in the dining room, working our way towards almost towards the kitchen.
Are you standing right outside of the office here?
The office would be to the, yes, the office would be to the left.
70.
Working our way into, that is a large window, and that table, and the kitchen is going to be to our right. You can see, just for reference again, you can see those solar panels outside, as well as the trees where the generator is ultimately located.
So if we're looking at this photo, to our left would be where that patio was outside of the sunroom,
Correct.
where the live round was found.
Correct.
And then if we're looking to the right where those shrubs are, is that where the generator and electrical meter are?
Correct.
70?
I'm starting to work
71, I'm sorry.
work my way into the kitchen itself. So the table, you can see the table to the left here, and then the entry into the mudroom is that door straight ahead. To the so again, if you're looking at this diagram, we're looking north, the entry into the mudroom, and just to the right of that mudroom is where Jesse Caneiro's body was located. You can see blood staining on the cabinets there.
Can you explain specifically how Jesse's body was positioned here, where he was located?
Sure, he was laying on his back, facing, reference to this photograph, facing, his head's facing to the left, directly on his back towards the mudroom.
So his left side would have been up against those cabinets, those lower cabinets?
Correct.
72?
Just kind of working my way, again, using the table as reference, showing that mudroom and the location where Jesse Caneiro's body was.
It is now 3 degrees. It
73.
was -3 when I woke up.
Starting to continuing to pan to the right, showing the kitchen area, more of the kitchen area.
74?
I'm standing pretty much at the doorway leading into the mudroom, photographing the kitchen. I guess it would be east, towards, you could see that, because again, we're working our way around now. You could see that doorway leading into the foyer area, towards the top right of the photograph.
75.
And to the right, showing the kitchen, as well as a little bit of the dining, or at least working our way towards the dining room.
76?
Again, just another photograph using that table as reference. That sunroom directly past it, again, is the exit, the rear exit leading into that back porch.
And if you're facing that sunroom, directly behind you would be what?
Right where I'm standing here,
If you're
the
yes.
mudroom.
Thank you.
Okay, 77?
Again, working my way around. That is the doorway or the entryway that would lead to the foyer, still in the kitchen.
Sorry, 78.
Panning to the right, showing a little bit of the island, as well as, again, that table to the far right.
79.
Continuing to pan to the right, showing the other end of the kitchen.
And 80.
And again, panning to the right, you can't quite see it, but that would be the entry into the mudroom. Again, Jesse Caneiro's body would be located on the ground right near those cabinets on the bottom right of this photograph.
Now, we're going to get to it, but I just want to ask you, we're on slide 80, and you said, you explained where Jesse's body was. What else was found if you're looking at the photo of where Jesse's body would have been to the left?
A discharge cartridge casing.
Was it a bullet
Um,
or casing? We're going to get to it, so, but there was
bullet then.
some type of
was ballistic
ammunition?
evidence.
Okay. Slide 81.
Again, I'm standing in the entryway leading into the foyer, just photographing that area.
82.
Panning to the right, that's the mudroom and far end of the kitchen, and then the island of the kitchen.
83.
Continuing to pan to the right, showing the rest of the kitchen.
If you're looking out this kitchen window, what are we looking at out there?
So you could see one vehicle, and the garage is directly to the left of it, or in front of it, reference to how it's parked.
Do you see where the left, or I'm sorry, if you're looking at the photo, the right sink is?
Yes.
Now, to the right of that on the counter, ultimately, was anything of significance found over there?
Yes, there was a knife block with 17 knives.
And we'll get to that. 82, I think. I'm sorry, 84.
It's just standing in the same location, but panning down, showing the counter.
Is that a tray of cookies there?
Yes, it is.
85.
Again, standing where the mudroom is now, showing that table. And this is just to sort of orient ourselves for the next photograph.
86.
Now working my way into the sunroom itself. The door's closed, but obviously the windows are blown out. And showing the water damage and the fire damage in the sunroom.
87.
And inside the sunroom now, photographing the interior of it.
88.
Panning to the right, showing the doorway that leads into the rear property.
89.
That is another view of that back right patio that we referenced earlier, where the live cartridge was located.
90.
Again, just another view of that. You can slightly see in this photograph, but we'll get more clear in a second, where spray paint was used. So as I documented all these items, the live cartridge, as well as the rest of the ballistic evidence on scene, it was collected, used as evidence placards. Ultimately, when after everything's all done and completed, I spray painted those locations and documented them by their evidence numbers, or in this case, because it didn't have one, or their placard numbers, as C for cartridge. So we're doing that. I'm doing that in preparation of the diagram so that when the engineers come back, and they know where all the evidence is.
91.
Working my way out into that patio area from the sunroom.
92.
Again, more of a mid-range photograph of that patio to include the spray painted C.
And finally, 93.
Another photograph of that patio. You can see the solar panels in the back, in the top right of the photograph.
Thank you. And is that the extent of the photos that we put in the book for the first floor inside of the house?
Yes, for the first floor.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S285B. I'll show it to council first. Judge, permission to publish? You recognize this?
Yeah.
Sorry. Do you recognize this, Sergeant?
Yes.
And what is that?
So this is much in the same way they did the first floor. Now is the second floor, completed by the engineers.
And we don't have nearly as many photos with regard to this floor, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, let's start if we could, slide 95.
So they did use some first floor documentation just to kind of help with reference. But again, just for reference, I'm on the first floor now, showing the ascending stairwell leading into the second floor.
Slide 96.
Working my way up the stairs towards the second floor.
97.
That is the platform area where Sophia Caneiro's body was located. Again, we're standing in that foyer area, working east, reference to the diagram, and hitting that landing, and then basically turning around and continuing west to continue up to the second floor.
In regard to Sophia Caneiro's body here, where she was on the landing, where in relation to that was Jennifer's body directionally?
Well, in regard respect to where I'm standing, I guess it would be behind me taking this photograph.
I guess what I'm saying is, was Jennifer's body essentially right on, sort of underneath that area?
In close proximity, yes.
Okay. 97?
I'm working my way. That's the remainder of that platform area where Sophia Caneiro's body was located.
And I'm sorry, that was 98, so we're going to go to 99.
Great, now I can.
Continuing to, now I'm standing on the second floor hallway, if you will. Those railings, if you look directly over those railings, going to show you the front door and the foyer.
100?
Just panning to the right, showing entry into that second floor, or at least the top of the stairs to the far right of the photograph.
101?
This is the second floor bedroom, which would be towards the rear of the house, documenting the, again, just overalls of that bedroom.
We're looking at the photo. Do you see the bed?
Yes.
What's to the right of that bed?
It looks like a tool bench, like a kid's tool bench.
102?
Continuing to pan to the right, that is the exit out of that bedroom,
103?
the closet in that same bedroom.
104?
Again, moving from a reference to the bottom of this diagram, moving from right to left. So I'm going clockwise around. So this is the bedroom in between, or just next to the master bedroom.
Whose name is up there?
Sophia.
105?
Continuing to pan to the right, showing that Sophia's bedroom.
And 106?
This is a photograph of the master bedroom in the southwest of the property, or the southwest corner of the building, showing the bedding as well as a second floor porch or entry or exit into the second floor porch on the top of the photograph.
Was that the extent of the photos that we included of the second floor interior?
Yes.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Oh, that's so sad.
Sergeant, I just want to ask you about access to the basement from this house. How many ways were there to access the basement?
3.
If we could have slide 52, please, just to orient us. Okay, so do you see one of those ways in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how would that be?
So that, again, ascending to the second floor, that one directly to the right of it is a descending stairwell into the basement.
Okay, and slide 107?
That is another entryway into the basement of from the outside
And what is the third way to enter the basement?
through the garage.
Okay, can I have slide 50, please? Okay, is that the garage there?
That's the garage, yes.
Okay, slide 115. What vantage point is this now from the garage?
We're kind of standing right near the entry into the basement. It's at my back, and I'm photographing the doors leading out to the driveway.
Okay, and do you see the open door right there?
Yes.
What is directly to the right of that door?
So Directly to the right of that would be entry into the mudroom and kitchen area.
Okay, and I believe this is slide 116, 117, 116. Okay, what are we looking at here? What is that door straight ahead?
So you can see the front doors of the, on the far left of this photograph. Those are the garage doors. Straight ahead, or just to the right of that, but straight ahead is entry into the mudroom. And then far right corner, back right corner of this photograph is entry into the basement.
Can you just circle where the mudroom door is, and then if you could put M over it?
Yeah, sorry.
And then same with the basement, but a B.
116.1.
Thank you. Okay, so the basement door where you had the B over it, we could just look at slide 110. This is slide 117. I'm sorry, slide 117. See the basement door here?
Yes.
Can you do the same thing, just circle it, put a B?
117.1.
And then I want to look at the other side of the basement door. So let's go to slide 110. What are we looking at?
Photograph, I'm standing in the basement, looking at that same door from another vantage point.
Thank you. And finally, if we could just go back to slide 115 to the garage. I just want to ask you some questions about the garage. Can you see where the south wall is in here in this garage?
I don't know which one we're talking. South wall would be the, to the right of the photograph here.
Okay, so if we could go to slide 116.
Yeah, so that would be the south wall of the garage, again showing the entry into the mudroom as well as the basement door.
So where the mudroom and the basement doors are, that wall, you're saying that's the south wall?
Yes.
Slide 117. Okay, and is that just more of the south wall if you're looking at the photo?
So south wall is at the left of this photograph, and then the west wall is more towards the right of the photograph.
And obviously on the opposite side of the south wall would be what?
The opposite side of the south wall is the interior of the residence, the mudroom, the kitchen, as well as the descending stairs down into the basement.
Okay, if we could go to slide 118.
Sorry.
Where do you see the north wall here?
The north wall is to the far right of this photograph where all the tools are.
And this garage door here that we're looking at, do you see that?
Yes,
Did we see that in another photograph?
we did.
Do we see the other side of it?
We did.
Okay, so if you're facing this garage door, what is to the left of it?
From which vantage point?
From the
Sorry.
inside, like if I'm facing it from the inside, what's to my left?
So to the left is the south wall of the garage, which is the door leading into the basement. and-
Outside.
Oh, outside, I'm sorry. So if this garage were open and you were to walk through it, that's that platform where all the discharge cartridge casings were. To the right of it is the electrical panel, and to the left of that is the generator.
Like a regular door.
Did you collect ultimately a piece of evidence from this north wall during the course of your investigation?
Yes, it did.
Do you see it in the photo?
Yes,
Can you please circle it? And what is that?
that is a WISE camera, which is a surveillance camera.
And we'll come back to that if we could please preserve this.
18.1.
I mean, was that not a door?
Staying
No, we
on
still
the same day
earlier?
now, so
The
November
outside?
21st still of your investigation at the scene. If we could please have slide 161. At some point, did you collect, and you may have mentioned it before, but any items of evidence from this particular area that we're looking at?
Yes, a bullet specimen was located in the kitchen area.
Okay, 162, please.
It's more of a mid-range photograph of that bullet specimen in sort of the middle of this photograph.
And 163.
a close-up photograph of that bullet specimen.
Okay, 164.
Mid-range of the same bullet specimen, but this time utilizing a evidence placard.
165.
And a close-up of that same thing, but with the evidence placard, this time evidence placard 7.
And 166.
And that's a continuation, obviously, from the day before. This is a more close-up holding the bullet specimen, just to show it a little more clearly.
So just to be clear, it's not a shell casing, but it's actually a discharged bullet.
Yes.
Okay. How did that come to be collected on that particular day, if you could?
Well, it was just a continued search of the property. As I'm taking photographs, I believe Sergeant Mueller located it. He alerted me while I was taking my overall photographs of it. So then after those overall photographs were done, I then documented and collected that item.
Now, were there some other items of evidence collected from the scene
It
on the
looks like
21st
it'd be
of
blocked though,
November?
but no.
Yes.
Okay, did you document those on an evidence property receipt
Yes.
along with this bullet?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as S-293, showing counsel. You recognize that?
That is the evidence property receipt of items that were collected on the 21st.
Is that bullet on there marked?
Makes sense.
Yes, it is.
And what item is it?
Item number 3 here, which is EM7 bullet specimen from floor on west side of kitchen.
So a
I'm gonna
spent,
show you what's been marked as counsel 309. Do you recognize that?
I do. It's that bullet. Ultimately, our item number 1-12, which is identified as EM7 bullet specimen from floor on south side of kitchen. Here again is New Jersey State Police packaging, item number 17, and then the bullet itself.
Now, on the
Well,
21st.
I think we're gonna stop for our mid-morning break. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Decker, if you don't mind helping us out with just moving the evidence. I knew you would have did that on your own. But we're gonna take our mid-morning break. Please don't discuss this case, don't do any research. We'll be back out at about 10:30, give you guys 20 minutes, and we'll go back to testimony at that point. Thank you all.
you know what we gotta do though? We gotta Zoom and go caught up. They're still on break, but we gotta skip some of that. So they must have been on break for like 8 minutes. Anyway, so interesting. Some interesting things we've heard today. Unfortunately, since I'm on Elbow Feet's computer, none of my saved photos are over here. So that's kind of annoying. So we learned that the placement of the bodies, I thought that Jennifer was found on like the landing to the basement, but she was actually on the foyer facing down to the basement. And now there's some bullets, spent ones, located inside of the house. So that's interesting. Because if I recall, now granted, we have not heard testimony from the medical examiner yet. So this information is from the probable cause affidavit, I do believe, and what's been going out there was that the only people that had gunshot wounds was Keith, and Jennifer had one, I believe, to her head, unfortunately, and the children didn't have any. But there is a spent bullet in the kitchen, which, what do you guys think that means? Do you think that whoever it was like shooting in the house as they were running? Or, oh gosh, I even hate saying it. I hate saying it so much. Because this seems like it was a really, really horrible time. I can't imagine how scared they must have all been. But I think that's interesting that there's one in there. there's also the spent shell casings by the garage door. Because as they held up the hoodie of that Keith was wearing that night, which, if anyone noted, was black, and whoever was on the security cam outside of that single garage door was definitely wearing a light colored sweater or jacket of some kind, because that makes sense to wear when you're trying to be discreet, whatever they were. But they were clearly shooting at Keith from right outside that garage door patio pavement area. And it looked like from the hoodie, excuse me, there's a shot at the bottom of the hoodie, so his lower back butt area, and then quite a few in the hood of his hoodie. So I don't know if they were able to get the headshots that far away, but they must have. I don't know. So a little bit, right? Oh gosh, it's so hard for me to fathom the brutality done to Jennifer, Jesse, and Sophia. Like, my brain just can't comprehend how anyone could do that to their own family, let alone anybody, but especially your own family. And that it did not seem merciful. But now that we've learned about all of these other spent casings, non-spent ones, pretty much like all over the place, would explain why he might have had to resort to using the knife. So, good morning, Wendy. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Yeah, it's whoever did this is one evil son of a bitch. I'll tell you what, because I can't even. IG says fired at Jennifer and missed once, or could have came through a window. Could have. Well, that's an interesting thought you have there, IG, because based on what they were showing us of the house, the patio where they found that one unspent, that live round, wouldn't that be like a straight shot into the kitchen if they were firing from there or something? So could be. Simi says, my 2 cents. So far, the testimony makes me think this was a chaotic episode, not a quiet B&E and killed in their sleep. They knew who was going to kill them. Oh, they definitely knew. Unfortunately, the children were not given any sort of mercy and were alive for quite a significant time after the stabbing. So hopefully they weren't conscious would be something good. But yeah, it's pretty awful. They didn't mention any shell casings inside. Not that I heard. Just the spent bullet. So maybe we just haven't gotten there yet. I don't know, but I do think that's interesting because there has to be. Well, no, there doesn't have to be one, because I think Jennifer had a gunshot wound to her head, but since the basement stairs caved in from the fire, maybe it wasn't able to be recovered. I'm not sure. But yeah, there's a good chance we're going to be hearing from this medical examiner soon, and it's going to be the stuff of nightmares, unfortunately. I mean, it's never great to hear what a medical examiner has to say, but yeah. And the kids, I'm not going to make it, just to let you know. I'm just going to prepare y'all now. I'm just probably going to sit here and cry the whole time, because it's just, the more you think about it, the more horrifying. Yes, Wendy, what really happened is, and remember with the sorry, when they were reading Keith's text messages last week, when his power goes out of his house, the person he texts 4 times is Paul. So, like, if that was Paul that did do this, his brother is literally trying to text him to let him know that he doesn't have power and he doesn't know what's going on. And I want to say it was around 3:18 a.m., very close to there, if not specifically, was when Keith texted Paul to let him know that he was going outside. So that's kind of the timeline there. So I still want to try to have somebody maybe they'll bring somebody in to do height math on that single garage door. Man, I wish I had the picture on here, but I don't. Let me see. Oh no, because my computer is completely off because I don't know what my computer was doing this morning, but it was being stupid. Simi says, dude would know to pick up his casings, wouldn't he? The lack of casings don't sway me. I mean, one would think to pick them up, but also it's nighttime. So, it's dead of night and the end of November, probably couldn't see them. But for somebody who had a lot of guns, you would think that he would know to probably do that. So, good morning, Kelly. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, also, good morning to you, Pilula. Do you think Paul waited for the text that he was out of power? No, because they did determine that Paul's phone was plugged in at home between 1:30 a.m. and 5 in the morning. So if he went to Keith's, he did not take his phone with him. It wasn't a matter of like that it was in use, but like apparently it does track like when you plug your phone in. And so if I recall, when they went over that, it was plugged in around 1:30 and then not unplugged until right before 5 when the fire happened. So he wouldn't have seen it at all unless he had, I don't know, maybe like a watch, but it would have been marked as red and they weren't red until like a little after 5, probably when Paul and his family were in the car, is when they said they were red. So I don't think that he knew about that, which is just my guess is he picked up the ones he could find. I mean, maybe inside, perhaps, could have. So I'm not really here. I'm working short, Simi. Don't worry, we won't tell nobody. It's fine. Oh my gosh, you're in the middle of baking blueberry crumb. Oh, I love blueberry anything. Like blueberry crumb cake or something like that. Oof, sounds so delicious. Slacker. Well, in fairness, they showed us a lot more photos of the house today that we didn't see before, particularly the upstairs. We got to see some of their bedrooms and in Sophia's bedroom, her name is up on the wall. It's just so sad. Oh, Court's back.
I'm going to try to do you guys a favor, so every time I come out, you guys don't have to stand up.
I love that.
Thank you. I'm still getting pretty upset with you, juror number 9, though, because if I get another snowstorm this week, you're next on my list.
That's true. New Jersey
Another
friend.
snowstorm.
That's right.
You're the one that said you like this cold weather. Not anyone else. Everybody else said no, except for you. I don't forget.
Okay. That's what I was wondering because everything in the house seems
All kidding aside,
larger.
when I come back out,
than
you guys
normal.
don't need to stand every time. I just, you guys are doing enough for me. I appreciate it. So we can bring our witness back up.
Yes, New
Ms.
Jersey
Wallace,
friends.
whenever you're
I
ready.
heard
Thank you, Judge.
this weekend another Maurice for you guys. Oh my goodness.
Sergeant, just we left off with you, I believe, have S-293 and evidence property receipt up there, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and on that receipt, just to be clear, that's all of the evidence you collected from November 21st of 18, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that bullet that we just looked at as 309, is that listed as an item on there?
Yes, it is.
Which item is it?
It is item number 3.
Okay. Now, on that same day, November 21st of 2018, what, if anything, happened with regard to any searches that were conducted?
Sure. There was a large-scale search, over 30 officers, searching not only the property, but also the surrounding area in a radius of over 3 miles, searching for any items that they believe to be of potential evidentiary value. They're also looking for surveillance and things like that. And I think it was, like I said, it was over 30 officers from 4 or 5 different agencies.
Were you on scene at the time?
I was on scene, yes.
What, if any, orders or commands did you give those officers in relation to any items they might find?
So anyone throughout this investigation that was helping or attempting to assist, they were instructed, if you find anything that you find to be important, one way or the other, alert me immediately. Don't touch it, don't move it, nothing like that. I want to document those items as well as the rest of the scene and everything else as is, and their exact location. Obviously, I don't want anyone to touch it either. So.
I'm going to show you, counsel, 3 photos with the mark as S 470, 471, and 472. Okay, do you recognize those?
I do.
Okay, what are those?
These are gloves that were, I was alerted to, that were located about 1 mile east of the property, approximately 500 feet from the roadway in some wooded area. That were one of the officers that was part of that search had located.
Okay. And with respect to those gloves, let me just add, Judge, permission to publish those?
Okay. Okay. Yes, you can.
I don't have them on the screen. I'm going to ask if we could just do it the old school way. I can show them.
Sure.
Thank you.
You can use this if you want.
Not great at that technology.
Andy is very versed at it. He could probably help you if you, however you want to do it. It's fine.
Judge. If we could pass around 470, 71, and 72, and I'm handing it to
Mr. Murray, you
One.
don't have a problem with them being published just like they would have been published here?
No, Judge, either way is fine.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Where did they say they found gloves? Oh my gosh, I stepped away for 1 second. I heard about gloves and then I heard Andy's voice. So prepare yourselves for that. About a mile away. Interesting. Very interesting. Every time we step away, it's interesting. Story of my life, Semi.
record, all of the jurors had the opportunity to look at the photos.
Handing these back. Yep. Now, are there evidence markers next to each one?
Yes.
And what are they?
Evidence markers 8 and evidence markers 9 were utilized to identify the locations of those gloves.
Okay, and again, where was the location of those gloves?
So roughly a little over a mile east of the scene, off of Willowbrook Road, again, about 500 feet off the roadway in a wooded area.
Okay, and were there any maps that you looked at with regard to the location of those gloves in the area?
Yes.
And where did those maps come from?
So those maps were created through Google Maps.
Okay, did you create them?
I did.
Okay. I'm showing council what's been marked as S437. There's 2 pages, 1 and 2. I actually have this on the screen. Thank you, though. Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as S, I believe I said 437. Do you recognize that?
437, yes. Yes, these are the maps that I created just to give a general idea as to the areas that were searched by these officers, as well as the locations of 15 Willowbrook Road and those gloves.
Okay, the page 1, that particular map, what is that?
That is an overall photograph of the search area. I utilized just a yellow line because it was documented which areas they were searched. So I just wanted for a visual orientation. Utilize yellow line, just putting on the roadways and the areas in which were searched.
And what about the second page map?
The second page is just a close-up of where the gloves were in relation to Willowbrook Road.
And did you create those maps in preparation for today?
Yes.
Judge, permission to publish?
No objection.
You can publish page 1. Okay, and can you just explain to the jury the the markings on here and what we're looking at?
Sure. So you can see the circle with the house on it. That's 15 Willowbrook Road. Its location
On camera, guys.
to the northeast of that, up the roadway on Willowbrook Road. So Willowbrook Road is running left to right in this photograph or in this diagram, moving towards those gloves. So those gloves are, again, about a mile east or northeast of Willowbrook Road. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to explain the lines. So that you see all these yellow lines. I put them there. Not an official thing, just utilizing the lines to describe from which intersections to which intersections were searched.
And again, this is a large-scale search that was conducted on the 21st.
Correct.
If we can have page 2. What are we looking at?
That is a close-up of where those gloves are in relation to Willowbrook Road. At the time they were recovered, I measured the distance to that dirt roadway, closest to the location. It was about 160 feet. But relation to this photograph, it's about 500 feet from the entrance from Willowbrook Road.
Thank you. And because it came up yesterday, why did you collect these gloves?
Because I was alerted to it. At the time, I just wanted to be thorough. I didn't know at the time if it was any evidential value related to them. So we wanted to be thorough and cautious, and I collected them.
Were there other items of evidence that ultimately you determined did not have evidential value that were also collected just to be thorough?
Yes, it happens all the time. If we're ever, the general rule I have is if I'm on the fence or if something is close, I collect it. There's no reason not to. You never know what could come up down the road, and you learn that something actually is important, even though it doesn't appear important at the time.
Okay. Now, while you were on the scene and this search was being conducted, did you collect a lockbox or a lock to a box?
Yes.
Okay, if we can please go to slide 167.
What?
We've seen this so many times before, but if you could just explain for the record what this is.
Sure. That is the electrical box without a door, located on the west side of the structure, kind of the northwest side of the structure.
that day, did you collect an item from this
Oh,
particular area?
it's not a door.
Yeah, so on the ground,
That's there.
on the paver, just basically underneath that lockbox, there is a gray plastic lock with the metal wire that attached to it.
Slide 168. Do you see that lock in the photo?
Yes,
And slide 169. What are we looking
that's
at?
a close-up of that plastic lock.
Okay, and what, do you know where that came from?
I believe it came from the electrical box door.
Slide 170.
It's just documentation. I use evidence marker 10 to identify that item.
And was this ultimately collected, labeled, and packaged?
Yes, it was.
I'm showing counsel it's marked as S310. I'm showing the witness. What is that?
This is my item number 1-15, EM10, gray plastic electrical box lock, broken off electrical box by twisting wire from the ground underneath the exterior electrical box on the west side of the picture.
Okay, does that correspond with any items on the evidence property receipt that you have as 293?
Yes, it does.
What item number?
Item number 6.
Was this processed for any prints?
Yes, it was processed for latent picture skin impressions.
I asked you the question before, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Did you do that yourself?
I did, yes.
Any results?
No.
If we can please go to slide S170 or 174. What are we looking at here?
So this is again, just because we were just looking at it, that electrical box is again out of screen to the left of this photograph. You can see where I utilize spray paint to document items 1, 2, and 3 in this photograph. Item 11, or evidence marker 11, is going to identify another discharge cartridge casing that was located in the grass.
Okay, so we've heard about cartridge casings and some bullets that were found the day prior on November 20th, right?
Correct.
Okay, so now this is November 21st, you found another one?
Correct.
Okay, we could go to slide 175.
So another
What
one.
is this that we're looking at?
That's a close-up photograph of that discharge cartridge casings, as well as evidence marker 11 that was utilized.
Can you circle that in the photo?
Oh my goodness.
Just to preserve this, please.
That's 175.1, and again, we're in 1C for this entire testimony.
Was this ultimately collected, packaged, and preserved?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel, and you, it's been marked as S11. Do you recognize that?
Yes, my item number 1-16, evidence marker 11, or EM11, cartridge casing, GFL 10 9x19 from the grass on the northwest of the property. Again, that was my packaging. This is the packaging by New Jersey State Police. Same lab number, item number 18, and then the casing itself.
And just to be clear, I misspoke, it's 311, is that right? That's 311.
311, yes.
Is there a head stamp on that one?
Yes, it is.
Was it what
It's the
is it?
same as all the others, GFL 10 9x19.
I hope they mark where
On this
all the
one
shelves
first,
and
while you
stuff
were
are
on scene,
for everybody. I need
was
that.
any debris gathered and searched?
Yeah, so there was obviously a significant amount of debris from the fire located throughout the residence, particularly on the first floor. So it was decided that the areas were going to be cleaned and basically put into piles in relation to the room or the general vicinity of where that pile is. So the foyer, for example, a pile was made for that area. Those piles were then subsequently searched to look for other items of potential evidentiary value.
Was there a pile of debris that was gathered from the stairwell in the foyer near where Jennifer's body had been located?
Yes, there was.
176, please. What are we looking at here?
That is just a mid-range or an overall photograph of that debris pile.
177?
It's a out of focus photograph of that pile, but a discharge cartridge casing is was recovered from inside that debris pile.
Slide 178, please.
Just talked about that.
That is utilizing evidence marker 13 to document or identify that discharge cartridge casing.
Can you see that in the picture?
Yes.
Can you circle it?
Sure.
You can preserve.
178.1.
And you can erase your markings. And finally, slide 179.
That is a close-up of that discharge cartridge casing.
And is that your hand that's holding it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S312. I'm showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
My item number 1-18, evidence marker 13 or EM13, cartridge casing GFL 10 9x19 from debris from stairwell leading into the basement. It's my packaging, New Jersey State Police packaging, item number 19.
I think you just said it GFL, but was that the same type stamp as all of the other casings found from the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a pile of debris that was gathered from another area in sort of inside of the foyer?
Yes.
Okay, we can have slide 180, please. What are we looking at here?
That is just a photograph of that debris pile.
Slide 181.
That is more of a close-up photograph of a knife that was recovered from inside that debris pile.
Oh,
Can you circle the knife just because it's a little
That's
bit hard to see?
a big
it
one.
in.
well,
181.1.
Slide 182.
That is the same knife, but with evidence marker 14.
Was that knife collected, packaged, and labeled?
Yes.
Is that a little cone or a big cone? Can't tell.
313. Do you recognize this from the markings, that package?
Oh, never mind. We got it.
Yes, exhibit 313, again, it's my item 1-19, EM14, Sabatier knife with black handle from debris from foyer of residence.
Okay, can you please open that?
Sure. And that's his item, New Jersey State Police item number 9.
Thank you.
Oh, boy.
This is the packaging from inside that was wrapped by the state police.
And you know they got the
During
money to
testing.
afford those like good ass sharp knives too. I doubt they were. All.
Can I open it out of here so I don't get?
Judge, permission to have it hold it up.
Any objection?
Thank you.
Sergeant, the Sabatier knife, what did you do with it after you collected it from that debris pile that day?
So it was packaged in that box that you saw there, brought to the Fire Marshal's command vehicle to document further, as well as process for or swab for potential DNA evidence.
Okay, if we could please have slide 183. Just explain to us what we're looking at here.
So the knife was placed onto new unused brown paper and documented. I wanted to document because it's hard to tell now, but at the time, as you can see, there's a significant amount of debris caked onto one side of it. On the other side, it's more clean. So I basically documented each side with a scale, as you can see, but also swabbed the 4 different areas on the knife. The debris A marked the location of the blade that had debris on it. Well, I guess we'll go one by one.
Sure, if we can have slide 184 now.
So that's just a close-up of just that blade area. And when I say swab, we use what's called a capture swab. It's a fancy name for a Q-tip with a plastic cap on the end that's self-drying. So when we're swabbing that area, I can then swab the area completely and then close that plastic cap, allowing it to air dry.
Slide 185.
This is a photograph of the other side of the blade or of the knife itself, but particularly the location which I swabbed, B was the other side blade only.
Slide 186.
Close-up of that location.
Slide 187.
C is the debris, going back to the debris side of, and swabbing of, and C signifies that I swabbed the handle on the debris caked side.
Slide 188.
Just utilizing the scale in another way, just to show the size of the blade.
Slide 189.
And again, the last one was a swab D, as in Delta. That's just the other side. I swabbed the blade of the cleaner side.
And slide 190.
And just another photograph
Where did they say they
of
found
the
this
size
knife
of the
again?
blade. Tried to take as many photographs with the scale in case we needed to match it up to anything.
What did you ultimately do with the swabs once you took them?
The swabs were sent to the New Jersey State Police for testing for potential DNA.
Prior to that, though, just like take a step back. After you took the swabs, what did you do to preserve them?
The swabs are preserved in paper evidence envelopes and sealed, just like, like I said, everything's preserved in the same way. Obviously, it depends on the item, but ultimately it's preserved and sealed in that envelope, and I initial the seal. I don't know if we went into this, but all the evidence that gets collected and ultimately gets secured in my assigned crime scene vehicle, and then later gets transported to the New Jersey State Police, to the crime scene unit's temporary evidence vault for potential testing at the New Jersey State Police.
When you put those swabs in the temporary evidence vault, was there evidence property receipt that was generated?
Yes.
I'm showing counsel what's marked as S296, as well as swabs, S314, 15, 16, and 17. First, I'm going to ask you to take a look at S296. What is that?
That's the evidence property receipt for swabs of collected items.
And if you could please look at starting with S314. What is that?
314 is my number 13-6 swab of blade of item 18-0832-1-19, which again is the knife, adhesive marker A.
Okay, so that swab corresponds with what we saw as swab A, or the marker A.
Correct.
Okay, how about S315?
315 is swab of blade of number 18-0832-1-19 knife, adhesive marker B.
316?
That one was 13-7. I don't think I said that. This one is 13-8, swab of handle of item number 18-0832 0832-1-19 knife adhesive marker C.
And S316, I'm sorry, 17.
317 is my item 13-9, swab of handle of or item number 18-0832-1-19 knife adhesive marker D.
And are those swabs and the corresponding numbers listed on the evidence property receipt,
Yes,
which is S296?
the 1 through 4 on the property receipt.
Okay, and then the knife, what specifically was done with that? Was it sent anywhere?
Yes, it was ultimately sent to the lab as well.
To the New Jersey State Police Lab?
Yes.
All right, and is that also the knife listed on S296? The last one on the bottom, is that?
No, not on this one. It's on the 293.
Which you have in front of you?
I do.
Thank you.
Read it?
No, I just wanted to know if it was on there. Now, on November 23rd of 2018, did Lieutenant Catalona bring those swabs and that knife to the New Jersey State Police DNA lab?
He did.
Did he also bring reference samples for the 4 victims' DNA samples to the lab as well?
He did.
If we could have slide S191. Okay, what are we looking at here, Sergeant?
So after locating that knife, I located and documented the Sabatier knife block. There were a total of 17 knives in that, or 16 according to this picture. The 17th is a serrated knife that's on the counter there in the knife set.
How did that knife correspond with the knife that you just showed to the jury?
It fit into that, the knife that we just showed. Well, they all have the same markings specifically on the handle, on the back of the handle. It's the same knife. The one that we just showed the jury, that I just showed the jury, was like a chef's knife that fit into that same block.
Can we have slide 192?
This is documenting the top of that knife block in the middle of the photograph. There are 2 empty slots. The one to the middle row towards the right is where that serrated knife would fit, and presumably the chef's knife would fit into the top middle row.
That serrated knife, when you got to the scene, was that in the butcher block or someplace else?
It was on the counter right in front of it. You can see it on the photo that before this we just looked at.
S193?
That's the side of the butcher block or the knife block.
S194?
The top of the knives, of all the knives, to include the one that was recovered from the foyer, all had that same symbol.
And S195?
Also, where was
I
the
documented the
bloody knife found?
knife block with marker 15. You can see the knife, the serrated knife slightly, at least the blade of it in this photograph on the bottom of the photograph.
Okay, they are miniature cones.
Sorry if I missed it, but did you do anything to see if the knife that you had shown to the jury just before that you marked as evidence fit into any one of those slots?
I didn't want to, the serrated knife I put into the slot that it would fit into. In terms of the other one, I documented to the best of my ability, but obviously I don't want to cross-contaminate it or contaminate it anyway by putting it into the block prior to, any testing done.
Did you take that block as evidence?
It did.
And showing you in council what you marked as S318?
Do you recognize this, Sergeant, based on the packaging?
Yes, my item number 1-20, EM15 wooden butcher block containing 17 Sabatier knives from the kitchen counter.
That's it.
Hello, 80s. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, it sounds like the killer, used all of the bullets. And but see, I wanted to know, I missed where they found the knife because that could indicate the last person that was stabbed. But I missed, they found the shell in Jennifer's debris, but I missed hearing if the knife was there because elbow feet were broken.
The only reason I was wrapped in the extra paper was just to make sure that the knives don't come out
Morning, babe.
during packaging.
Thank you.
Also, these mini evidence tones are adorbs. True, but it's not uncommon for people to use knives at the person's house. It's not that uncommon, but he for sure would have known exactly where they are.
November 22nd. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
Thanksgiving?
that was Thanksgiving, yes.
Were you back at the scene of 15 Willowbrook Road that morning?
Yes, we were.
And was Detective Cordoma there from the crime scene unit as well?
Yes, he was.
Did you collect any items that morning that were ultimately turned over to Detective Nick Laracy from the computer crimes unit of the prosecutor's office?
Yes.
And what was that?
Multiple Wise cameras or surveillance cameras, similar to the ones or also the same as the ones that we identified earlier in the garage.
When you collected those, where did they go? Did they go to you or who did you give them to?
They went to Detective Migliosi for further processing from the computer crime machine.
Okay, was there any paperwork that went along with that transfer?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as S291 showing counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, these are items that were collected from the scene on 11/22/2018.
Because I picked this one
Does it
first.
delineate on that evidence property receipt where those cameras were taken from?
Yes.
But I am
Can you tell
covering
us where?
O'Hare after dark, so.
Item number 1, EM16 Wisecam pan video recorder and plug. FCC ID 2ANJHWYZACP1 from kitchen counter. I don't know if you want me to read that every time. Item number 2, EM17 Wisecam video recorder and plug from kitchen, another one from kitchen counter. Item number 3, EM18 Wisecam V2 video recorder and plug from office desk. Item 4, EM19 Wisecam video recorder and plug from garage on south wall shelf. Item number 5, EM20 Wisecam video recorder and plug from garage under north wall shelf. Item number 6, EM21 Wisecam video recorder and plug from garage under south wall shelf.
I think on the property receipt, it mentions that one of the cameras was taken from the kitchen,
Or two of the cameras were taken from?
Yes.
Is that an error? Was one actually taken from the kitchen and one from the sunroom?
Yes.
We could please have slide 197.
what are we looking at here?
That's, we're looking at the north side of the kitchen. Again, the far left of this photograph, you're gonna see entry into the mudroom, as well as blood staining on the bottom of the bottom of the cabinet there. There's also a Wise camera that we just referred to on the counter in the kitchen in this photograph.
S190, slide 198, please.
That's a close-up photograph of that camera.
S199.
I think that was the picture of Sophia. Did you see that?
That's another close-up photograph of that camera, but with the evidence marker 16 next to it.
or slide 202. What are we looking at here?
This is a still shot from that Wise camera at on 11/19/2018 at 15:50 hours.
That's from the day before where he's yelling at Paul. Give me the fucking password.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as S319. S320. S321. 322. 323 and 324.
I'm not going to ask you to open each and every one, but if you could just open the first one, which is S19, the one that corresponds with what we just looked at in the kitchen.
Thank you, Nicole.
I should first ask you if you recognize that. I'm sorry, Judge, S319 is the Wise camera from the kitchen. Do you recognize that, Sergeant?
Yes, this is the packaging of that Wise cam. Item number 1-21.
Yes, if you could.
Item number 1-21, EM16 Wise cam and video recorder and plug from kitchen counter.
And again, just the first one, if you can just open to show the jury, we will open it all.
And then just generally, you can go through the next one, you don't have to open them, but it's S320 through S324. You can just tell us if you recognize them and what they correspond to.
320, 1-22, EM17 Wise cam video recorder and plug. It says from kitchen counter. Actually, it's written sunroom on here, but there's a mistake. 321, EM18 Wise cam V2 video recorder and plug from office desk 1-23. Number 1-24, EM19 Wise cam video recorder and plug from garage on south wall shelf. Item 1-25, EM20 Wise cam video recorder and plug from garage on north wall shelf. 1-26, EM21 Wise cam video recorder and plug from garage under south wall shelf.
What do you say this is the last one?
Okay. 324.
And just to be clear, S320, I think you indicated that it had written kitchen on it.
Yes,
Was it actually from the sunroom?
it's from the sunroom. I did take a photograph of it with this evidence marker 17. Evidence marker 17 showing its location.
Thank you.
Stop at the bags.
And are these delineated on the evidence property receipt?
Yes,
2218.
yes.
If we could have slide 203, please. What are we looking at here, Sergeant?
This is a photograph of the sunroom, showing towards the middle of the photograph, the Wise camera from the sunroom.
Can we have slide 204, please?
Close-up photograph of that camera with evidence marker 17 next to it.
Slide 205.
A photograph from the office, of the office, showing the office desk, but specifically towards the middle of the photograph is another Wise camera.
If we could have slide 208. What are we looking at here?
That is a still shot from that camera
In the office?
in the office.
And is there, did you say a still shot? Is there a timestamp on there?
Timestamp is 11/19/2018 at 18:06 hours.
If we could have slide 209. What are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the south wall of the garage. Towards the top middle of this photograph is another Wise camera on the shelf.
And just a close up, can we have a little closer, slide 210?
That is a more close-up photograph of that with evidence marker 19 next to it.
Slide 211, please. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the north wall of the garage, again for reference showing that rear garage door on the far left of this photograph, but towards the middle of the photograph, just under the shelf, is another Wise camera.
Did you circle that Wise camera earlier in another photo?
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you, can you circle it again here, please? And if you could preserve.
Slide 211.1.
Slide 215. What are we looking at here?
We are looking at that rear garage door, and the Wise camera you can see towards the right of the photograph, so that's the north wall of the garage.
And earlier you had described what was outside of here. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Slide 216.
Here,
What are we looking at here?
this is a still frame or a still shot from that Wise camera showing the rear garage door, timestamped 11/20/2018 at 2:35 hours, 50 seconds.
And slide 213, please.
That is a photograph of the south wall of the garage. Another Wise camera on that south wall, underneath the shelf in the middle of the photograph.
Thank you. Now, staying on that same day, so Thanksgiving, which was the 22nd of November of 2018, did you do anything to photographically document and or process the electrical box or generator?
Yes.
Okay, and can we please have slide 219? What are we looking at?
This is again, the electrical box with the door missing. As you referenced, I dusted that area, the entire box, for potential friction-rich skin impressions or fingerprints.
Any results?
No.
Slide 220?
Just a close-up photograph of that same box.
Slide 221?
So if we're looking at the box and I just turn to my right, we're going to see, again, this is the rear garage door and a little path making our way south towards the rear of the residence.
You think that's where they were hiding?
222.
The killer?
So if I just pretend we're just continued walking where we just looked at, we're going in between the house and that tree. This is the exterior generator on the north side. So this is the north side. Those doors were all locked, or excuse me, were closed, but not locked.
Slide 223.
I photographed the interior or the inside of each door.
Slide 224.
Here's the inside of the other door to the left if you're looking at it. I just observed that was plugged in and appeared to be in working order.
Slide 225.
It's a close-up of that plug.
Now, just to be clear, were there other individuals during the course of this investigation that examined the generator and the electrical meter for purposes of the electronics of it, for lack of a better term?
Yes.
Okay, and is it fair to say your role was limited to the forensic aspect of it?
Yeah, I'm strictly, the two things I did with the generator was strictly documentation as it was as I found it. And I did, again, dust this for latent prints or fingerprints.
Slide 226.
So just like everything, I'm working my way clockwise around this generator. showing this is the east side of the generator, or at least the door open of the east side.
Slide 227.
The interior of the east side of the generator. Important to note, in this case, there are 12 lights on the far right of this. I noticed that the bottom light was blinking and it said system off.
Can you circle that light that you're referring to?
227.1.
I'm being told that would be 227.2.
With 2? Okay, sorry about that. My fault.
And slide 228.
I think I said switch the system off. It's switch off. Excuse me.
Switch off, okay. Is that what we're, just to be clear, what we're looking at for the record here?
Yes, this is the light, those 12 lights.
All right, and slide 229.
Again, working our way around to the south side of the generator. I opened those doors. They were closed upon my arrival. They lead, that switch, the main breaker switch was in the on position.
Can you just either put a square or circle around that? We can preserve this.
Is that a .2 also? Rocco didn't talk about that one. Okay, so that's 229.1.
Do that if you could. And then
I feel like they're
finally,
using their
slide
whole
230.
ink printer budget for the whole courthouse.
Just, I think I have a couple photographs of this. This is that breaker switch in the off position. I noticed a smudge on the switch itself. There were no signs of friction-rich skin impressions. However, it had clearly been touched.
Ultimately, did you leave the scene that day at about 12:30 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you respond back to the scene the next day, Friday, November 23rd, 2018?
Yes.
Now, were other individuals from the crime scene unit, from your unit on scene?
Yes.
What, if anything, were they doing with respect to the ground near where Keith's body was located?
So because of the amount of thousands of gallons of water that had been pumped during fire suppression efforts and the temperatures, the ground was pretty much frozen. We wanted to do, or they started to do a thawing out of the ground, particularly around where Keith Caneiro's body was located, just to make sure that we were as thorough as possible and found any potential, if we found any potential items of evidentiary value. So that propane heaters were utilized with like a pop-up tent or some sort of a tent just to keep the heat contained. And they were utilized to thaw out that ground.
Now, that same day, so Friday, November 23rd, did you photographically document the kitchen after certain debris were removed from the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, what was the purpose of that?
The purpose of that, I was documenting the kitchen more at the direction of Detective Cordoma, I was photographing the blood staining in the kitchen, throughout the kitchen, but also at his direction because he was doing the blood stain analysis report.
Okay. Now, were swabs taken from the kitchen at a later date?
Yes.
A much later date?
Yes.
Okay, not the same day that it was photographed, just to be clear.
Correct.
Prior to exiting the scene that Friday on the 23rd, what, if anything, did you photograph with respect to that north wall garage, particularly outside of it?
Prior to exiting, I photographically documented. So if we're looking at the outside, the exterior of the rear garage door, directly above it was a solar motion light.
Were you able to confirm whether or not that light was in working condition?
Yes.
And you confirmed? Was
I
it?
confirmed it was in work condition. It was dark and I was also, we moved around and it turned on. So I photographed it while it was on.
I'm showing council what's been marked as S467. There's 2 pages, 1 and 2. I'm showing you what's been marked as 467. Are there 2 pages there?
Yes, sir.
What's the first page?
First page is a photograph of that, more of a mid-range photograph of that rear garage door with that solar light above it, and it's on.
Let me check the publish, page 1.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you can just tell us what we're looking at here.
Sure. Sure. So that this is the same location. You can see the electrical box. We've been here talking about this area a lot. So that garage door, the light is directly above it.
Was there anything in front of that light at that point, or anyone that made the light go on?
At the time of this, yeah, we were moving around it and then kind of running back to take the photo to make sure that we documented that it was on.
Is the second page just a close-up of that light?
Yes, it is.
Permission to publish the second page?
No objection. Okay, go ahead.
And this is just a close-up of the light that you documented?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Can't believe I thought the electrical box was a door this.
Next day, Saturday, November 24th, did you go back to the scene?
Ah, so pretty.
Yes, I did.
And again, was the scene we didn't touch on this, but was the scene being secured this entire time?
Yes, it was. Colts Neck Police Department and members of the prosecutor's office kept scene security throughout the entirety of this part of the investigation.
Did you take any photos that day, the 24th?
Yes.
Slide 234. What are we looking at here, Sergeant?
So prior to my arrival, Sergeant Ryan Mueller and Detective Joe Cordona were already on scene. I told you that they thawed out that area. So they had dug out that rectangular section while looking for items of potential evidentiary value.
Oh, that had to suck so much. Frozen ground to dig in is just awful.
That is just a close-up photograph of that section that was dug out after they sifted through it.
Slide 236. What is this?
This is at least what's left over of what they located during that search. Within the, there's a discharge cartridge casing and a bullet located.
Okay, we can have a closer up 237.
Here is a photograph of the discharge cartridge casing as well as that bullet.
238.
Close up specifically of the bullet specimen on the tarp that was sifted through.
Okay, so just to be clear, how many items were located under where that was dug out, that area?
Two.
Two, okay. A casing and a bullet?
Yes, ma'am.
239.
Close up of the casing.
Slide 240.
How would the casing be under?
The same items, but documented with sequential evidence markers, 22 and 23. 22 for the bullet, 23 for the casing.
On the casing, was there?
Oh,
let me
it's
show you
probably
this first.
beside
Was there
him.
any, were these collected, packaged by you?
Yes,
And were your markings put on them?
yes,
Was there an evidence property receipt that went along with them when you took them back?
yes, there was.
Showing counsel S 294. Yes, 294, 326, and 325. First, starting with S 294, do you recognize that?
.294 is the evidence property receipt of items of evidence that were recovered on 11/24/2018.
And specifically, is that bullet and that casing, evidence markers 22 and 23 listed on that receipt?
Yes, item number 1 is evidence marker or EM 22 bullet specimen from northwest of property embedded in the ground. Item number 2, EM 23 cartridge casing from northwest of property embedded into the ground.
If I can have you look at S 325 first. What is that?
So 325 is my item 1-27, which is EM 22 bullet specimen from northwest of property embedded in the ground, as well as New Jersey State Police envelope, their item number 20.
And what is S 326, if you recognize it?
Item number 1-28, evidence marker EM 23 cartridge casing from northwest of property embedded in the ground. And then the New Jersey State Police packaging item number 21, which is the discharge cartridge casing.
On the cartridge casing, S326, was there a head stamp on it?
Yes, there is.
And what head stamp was that?
It's the same as the others, GFL 10 9x19.
I'll take this back from you. That same day, were multiple home alarm system components collected?
Yes.
And did you have anything to do with them other than collecting them?
No.
Do you know where they were collected from,
I
just
just
generally?
know that they were collected from the basement.
Were they turned over to somebody else?
They were ultimately they were collected, I collected them, but at the direction of Michael Abraham from ATF. I took custody of them pending any further testing to go on, just because I am the evidence custodian. But he's the one that, again, directed what was to be collected.
Now, on that same date, November 24th of 2018, later on in your unit, did you remove some ballistic evidence from a temporary evidence locker and bring it into the packaging room?
Yes,
Did you take any photos of that?
yes.
If we could have slide 242. What are we looking at here?
This is a firearm. It's a Sig Sauer P228. That was among many other firearms that were located at 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township. I was documenting it prior to it being sent to the lab for testing.
S243 or slide 243
There was a whole ass gun
Another
there.
photograph of that same firearm,
and 244.
just showing the bottom of the firearm and the location where the magazine was.
And did this correspond to? Show you this. Did you ultimately bring this gun to the New Jersey State Police ballistics unit?
Yes, I did.
And some other items of evidence that were taken from 27 Tilton, did you bring those too?
Yes, I did.
Oh, are they saying the gun was
You
from
received when you
home?
dropped those items off.
From the state police, yes.
Showing you put in council has been marked as S350. Do you recognize this?
This is New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit evidence receipt with their lab number C18-10139. Can we go through?
If you could just, is the 6 hour that is in this photo listed on there? And specifically, I would direct your attention to New Jersey State Police number 15.
I think that gun was from home.
Item number 15, box firearm, semi-automatic handgun, Sig Sauer P228, serial number B233959, unknown caliber.
Okay, if we can please have slide 245. What are we looking at here?
That is a separate barrel that was recovered, or that I documented prior to being sent to the New Jersey State Police. It says 9 mm or 9mm Parasig.
Okay. Slide 246.
It's the other side of that same barrel.
Okay, does this barrel correspond on your evidence receipt that you have in front of you with New Jersey State Police number 16?
Yes, it does. Box, other ballistics evidence, gun barrel, 9mm Parasig.
And slide 247? What are we looking at here?
I'm documenting possible firearm parts, again, prior to being sent for testing.
248
Just another side of the same items.
and 249.
Another view of the same items.
Okay, and do these items correspond with your evidence receipt, New Jersey State Police number 17?
Yes, it does. Box, other ballistic evidence, unknown possible firearm parts.
Sergeant, did you ultimately also take to the New Jersey State Police ballistics unit the ballistic evidence that was located from 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you took that there, was there any evidence or property receipt that was generated for you when you dropped those items off?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing
There was.
council S349. I'm showing you what's marked as S349. Just, do you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
And you got that receipt?
New Jersey State Police, evidence receipt, ballistics unit, lab number C18-10138.
Now, specifically, I want to talk about the New Jersey State Police items on there. Their numbers listed as items 22 through 26. Do you see those?
Yes.
What specifically, what do each of those correspond to?
22, envelope bullet specimen removed from the head of Keith Caneiro at autopsy. Item number 23, envelope bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy. Item number 24, envelope bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy. Item number 25, envelope bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy. And item number 26, envelope bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy.
So is that more than one? Oh, yeah. Would not be great.
Sorry, just one moment.
You're done. Can we turn the lights on, please?
I'm going to show counsel, I'm showing you, Sergeant, what's going on. 327, 328, 329, 330, and 331.
We could start from the back, which is S327. We'll go in order. I think it's, yes, S327.
Do you recognize that?
Oh, I know what you meant. It's fine.
327 is my item number 5-11. Bullet specimen projectile from brain of Keith Caneiro recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Keith Caneiro.
Does that correspond with the New Jersey State Police number 22?
22, yes. So that has New Jersey State Police 22, because it's kind of broken into fragments here, 22 and 22A and B.
Thank you. If you could look at S328. Do you recognize that?
Yes, my number 6-1, bullet specimen projectile from front right side of head of Jennifer Caneiro, recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro.
Does that correspond to the New Jersey State Police number 23?
Yes, it does.
You can look at S329.
Sorry. S329 is my item number 6-2, bullet specimen, additional fragments from right side of brain recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro.
Does that correspond to New Jersey State Police number 24?
Yes, it does.
If you can look at S330, please.
S330 is my item number 6-3, bullet specimen fragment of jacket, right side of brain, recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro.
Mm.
And S3, that was 330, right?
330, yes.
And S331, please.
That one is New Jersey State Police item number 25.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
okay. Exhibit number 331, my item number 6-4, bullet specimen fragment of jacket, right side of brain, recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office during the autopsy of Jennifer Caneiro. And that's New Jersey State Police item number 26.
Thank you.
My goodness.
Sergeant, do you have S296 evidence receipt in front of you?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask you if on November 30th of 2018, did Sergeant Caneiro from the Computer Crimes Unit retrieve anything from you from the temporary evidence vaults?
Yes, he did.
What was that?
It was the, well, he had it, but the black Google Pixel cellular phone. I fingerprinted essentially the case and the phone itself prior to any further testing.
Okay. And did anything come of those fingerprints from the phone and the case?
No.
Did you swab any items on that particular evidence receipt?
Yeah, so of that same cellular phone, a DNA swab, which is item number 5, DNA swab of the front of item of the black Google Pixel 3 cellular phone.
Did you take swabs of the front of the iPhone as well? Was there an iPhone on there too?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
The same thing, I removed the case, the black case from the iPhone. It was fingerprinted as well as the iPhone itself was fingerprinted. DNA swab of the front of item number 18-08321-33, which is iPhone cellular phone. And then the case itself was separately packaged as item number 8. Black case removed from item 18-08321-33 iPhone cellular phone.
And did you ultimately put those swabs in the temporary evidence vaults?
Yes, I did.
To finish up, I just want to go for purposes of completeness and for the record through some items of evidentiary receipts with you.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as S429. Show the council. Do you recognize that?
This is the evidence received from New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory.
So on August 5th of 2019, let me ask you, did you resubmit anything to the New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory?
Yes.
And what was that?
That was item number 27, which is black hooded jacket, which was the outermost garment of Keith Caneiro.
And does that correspond with S299, the black jacket that you looked at before with the holes in it?
Yes, it does.
And what was the purpose of resubmitting it to the lab on August 5th of 2019?
We were submitting it for gunshot residue and or distance determination.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S430. Do you recognize that?
This is New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory evidence receipt C18-10138. The submissions from August 20th of 2019.
And specifically, what was resubmitted here?
Ultimately, when they did the first test, when they tested the jacket initially, they have, I'll just read it. No packaging, gunshot residue, question transparency of grease test results. And there was 27-1, 27-2, 27-3, and 27-4. So those are part of the testing that they did of the jacket. They needed it resubmitted.
Now, I want to draw your attention forward during the investigation or during the pendency to February 20th of 2020. Did you resubmit the Sig Sauer corresponding to New Jersey State Police number 15 on that date?
Yes.
Was there an evidence property receipt that goes with it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked in council, what's been marked as S363. Is that the evidence property receipt that goes with that?
Yes. New Jersey State Police evidence receipt, Central Regional Laboratory, laboratory number C18-10139. I submitted item 15, that 6 hour, at 11:56 a.m. on the 20th.
On that same date, did you resubmit the ballistic evidence or some of the ballistic evidence located from 15 Willowbrook Road as well?
Yes, I did.
And was there an evidence property receipt that went with that?
Yes, there is.
Showing council what's been marked as S362 as well as yourself. You recognize that?
Yes, this is evidence property received, New Jersey State Police Central Regional Laboratory. Resubmission of items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. That's it. That's their item numbers.
Ballistics day is going to be so rough, guys.
Getting toward the end, I'm just gonna take.
Take them back.
On February 24th of 2020, did you return to the scene of 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes.
And the purpose of that was to take samples of DNA from the kitchen area?
Yes.
Okay. Were adhesive markers used to identify those areas?
Yes, there were.
Who else was with you?
Sergeant Mueller and Detective Cordova.
Did you take photos?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show
Morning,
you, if
Lainey.
you could, slide 251.
Good morning.
Can you just explain to us what we're looking at here?
I'm standing roughly in the foyer area. This is the entryway leading into the kitchen.
252.
On the frame of that entryway to the right, or I should say the north side of the frame, I'm just documenting prior to any utilizing any adhesive markers,
I'm sorry.
potential blood staining. Okay, sorry.
And 253.
More close-up photograph of that staining.
254.
Again, a more close-up photograph of that staining with adhesive marker A, which denotes that I swabbed that area for potential DNA.
And you say you swabbed the area. Did you also take a scraping of that area?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S335. Do you recognize that?
24-2, adhesive marker A sample, DNA sample scraping of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen, 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck.
And I'm also showing you what's been marked as S334. Do you recognize? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have asked. Is there a state police number on there?
Yeah, state police number is 29.
And is that because it was sent to the DNA lab?
Yes, it was. This is 24,
S334.
sorry, 334 is 24-1, adhesive marker A swab, DNA swab of reddish stain from door frame in between foyer and kitchen, 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck.
Thank you. We can have slide 255. What are we looking at here, Sergeant?
That is a photograph of potential blood staining on the south side of the island in the kitchen.
256.
A close-up photograph of that same stain.
I'm not going to ask you too many questions because we heard about this yesterday, but did you ultimately put an evidence marker there?
Yes.
We could have slide 257. We're looking at.
Evidence marker B is in boy.
Did you take a sample from this area?
Yes, I did.
And in the form of what?
A swab.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S336. How do you recognize that?
I do. My item number 24-3, adhesive marker B swab, DNA swab reddish stain from the south side of the kitchen island, 15 Willowbrook Road in Colts Neck, New Jersey State Police, number 30.
We could have slide 258. What are we looking at here?
That is blood staining located on the north side of the kitchen, bottom half of the counter cabinet or drawer, in the location where Jesse Caneiro's body was recovered.
I remember
259
part of it was resting
A close-up photograph of that
on
blood
the
stain.
cabinets
and
as well.
260.
That is the same close-up photograph with adhesive marker C as in Charlie.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S337. 38. And 338, well, we're up here, but I'm going to ask you to look at 337 first. What is that?
E37, my number 24-4, adhesive marker C swab, DNA swab of reddish stain from the lower kitchen cabinet on the north side of the kitchen next to the garbage disposal at 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey.
You have slide 261. I'm sorry, let me ask you, was there a New Jersey State Police number on there?
Yes, it was,
What
sorry,
is that?
31.
Slide 261?
This is blood staining also on the north wall, or north side of the kitchen, just under the sink.
262?
Close-up photograph of that staining.
263.
Same close-up photograph, but with adhesive marker D's and delta.
Did you take a sample from that area?
He did,
In the form of what?
a swab.
And if you can look at S338, please.
S338 is my number 24-5, adhesive marker D swab, DNA swab of reddish stain from the pull-out drawer just below the sink on the north side of the kitchen, 15 Willowbrook Road, Colts Neck, New Jersey. And it's New Jersey State Police item number 32.
On February 25th of 2020, did you submit these to the New Jersey State Police DNA lab?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what, I'm showing you what, sorry, I should show counsel. Forgot to show you, sorry. That's 414. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is New Jersey State Police evidence receipt Central Regional Laboratory. Again, it's C18-10138. I'm submitting items 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32 on February 25th, 2020, 1:24 p.m.
And did you ultimately submit any evidence to Bodie Lab?
Yes, I did.
Now, Bodie Lab is what kind of a lab?
It's a private DNA lab.
I'm going to show you. Did you, when you submitted
he
evidence
was
to them,
in
did you receive an evidence property receipt?
Yes, I did.
Karen Reed trial as well.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S464 and 4. Do you recognize these? Starting with S464.
464 is a chain of custody or a submission receipt from Bodie Technology. Was submitted on 6/18/2020. Identified this description of the item, white package label, item 13-2, white package labels 13-3, clear heat sealed bag labeled 13-4, manila envelope items 24-3, manila envelope labeled 24-3, manila envelope labeled 24-5, white box labeled item 5-4, and brown bag labeled 13-1.
And what is S473, if you recognize that?
473 is the evidence log of some of those items.
Okay, and the items specifically that you submitted to Bodie on that date, did they consist of
A pair of jeans
Yes,
and gloves
yes,
and the swabs from the kitchen that you took on the February 20th, 2020?
yes.
And the swabs particularly, were they the B, C, and D swabs? If you recall.
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you.
I'd have to refer it. I can read what I have here.
Okay.
5 swabs, New Jersey State Police items 6-1-6, 6-1-9, 6-2-2, 6-3-1-1-1, 6-3-1-1-2, 6-3-1-2-1, in packet BX 2019-00260, remove from item number 18-0861-1-6. So essentially, I would have to refer to the results from state police in order to identify them.
Okay. On February 17th of 2021, did you submit additional items to Bodie?
Yes, it did.
Did you receive an evidence property receipt from them?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you in council what's been marked as S465. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is the Bodie Technology chain of custody for submission on February 17th of 2021.
Okay, and on the other page 2, does it list what was submitted?
Yes, it does.
What is that?
Brown bag labeled Brooks Brothers scarf, manila envelope labeled hair/fiber A, manila envelope labeled hair/fiber B, and manila envelope labeled hair/fiber C.
And lastly, on December 21st of 2021, did you pick up certain items of evidence from Bodie?
Yes, I did.
And was there an evidence property receipt relinquishing that to you?
Yes.
I'm showing council what's been marked as S466. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the Bodie Technology chain of custody. It says secondary evidence. Essentially, all the items that I submitted are being returned.
On that sheet?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically what page is that on?
Page 3. Well, it's a little
Does
funky.
it spill over onto
Yeah.
several pages because it's a lot?
Yes, it's page 3 and 4.
And again, that's
Forensics is gonna
S466.
take like
Sorry,
Ever.
I don't know. Is it on top there? Yes.
I have nothing further.
oh wow.
Stretch break.
Everybody do your morning. I feel like this is all going to be very, very bad for Paul. That is a lot of evidence that they were able to collect. I mean, we'll find out the results once the forensic people come and testify. But oh my gosh, it's gonna be a while for all those forensic results. And Bow Technologies were in the Karen Reed trial as well. They are probably the only, but one of few non-problematic witnesses or experts for the state. They did testing on, I want to say, John O'Keefe's pants and maybe from the taillight or something. It was only showed John as a contributor and then some unknown males. So they weren't really they weren't Aperture, let's just put it that way. But this is like the third trial since Karen Reed where we've heard Bow Technologies. So yeah, kind of. I don't know if you necessarily need to go back and watch it because all the forensic people are going to talk about it. But they did find the butcher knife that was used. I don't know where they found it because I missed that part of testimony. But they did find it in the fire debris, which came from the house, most likely. They found a bullet in the kitchen, several casings outside. So whoever was the killer wasn't really the greatest of shots, it seems like. But that's pretty much the main things I think that really stood out at this without forensics, matching anything. up there. But it does seem like the whole thing in general was not, it was kind of chaotic is what we're gathering from the scene itself. Because quite a few of the casings were found next to the single garage door in the back, significantly kind of far away from Paul. Well, I don't know if significance the right word. I don't really know if that's considered, pretty good or what. But it would explain, though, why the killer had to switch over to a knife. So, yeah. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great at all. What are they gonna cross them on? Try to discredit or something? I don't know, Semi, but brace yourselves, everybody, in case you haven't picked up on it. Andy's doing cross. So, yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go. A lot of pictures. Some we had already seen, but more that we had not seen. Like, we got to see the pictures from the second floor. Obviously, lots of smoke damage up there, but we did get to see both the kids' rooms. Jesse's had like a tool bench in his room, and Sophia's had her name up against the wall or up on the wall. So that's pretty hard to, not great to see. It wasn't the Blue Man Group that did the testing, not the DNA testing. No, it was an Aperture. Layden Gray says, well, they found several contributors on John's pants, but they had no one to compare it to. Correct, yes, because they didn't get the exemplar DNA from the the law enforcement, or the house occupants. Yes, I believe that is correct regarding the Karen Reed trial. So, I don't know. Later, I'm going to look up and see where they found that knife, because they found it in debris, but I don't know where they said it was. They were talking about Jennifer at the time, because they also found a bullet and shell casing in the debris by her. But wherever the knife is, I think would be a good indicator of who the last person was that he stabbed. Because while we know that Sophia lived the longest, then Jesse, and then Jennifer and Keith were probably very automatic, considering the bullets were in the brain. That doesn't necessarily mean that Jesse and Sophia were, stabbed later. So I don't know. Oh, he said it was in the foyer. Okay. Well, that's not helpful then. That's not helpful of who it could be. So, Pilula says, he was well stocked with bullets at home. How did he not have enough ammo? It's a good question. Oh, there was another thing. So they did like a 3-mile search of the perimeter from the house, and off on the side road, kind of rather far away from the house, they found a pair of black gloves. Hold on, let me share this here. Okay, yeah, good. You guys can see my mouse. So here is the house, right? Keith's house. And then they found the gloves all the way up there. You see where my little thing is? I know it's probably hard on your phone. Let me zoom in a little bit. So they found the gloves right here. Apparently that was all that they found, and we don't know if they're relevant or not. But they were collected for evidence. I'm thinking that they're probably going to be a little relevant, because why else would they bring that up? But also, why would you dump just a pair of gloves there and not anything else? Because it would be on the, wait, let me go back here. Okay, so here's the home. And it is believed that the killers, whomever, because remember, he's not found guilty yet, so allegedly we can't go being like, that they traveled this way to Long Ridge Road and then took that back down is the believed trip. So putting these gloves over here, dumping them would be along the route that they believe the killer left from. And it's a very, nobody would even see, as you can see, there's just like this little dirt path. Like nobody would really know about that. I guess if you pulled up Google, you would see it. But it wasn't like it was, because here's the main road. So, oh, scared me, Judge. Hold on. Out of Frank Court, here we are. It's true. We may not ever know. Very, very true.
Good afternoon. I would like to just start kind of where near you ended just now. You were shown some evidence receipts for items that were dropped off to the ballistics laboratory.
Personally, I think it was
Those were marked as, I can show you,
Keith,
you don't remember, those were marked as S349
Jennifer,
and
Jesse, and then Sophia. But
I'll take your word for it, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I'll just approach that. Sure.
well, great. It's Andy.
Okay.
Okay. Now, those are the ones, because there was a resubmission, but those are the ones that are dated November 26th of 2018.
Correct.
Okay. And your signature is on them?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I take that to mean that you're the one that dropped those items off?
Yes, that's essentially what it means. Yeah.
Okay. Who prepared the documents that you're looking at in 349 and 50 there?
The New Jersey State Police.
So you go, you have the items, right? You give them the items.
Yes, sir.
They give you that property receipt.
Correct.
So anything written on that property receipt was written by the State Police Ballistics Lab and not yourself?
No. I create a submission request, if you will, prior.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
So the brief history examination requested in the middle is from me. They generally make some additions to it. I can see a couple towards the bottom. But generally speaking, I am creating that.
Okay, so you said a couple of things about who does what in the document. I know that it's not clear. I don't think we're going to be able to put it on the screen. Can you show me who created which part of that synopsis?
I created underneath where it says location, above where all these stars are.
And you're looking at S349 right now, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Can we look at S350 for a second?
Yes.
And do we have the same little section on the front page where it says brief history / examination requested?
Yes.
Okay, and then we see a synopsis in there as well?
Yes.
Now, who created that language in that section of S350?
So it's the same thing underneath of location, or underneath Ocean Township, actually. That's my synopsis. And above the stars are the rest of it. Actually, it was delivered by me, both of these. The reason why there's two separate forms, obviously there's two separate cases, different case numbers on our end. MCP 1800780 is exhibit number 349. And MCP 1800782 is exhibit number 350. And 72 is related to the Ocean Township evidence. So they have to be separately submitted.
Gotcha. Let's focus on 782.
Yeah.
And that's evidence item 350.
Okay.
When I just want to take us back to that synopsis section on the first page of the document.
Okay.
When we're looking at that and we're determining who wrote the words in that section. Would that be yourself, or would that be somebody at the state police lab?
It wouldn't be the state police lab. It could be me. It might be Detective Catalona as well, because he was the lead in the Ocean Township aspect of the investigation.
Okay. So if it was yourself or Detective Catalona, that means that portion of the report would have been pre-prepared prior to your arrival at the ballistics lab.
Correct.
Okay. Can I take that back from you for a moment?
Sure. Just that one?
Yeah, or both. Thank
Did
you.
Andy have a bunch of coffee today?
So the thing is
Not as dramatic.
that in this document, S350, which was prepared either by yourself, this portion, or Detective Catalona, Paul Caneiro is, as of November 26, 2018, already being referred to as the suspect in the Colts Neck incident. Is that right?
According to, are you saying according to that?
Yes.
Yes.
And
I mean, he's listed as such there, so.
And also, as of November 26, 2018, in reference to the Colts Neck incident, is suspected to have disassembled and or altered firearms parts by exchanging parts.
Yes.
That is not an assertion of suspicion that came from the ballistics laboratory. That's an assertion of suspicion that came from either yourself or Detective Catalona.
Yes. I mean, ultimately, this is just a brief description of the incident. It doesn't change what the ballistics laboratory, the most important part of that is the bottom, it's still what we wrote, but what they're testing. And they're testing that item, comparing the evidence.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to hold you to what the ballistics lab did as far as their conclusions testing.
Sure.
And I know you're not here to testify about that. I'm just trying to get a sense of who wrote what in the documents, and it sounds like the part that I just went over with you was either yourself or Detective Catalona.
Probably.
And at that time, obviously, and now, neither of you were members of the ballistics unit, right?
That's correct.
But it's an indication that these ideas were already on the minds of law enforcement prior to these items being submitted to the ballistics lab, right?
I mean, it's written, so yes, I can't speak to what was on my mind at the time, but clearly, or whoever wrote it, but clearly it was written that way, so.
I mean, it was meant to convey something important and meaningful to the ballistics lab, right?
It was just a brief description of we're saying the same thing, but it's just a brief description of the incident.
Right.
I wasn't trying to persuade them in any way, obviously, it's just describing why we're doing it.
No, but I'm not trying to say that this was an attempt by you to be persuasive. What I'm saying is, obviously, when you prepare these things, and I'm sure you've worked with Detective Catalona for
9 years.
9 years, right? And you know how you operate, you've had ample opportunity to see how he operates, right? Is that true?
Yes.
And, I would imagine when you're doing a brief synopsis, what you're trying to do in a synopsis is include what you think is the pertinent, relevant information, right?
Yes.
That the person you're writing it to needs to know in order to effectuate their part of the investigation, right?
Yes.
And that's what you did here,
Yes.
right? Okay. So, to take you back now, when you first arrived at 15 Willowbrook, that's November 20th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
And you document in your report, and you talked about it here today, that there's a significant perimeter set up, not just around the property, but around the roads that lead to and intersect with the property.
Yes, sir.
And there's also some sort of barrier. Is there a barrier at any time all the way around the Willowbrook, the 15 Willowbrook property line? Or was it more constricted to areas of interest for law enforcement?
Are you talking about in terms of roadways or just, I mean, there was crime scene tape. Yeah, in that sense, yes. But it wasn't blocked off the roadways surrounding it, if that's what you're asking me.
The property line of the property 15 Willowbrook.
Yes.
It starts it faces Willowbrook Road, right?
Yes.
But then it extends back off the road, and there's a property line that would mark out that property, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you, at some point during this investigation, I think you met with either a township or a county surveyor. Engineer, and you actually handed over some architectural drawings of the property to that person.
Yes.
Did they give you anything as far as a property map, a map of the actual land area?
Yes.
They did?
They did.
Okay. And were you able to ascertain the acreage of the property?
No.
Okay. Did you ever take any measurements of the property yourself?
No, I did not.
I saw that when you were talking about the orange and blue and black gloves, we saw a slide where it looked like you had taken a measurement from the distance between a roadway and where the gloves were located, and that was about 160 feet.
Not Willowbrook Road. There was a then gravel lot that continued. I guess it would be north,
right,
off Willowbrook Road.
Sure.
And then kind of wrapped around. So 160 feet I measured to that gravel lot.
Oh, yeah, no, I think we can come back to that specific aspect of it. What I'm saying is when you took that measurement in the case, the measurement ended up being about 160 feet.
Yes, sir.
And how did you take that measurement?
With I believe it was a measuring tape. Like a large measuring tape, I think.
Okay. So you have to roll like a wheel thing?
Kind of like a wheel one, yeah.
I'm sorry?
I honestly, I don't remember if it was a wheel or tape, but we have large, rolled evidence tape as well.
Okay. So if you need to, and do you have that wheel measuring device?
We have that, yes.
Okay. And could you explain to everybody like how that works, what it does?
So basically, if I use that, the wheel measuring device, you zero it out, place the wheel, and as you walk forward and the wheel rotates, it's going to give the distance of how long you walk.
Other than that 160-foot measurement you took in reference to the orange and black and blue gloves, did you take any other land measurements in this case?
In that area or in general?
In general.
No.
Okay.
The scale measurements of the property was done by the engineers.
Mm-hmm.
That's not them just drawing it. That's actually a two-scale documentation.
Sure. So, well, let me bring up some photos for you, okay? Can I have the front here? Okay. This is going to be D1-272. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
I think that's a photo you took, right? Maybe.
Probably.
Hard to know. But that's obviously 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes, it is.
And we can see that the photographer is positioned what looks like on the top of the balcony area of the property.
Yes. Looks like it.
And we're looking out into the backyard area, and to the right of the photo, we can just kind of see the solar panels.
Yes, sir.
Now, we see a tree line in that photo, right?
Yes, sir.
And you actually did a walk around the property line at some point, right?
In what way? So for a search,
So maybe I was mistaken about that, because I saw in your report, you listed something as a line search, and I
Yes.
assumed that meant property line.
I didn't do that.
Okay.
That was conducted by other officers of other agencies, particularly in reference to the line search at the scene.
Mhm.
That was by particularly members of the Monmouth County Sheriff's Office, but ultimately there were about 5 agencies that assisted in that search, along with a search of, again, that map we showed earlier with the yellow lines, that property line search or outside the property line search.
Okay. All right, so I might have interpreted your use of, you conducted a line search with, you went to the property line, but it sounds like what happened is you're documenting the fact that other officers, maybe some with canines, some without, went around the property line.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When we see in 272 here, D272, the tree line, is it your understanding that that's kind of the boundary of the property line?
Generally, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Do you know whether there's water in the area of that tree line going around the property?
I do not.
Did you ever, so it sounds like, did you ever walk to any of these areas on the property line where the property meets that tree line?
No, I did not.
Do you ever go towards any areas to see if there were any breaks in that tree line along the property?
I did not.
I'm going to show you D1-273. This is going to be another photo. I think you'll agree from the second story balcony of the property, right?
Yes, sir.
We can now see fully the solar panels, right?
Yes, sir.
And to the right of the solar panels, we see a bunch of small trees.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever walk into that area where those trees are?
I did not. No.
Okay. Again, in this photo, we can kind of see some telephone wire lines towards the upper right-hand side of the photo.
Yes,
Is it your understanding that that would be Willowbrook Road?
it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Now showing you what's already been published.
Could be how their house is
1-317.
positioned. I don't know.
Do you recognize that?
That appears to be aerial photography or aerial photograph of the property.
Oh, they're significantly bigger than the roof.
I assume
So it's
that's
just
Willowbrook Road running horizontally along the bottom of the photograph.
Do you see on this photo what appears to be a dirt road
Yes,
leading to another property that's located behind the 15 Willowbrook property?
yes,
Did you ever go to that dirt road?
I did not.
Okay. Do you see next to that dirt road on the 15 Willowbrook property, there appears what might be a clearing to get onto the property? Or can you not tell?
I see what you're talking about. It's hard to tell from this, but yeah, I vaguely see what you're talking about.
that's
Sure.
where
Did you ever go to that part of the property?
they were.
I did not know.
I'm just going to show you what's marked and was previously published as D1-318. Okay, so can you tell that that's a close-up of those areas we were just talking about?
Yes, sir.
And do you see what maybe a little more clearly could be a clearing onto the property?
Appears to be yes.
Okay. And again, though, you were not in that area.
I was not part of that search, no.
Okay. Now, you said that that line search obviously was conducted with the help of some canine police, right?
Yes, sir.
And it turned up a cigar box, I believe,
Yes, sir.
and it turned up there was an emblem to a car,
Yes, sir.
and that car emblem was for a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you took some photos of the car emblem.
I did.
And these are D1-270.
Yes, sir.
We see you placed an evidence marker there,
Yes,
like
evidence
a
marker 6.
6, right? And we see the Honda emblem next to that.
Yes.
And then you took D1-271, took a somewhat closer up shot of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the garage of the house, there was a Maserati Ghibli. Is that how you say that?
I don't know.
Yeah. And a Maserati Levant,
Yes,
and a Porsche Carrera.
correct.
And then out in the driveway, there was a Mercedes XL350.
Yes, sir.
There was no Honda on the property, right?
Correct.
We didn't hear about the Honda emblem today in terms of the evidence that you submitted to any laboratories.
Correct.
And that would be because it wasn't submitted to any laboratories.
That's correct.
And it wasn't swabbed for DNA or anything like that.
Correct.
And it wasn't checked for fingerprints.
Correct. I mean, yes, correct.
What's, do you see towards the end of the emblem that's closer to the cone and closer to the bottom of the photo? Do you see an area of what appears to be red
Yes,
on
sir.
the emblem? Do you know what that is?
I don't right now, no.
Okay. Was there any efforts made to determine what that is?
I know.
Okay.
Is that found in the yard, in Keith's yard? Oh, I do my best to try to stay focused today, but it's a little
Just
difficult.
to go back to the line search that occurred on the property. I'm just gonna put D1-317 back up on the screen for now, because we need it. How long do you recall that line search taking?
I don't know.
How many officers do you recall participating in the search?
So the overall search of both the scene and the exterior or surrounding areas, I believe it was 36 officers.
Right, but you said that search had a 3-mile radius.
Including the property.
Right. The 3 miles is pretty big.
Well, 3 miles going primarily east, according to the map, but
Don't you carry your
Yeah.
car
Well,
emblem
when you said-
everywhere?
No, I'm just saying, like, when you said radius, did you mean circle? Or
well,
do you mean,
relative to the radius from where the residence is or the property is to the furthest east on that line search is about 3 miles. So that radius, but total, I guess not. It would be more. I guess it would be more of a diameter, probably 3 to 4 miles in diameter.
okay. Did that extend down Long Bridge Road?
I have to refer to the map. I don't know.
Which map would that be?
The map I created or the report that was done about that search.
Okay.
I did not take part in the search.
Gotcha.
That was done by other members of both my office as well as other agencies.
Okay. So we could look at the map, but should I take that to mean you wouldn't know exactly where people did or didn't go?
That map was created just to give a visual of what I was reading on the report that I read.
Right.
I frankly don't know exactly where everyone went. And even from a surveillance standpoint, that wouldn't be a forensic search. That's more of a major crimes, and other investigators are looking for surveillance and things like that.
Okay.
So I am not the one I was not involved in that search, just that it was separately, they searched the area, including obviously the property thoroughly.
Gotcha. So, all right. You're not the guy to ask about that. But the property search, it sounds like it took place while you were maybe on the property doing other things.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody ever find a handicap placard?
No.
Interesting.
Did that line search include this dirt road?
I was not part of the line search.
Okay. Did anybody ever come back to you as part of that line search and say they wanted you to photo document tire tracks in this clearing area of the property that we talked about?
No.
Did anybody ever want you to document vehicle tracks on that dirt road?
No.
There was something that you brought to the property. It was called a Faro laser scanner.
Yes, sir.
So that basically is like, it kind of looks like the thing on the Google Maps car a little bit.
Kind of, yeah.
And it can take a 360-degree photograph.
Yes.
And you can also place it in different locations, and it can kind of do like a plot map of everything that it's seeing, right?
Yes.
And
In this case, it was very difficult to farrow this scene. One, because basically what we're doing is taking 360-degree scan as well as 300 degrees vertically. Basically meaning the area directly under the scanner is not going to register. And then we're registering all the different scans together. So it was very difficult with that farrow because of the water. It basically reflected off the ground and it made it mirrored. It looked like he almost dropped through the floor in a sense.
Yeah.
So it was very difficult to capture the scene as a whole. And the interior scene is even worse for the same reasons with the water and it freezing, as well as the fact that everything kind of looks the same because it was on fire. So which is the reason why we did it. And, it took a while to do, but it ultimately didn't assist.
yeah. But I guess my question about it was, I saw in the scans, it looked like there were almost like overhead shots of the property. Was that a drone that did that, or was it?
No, what happens with the scans is it's scanning the ground and it's scanning the area, and then you can do essentially kind of like a fly. You can view it from different angles.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're only looking at the areas that are visible to the scanner, such as if the scanner were right here, I can't see on the other end of it. So you can then look overhead, but that part's not visible, or anything that's not visible to where the scanner is. So it's not going up in the air and taking a scan. It's basically taking ground level scans of the area and then viewing it from different angles.
Mm-hmm. Did you use a drone in this case?
I did not know.
Was there a drone?
I believe so, but I'd have to refer to my report.
Okay. Anybody? Let's keep it to you because that's not a fair question to you. But so I take it to mean that we don't have a measurement from you on, let's say, the corner of the garage to this clearing.
Not technically, but I'd have to refer to that aerial property line diagram created by the engineers. And obviously there's a scale on that. So theoretically we could use that scale if you need to.
Okay. Was that, but it doesn't sound like there were that was something that you have looked at in preparation for this case today, right?
Correct.
By the way, that Faro laser, it can also measure distances, right?
Yes, it can. In an ideal situation, like I said, it's difficult with difficult. It was just a very difficult scene to scan.
I got you. Now,
Mr. Murray, I'm going to stop you now.
okay,
I don't want to stop you mid-thought. That's why I was just making sure you were good.
that's correct.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We're breaking right at 12:30, so I'll give you until 1:40 just to make sure you have 5 minutes to get down, 5 minutes to get back up here. We'll start back up right at 1:40. If we can just move the evidence, if you don't mind.
Lunchtime. Well, farts. Terry, are you listening? Are you listening, Terry? I sent you a code for where it's on stream, but we'll see. We'll see if she is listening and accepts it. Otherwise, I don't know what we're going to do for lunch. I might just have to play you guys some music. So I don't know what the deal with that Honda emblem thing is. I mean, it did have a red mark on it, which could be blood. I'd probably check it just in case, though, but maybe not. Depends where it is. I mean, you're in the country. There's going to be shit all over the place, quite frankly. But they did have those gloves found quite far away. I'll show you guys the map to that again somewhere.
Anything we need to put on the record before? Everybody have a nice lunch. I'll see everybody at, if you could be in here at 1:35, so we can start right on time.
Okay, great. Thanks, Judge. You are swell. All right, so here is the map again, in case you're just joining us. So over here, where my little mouse is Keith's home on 15 Willowbrook Road. All right, and the defense keeps trying to pay attention to this road that's over here that runs along the property, which, I mean, I agree. If I was, well, I would probably park my car over here. Because remember the security cameras from 44 Willowbrook, that's across the street, and the other one over here on, I want to say Evergreen, captured a vehicle traveling, I guess it's west on Willowbrook Road. It passed the house. There's no camera footage of a car pulling in or using their driveway. So the car had to go somewhere. I think it makes sense that it would probably go over here because this is more of a driveway. As you can see, it's not a really traveled road. So you'd probably like want to hide your car there and then just like walk over. It's so sad to not see that house there anymore, huh? It's very sad. But so they're kind of like, why didn't you guys check over this way? But all right. So that's the house there. And then let me zoom out here. Over here, up in the corner, before you get to Long Bridge, this little dirt road forestry area is where they found a pair of orange, blue, and black gloves, I guess. I don't know. We don't know anything about them except that they found them there. They might be important. They may not be. I'm going to go with they probably are if the state brought them up. But apparently that was all they found there, which is interesting because why would anybody go back there unless they went there to change their clothes? after the fact. Could be. That could be the case, I suppose. But still, how do you not get blood all over your car? I mean, we've seen the blood stains around the house that I don't know how this person didn't get blood all over their vehicle, unless they have it covered in plastic or something. But then again, if Paul did this, then where's all the plastic that he covered the seats with, you know? So, really, those gloves were one of the biggest mysteries of today. The detective, whatever he is, that's been on the stand all day, they did collect a buttload of evidence, numerous shell casings, some spent bullets, bullets found in Keith and Jennifer's bodies. They found those. They found the knife that they believed is used. It probably was, but we just can't. They swapped it, but we don't know the results of that yet. But let's be honest, it's probably the murder knife, which came from their own block set of knives. So the killer did not bring, or either didn't bring his own knife, or he didn't bother using it, or left it in the car. Who knows? But he did use their own kitchen knife. And one of the things that we've been wondering these last couple of weeks is like, okay, well, they do that, all right. But if this is Paul has like a shit ton of guns and ammo. Why would he only bring a small amount? Like, because we only knew of how many guys? 6 bullet hole wounds in total, I think it was, between Paul and Jennifer. But I don't even know. They talked about bullets and fragments found in Jennifer's brain. But I'm a little confused if that meant that they were numerous, or it was just one that, shot different directions. We'll know more from the the medical examiner when they come on. But what was I saying there? Oh, whoever did this may not have been the greatest shot, because there are a lot of shell casings. They found a spent bullet in the kitchen, and we're thinking that outside in their patio, they had that cone. Remember, they found that live round. Kind of wonder if that was shot inside from there. But was there a casing there? I don't know. I need somebody to go through the testimony this morning and just mark where all the casings and bullets were found, because I'm a little confused by that. I was thinking about the order of probably how this happened. And obviously they had to lure Keith out of the house on purpose. And that's because he was the man of the house, so you'd want to take him out first, probably. And so we know that he was lured outside because they messed with the electrical panel and the generator. Plus, he texted Paul at 3:18 a.m. saying he was going outside. And then I'm wondering if it wasn't Jennifer next, because he might have even woke her up, or she woke up realizing he's not in bed. Maybe she heard the gunshots and came down. And then I wonder if the gunshot with her is what woke the children up. But we don't know. We may not ever know, but who knows? It's going to be, you guys, when the medical examiner, it's going to be tough to hear. It's going to be very, very tough to hear. I can tell you that right now. So, there was so much blood in the kitchen from Jesse, but I'm interested to see if all of that blood is from Jesse, or if, it could have been Jennifer or Sophie. I don't know who we're going to have on the stand after this guy, but I have a feeling we're moving right into forensics as soon as we're done with this guy. I don't know what order they're going to do it in, but I probably do ME first and then do ballistics and DNA maybe. I'm not sure. But anyway, guys, I was trying to get the game set up for you, but Terry is not around. So I'm not going to be able to do Words with Friends for you guys. As you may tell, I don't know how I sound to all of you guys, but I don't really sound super great on my end. I unfortunately cannot sit here and talk for the next hour, or I'm not going to be able to talk for the next several days. And I don't think we want that. So probably what I'm going to do, if it's all right with all of you guys, is I'm just going to leave court up and just play some music for you guys until we come back at like 1:30, if that's okay with everybody. There we go. We'll put that on there. And what music do I have saved for this show? I forget. I don't have my Fun Llama Learns About one. How's this one? That one's okay. Let me go back to the court and we'll pull that up. I know. I'm sorry. It's because I had to use Elbow Feet's computer today because mine, I don't know. It wasn't loading. It was very slow. And hold on. It was very slow and very laggy. So I had to switch over to his computer, which has none of my stuff saved in it or anything. So that's why I have to wait to see, have Terry prove that for me because it's just not automatic anymore since I'm on his. So I apologize, friends. That's okay. Maybe some of you that have been wanting to do chores today might be able to get some done. But so I'm going to leave you with that, and I'll be back with you guys around an hour. Okay? Okay. Hold on. Oh, that's me. There you go. All right. I'll be back, friend. Hello, friends. Llama has returned. Okay, so I'm back. Hello. Hope we all had a nice little break. Oh, thank you, headphones. Oh, these tell you how, like, I'm at 40% battery. Oh, these are elbow feet. I never used this. So I have to show you guys something funny I saw when I was laying in bed and going through my YouTube, right? See what else is going on. And hold on just a second. Does anybody want to tell me what is wrong with Court TV's thumbnail for Vinny's show tonight? Anybody? Anybody notice anything super wrong with this thumbnail? Because they messed it up. They messed it up big time. It is the little placement of where the bodies were found. It has Jennifer being found over here on this basement stairwell, which is not where she was found. That's the stairwell by the garage, which is a completely different stairwell than the one in the foyer. Like, Court TV, I don't know how to tell you this, but they have said numerous times where the bodies are. So why are we not getting that right? It's like the simplest of things to understand from this trial is exactly where they were. Now, granted, I thought Jennifer was found at like the landing of the basement, but we knew which basement steps it was, not these ones over by the garage. So whoever you actually pay money to do these thumbnails for you, could you pay me to do those instead? I would appreciate it. Okay, great. Thanks. That's all. That's all, Court TV. Ooh, Haas embarrassing. Haas embarrassing. Hi, Lainey. Oh, look at you guys doing trivia over here. Oh my gosh, you guys. It is so bright outside that, if you don't live where snow is, okay, when it snows, it is so bright. It's because it's just reflecting the sunlight. Like you have to put on sunglasses to go outside. Because when I let my dogs out, I come back in and it's like everything is, you see all those circles and all of that. Oh my gosh, it's so bright out there. And then, our streets still aren't plowed in our neighborhood. Like one of the streets is kind of plowed, but none of the others are. And I don't know. Elbow feet and I had to talk about, do we, try to leave to go to the store? And everyone around the city, because we got a foot of snow, all right, and it's cold as shit. All right, now it's 13 degrees, but we're in the negatives in the morning. They canceled my kids' school again tomorrow. They haven't went to school all week. And because it's so cold that anything that melts or turns into liquid instantly freezes. And so while we only got snow, the roads are getting quickly iced over. So a bunch of cars everywhere have been, for the last 2 days, have been wrecking everywhere. It's just a mess. The city's a mess. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if we should go to the grocery store. I mean, we can't really, afford to, like, I don't know, wreck our car. So, it's one thing if like we can't get out of our neighborhood, but like I saw yesterday where on the highway that's by our house, one of the exits to go off, like, so it's 3 lanes. They have 2 of them clear. And then when it comes to an exit, they just had the exit clear and 1 of the 3 lanes plowed. So people that were in this far right lane, either had to quickly take the exit or got stuck in snow.
because for some reason they didn't keep plowing that lane. So it's just been the city's a friggin' shit show right now. And I mean, there's only so much you can do. You know, it's not like they can lay salt down right now because salt doesn't work after a certain temperature. I think it's 15 degrees. It's 13 degrees here, so we can't put any salt down. Can't do much of anything about anything. And, you know, everyone was prepared to, you know, stay inside from the snow. What we did not prepare for was having to stay in our homes for like a week because the snow is not going anywhere, like at all, for maybe a month. It's going to be too cold for anything to be done about it. So not sure what we're going to do about that. Because then we can't have stuff delivered because then we're an asshole because they can't get through. Like if we can't leave our neighborhood, I don't know if we should be having other people.
All right, Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Markham, you preside.
Good afternoon, please be seated.
Good afternoon.
Is anyone making lunch for each other yet?
We have one baking for us, but that's about it.
Different cookie every
We
week.
should be like, you know, it's time to get closer. I mean, we're a month in now. I expect more.
Potluck.
Yeah.
That's what we gotta start doing, the potluck.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, that's whatever you want. Okay, this is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Maskelyne on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro is present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray, Mr. Caneiro.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Sergeant Boat is coming back to the stand. Sir, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murray, when you're ready, you can continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. So, sir, you know that other detectives and investigators in this case did things like obtain video surveillance from houses in and around 15 Willowbrook.
Yes, sir.
And that the purpose of that was to determine if there was any pertinent vehicle traffic in the early morning hours of November 20th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, you know that you may not have seen it, but video surveillance was obtained by law enforcement. Right?
Yes, sir.
And of course, those aspects of the investigation contribute to an attempt by law enforcement to construct something approaching a timeline for the events that occurred at 15 Willowbrook, right?
Right.
And obviously a timeline, if you can construct one, is important for an investigation. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
We have maybe some engineering measurements of the property, but what you had said to us before lunch is that you never actually walked the property in terms of going to its boundaries, right?
Correct.
And so I'm just going to show what was previously marked as D1-309. I believe it's also been previously published. This is 1-309. Obviously, it's 15 Willowbrook again, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then, so in the top right photo, we see where that clearing that we were talking about before would be on the property, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we see all those, from this vantage point, we can see all of the small trees that dot the property in that section of 15 Willowbrook, correct?
In that general area, yes.
Now, we could know the distance potentially between the garage and that upper right corner of the property in the photo, but knowing the distance alone wouldn't necessarily tell us how long it might take a person to travel from the garage to that location?
Because of the trees? Is that what you're asking?
Well, you never walked it, right?
That's correct.
So you wouldn't have an assessment of how long it would take, right?
Correct.
Also, you were on the property for the most part during daylight hours, right?
For the 5 days we were there? No, we were there both day and night, not late into the night, but it was dark out.
It was dark. Were you able to see into those section of small trees once the sun went down?
I didn't look.
Okay. But since you never walked that section of the property, I'm assuming you have no idea how long it would take somebody to walk through that section to the corner of the property at night in the dark.
Objection, asked and answered.
If you can answer.
I would have no idea because I didn't do it.
Okay. Now, you also talked about a shell casing that was taken from inside the home, and it was marked with an evidence cone 13.
Yes, sir.
Now, that was actually from, it was in a debris pile, right? Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
And the debris pile was originally in the house. It was taken outside the house, and it was sifted through in the yard.
I know.
Okay, it was sifted through.
It was done pretty much right there. It was
done.
hand sifted, but in that location.
Gotcha. But it was originally that pile where you have the marker 13, that pile was originally not on a flat surface. It was in the stairwell. It was in the stairs to the basement, right?
Correct.
And so the shell casing that you found that's marked with evidence marker 13, we don't know exactly where that shell casing was, I'd imagine, where it was positioned, but it was somewhere in that pile of debris that was on the stairs.
Correct.
Okay. And so
Obviously after the fact that they were all the floor and the debris was cleaned in a sense or brought together and into those piles, but obviously after the fire itself, after the thousands of gallons of water to put out the fire, so that there was some movement, certainly. So that's where it ended up by the time it was searched.
okay. So you're saying that like
I'm just saying that it's in that vicinity, but was it initially in that location? I don't know, but it could have been in the foyer. It was definitely near it. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. It sounds like you were suggesting that it was potentially moved, but you're not.
No.
You're just saying that you don't know.
Correct.
You don't know if it was there.
I'm not at all saying that.
You don't know if it was there because when it was fired out of the gun, it landed in the stairwell? Or
If it ejected from the gun, it could have landed in the stairwell.
Right. But you're saying it also could have landed someplace else and been moved potentially by the fire hoses that were pumping water into the house?
Yes. You're saying moved, but not in the sense that it was physically moved, but it could have moved. Based off, it could have been in the foyer, for example, and made it, ended up in that, near that stairwell.
Right.
Right.
Right. Yeah, no, not suggesting that a person, correct, that some other force caused it to be there. But we don't know, is the point.
Correct.
Okay, what we do know is that it was in the debris pile, and that debris pile was on the basement stairs.
Correct.
And there is also and I suppose we should just take a look at it now since we're talking about it. So this is D1-259. And that's the evidence marker where the shell casing was located?
Yes.
Okay. And then this is D1260, that's just the more, without the marker, but that's just the general pile. That's how the debris pile looks. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. D1-261. That's a hand holding the shell casing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then there was also a bullet specimen found in the kitchen, right?
Correct.
Now I'm just going to show you photos of that. This is D1-274. That would be the bullet specimen that you located in the kitchen, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And then D1-275 is a close-up of that same bullet.
Yes, sir.
Here we see that you have placed the evidence cone near the item, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's
So
7.
tiny.
I don't know if you can see it in the photo, it's 7. Yeah.
Mr. Murray, what number was that one?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
That's D1-276. And then lastly, this is D1-277. Now the evidence marker is gone. This is from the perspective is a little wider here. We can see a little more of the home in the shot, right?
Correct.
Well,
I think so.
okay.
Same general.
Same area.
Yeah.
Same area, but we can now see the sunroom.
Sure.
And now we can also see outside those windows and what's that wall area on the outside of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how tall is that wall?
I do not know.
And that on the other side of that wall, like we can't see it in this photo, but on the other side of this wall here, it was a stone wall, right?
It's a stone wall, yes.
Stucco or something like
Yes,
that.
sir.
On the other side of that wall is that paved deck, right?
Correct.
And that's the paved deck where the live round was found.
Yes, sir.
But, so did we ever take a measurement of this wall?
No.
Okay, so we don't know how tall it is?
Correct.
We don't know if somebody could shoot over that wall or not shoot over that wall?
I don't know how tall it is.
Okay. I guess it would depend on the height of the person.
Sure.
But did you ever walk up to that wall and see how tall you were compared to it?
No.
All right. Anyway, in this photo, we see the sunroom, we see the windows outside. These are cabinets, I guess.
They appear to be.
Okay, so at this point in time, though, we're not really close. We're not in the same room, I should say, as the shell casing we were just talking about that was marked with evidence code 13, right?
That's correct. From the debris pile?
From the debris pile.
Correct.
Because that's kind of on the other side of the house in the stairs into the basement, right?
In reference to this photograph, I'm standing in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And that foyer is next to the kitchen.
Right.
So it's one room away,
Yeah,
1.5 rooms away.
maybe we could look at it. So would it be possible for me to have slide 46 and see? I'm sorry, and then other table, please. Thank you. All right, can you see that clearly?
Yes, sir.
So basically, we see the kitchen, and there's a wall, not a full wall, but a partial wall between the kitchen and the foyer, right?
Correct.
And then we see the stairs depicted, right?
Correct.
But from the stairs, if we were in the basement at the top of the basement stairs, and we looked straight forward, we'd be looking at that wall, right?
Where am I looking? Which direction? When you say straight forward,
If you're at the top of the basement stairs,
got that?
looking into the foyer.
Okay.
You'd be looking towards that partial wall.
If you're looking west, you'd be looking towards that partial wall, the kitchen, and the entry into the kitchen.
Okay,
Or I'm sorry, the partial wall of the foyer, but that shares a wall with the kitchen.
got it. And obviously those steps in the basement is where you found the shell casing, right?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a marking on the other side of the house in the kitchen, 1-12.
Yes, sir.
And what's that?
That is evidence marker 7. The key is on the top right. Evidence marker 7, bullet specimen.
That's the one we were just talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there would be no way
I get my nail polish so I can.
for us to tell whether, in terms of their spatial relationship to one another. There'd be no way to tell whether that shell casing and that bullet were originally part of a single live round, right? You couldn't make a determination about that.
If they can tell that it came from the same firearm, presumably, but not that they were together. That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Oh, well, the ballistics laboratory.
But obviously, and I'm not trying to take you outside of what your role in this case was, but I'm just trying to say that there'd be no way for you, just based on the location of the items, to determine whether they were originally part of a single live round or whether they came from multiple live rounds.
Correct.
But they are seemingly separated by a partial wall between that foyer and the kitchen, correct?
That's correct.
Now, obviously you're familiar with firearms.
Yes, sir.
And you, I think, have been involved in teaching various classes at, is it the police academy or?
A couple different places. We do a couple times a year teachings at the Monmouth County Police Academy for recruits, law enforcement recruits, as well as special law enforcement recruits. We also run a crime scene investigation course directed at patrol officers and detectives throughout the state, as well as a separate fingerprint one for the same individuals.
And have you done firearms instruction or was it like a ballistics?
It's more ballistics.
More ballistics.
Yes.
But obviously you can carry a gun, right?
That's true.
Do you have to qualify every year?
Yes, I do, twice a year.
So you go to a range and you shoot, right?
Correct.
And that's a handgun.
Yes, sir.
And it's you're aware when you fire a handgun, typically if it's not a revolver, the cartridge casing is going to get ejected out of the gun.
Correct.
Right, through an ejector port.
Yes, sir.
And then typically the movement of that would be back and to the right of the shooter.
Not so much back, but to the right, up and to the right, but yes. Obviously, that depends on how the movement of the firearm itself, if it's tilted in some way, that could adjust it, but generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Now, if we could just talk about electronics for a minute. You mentioned that there was the Google Pixel phone that was outside.
Correct.
That was near Keith.
Correct.
Obviously, it was not, from the photos we could see it was not under his body, but it was nearby.
Correct.
And it was visible to you Was it visible to you when you walked up, or did you have to move that?
I had to move it slightly.
Okay, and so I'm assuming somebody else told you about it?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. It wasn't, your understanding is it wasn't obscured in any way, it was just sitting on top of the grass?
Correct.
Okay.
Obviously, before they put the tarp over his body,
Right.
it was more visible. So I say they, whether it's law enforcement or fire department members were aware of it. So that's how I became aware.
Gotcha. And so what happens when you have a device like that that's outside? When you approach it, do you have a set like series of protocol in mind for how to address the item, or does it kind of vary?
So that's, you're saying a cell phone specifically or any item?
Maybe specifically a cell phone, I'm saying.
So the way I'm treating it as any piece of physical evidence, documenting it, photographing it, using the placard sometimes depending on the situation, but packaging it in the same way. So I didn't do anything differently in this case, especially since I had a member of the computer crimes unit on scene with me. So he's the expert in that, so I immediately turned it over to him.
Okay. So when did you make any notations about when you handled the item? Did the home screen come on or anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. That obviously is an item that you submitted ultimately to be processed for DNA.
The cell phone?
The pixel, yes.
No.
Is it your birthday? Happy birthday, babes.
Well, was it the case?
What do you mean the case? The casing? The discharge casing?
No, you separated the case from the phone.
Oh, the case was separated, but it was not tested. It was printed, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I saw that. Just give me 1 second, sorry.
Sure.
Yeah, I thought that this 0832-13-1 DNA swab at the front of item 1-1 black Google Pixel.
Yes, I did swab it. It was not sent to the lab for testing.
I'm sorry. So I misspoke, but it was swabbed for DNA.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but it wasn't submitted to the lab.
Correct.
And it wasn't submitted to the lab because?
Because it's Keith's phone. He has ownership of that phone. At that point, it was precautionary that I would swab it for DNA, or at least hold the swab. I learned any information as to it belonging to or being touched by someone else or being someone else's phone, then I would presumably that could be sent to the lab for testing. But in this case, Keith has ownership of the phone, and there's no reason to believe that anyone other than Keith touched that phone.
But it was out of his pocket, though, wasn't it? I mean,
the idea of us swabbing something does not mean it's always going to be tested. We hold those swabs as they're doing further examination of that phone in computer crimes, or whoever's doing the forensic examination of that phone.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're touching it. So if I found out later, after the fact, that that was actually really important, and someone held this, or it ended up down the road, whatever the situation, I want to make sure I have possession of a swab of that phone just in case.
Sure. I mean, that seems like a good idea. Who made the decision to?
well, I guess that seems like a good idea then.
To not submit it to? Was that your decision not to submit it to the lab? Was that somebody else's decision?
Ultimately, it's my decision.
Okay. Now, obviously, the phone.
It's dark because they're showing pictures, Kelly.
Next to Keith, right?
Yes, sir.
And it sounds like you're saying, well, I wouldn't submit that because I don't have any reason to believe that anyone besides Keith would have touched it that way, right?
That's correct.
Now, Keith's jacket got submitted to the lab, right?
Correct.
And Keith's jacket got submitted for maybe a somewhat different reason, because
Very different.
it was short. But forensically, obviously, you're submitting that item for potentially gunshot residue consent, right?
Yes, sir.
Which is a very different thing than DNA. But the thing is, I think you knew that Keith was wearing that jacket.
Correct.
When the shooting occurred, right?
Correct.
And I think that obviously there was no doubt about what caused the injuries to Keith in terms of the fact that they were gunshots, right?
Yes, sir.
And we don't know if a person might have grabbed that phone and ultimately decided not to take it from the scene that night, right?
I have no reason to believe that. There's no evidence to believe that. There's no investigative, I've not told anything from the other aspects of the investigation. And I have absolutely no reason to believe that anybody other than Keith touched his own phone.
Okay.
I mean, it probably showed no activities, so they were probably like, oh, they never mind. Maybe if somebody tried to like get into it, then
And
yeah.
we have some other items that were taken, collected, I should say. There was another phone in the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
That was collected by yourself, right?
Correct.
Did you come to learn in the course of this investigation who that phone belonged to?
I did not.
You did not?
I mean, somebody did. I don't believe I was told, but I did. It was swabbed and printed as the other one was. As a precaution, like I mentioned earlier.
Right.
And if there was any significance and any belief that anyone else owned that phone or there was reason to send that, I would have been informed of that.
Sure. So, I mean, that's a strong indication that it was determined that the phone was owned by one of the residents of 15 Llama.
Correct.
You just don't know who.
Correct. I mean, I'm presuming that, but yes, correct.
Right. But no, so I'm just saying, like, if I were to say, like, do you know Sophia's phone or do you know it's Jen's phone or something like that, you wouldn't know the answer to that question.
Correct.
Okay. Now, those were the only two phones that you collected from the scene.
Correct. The only two phones that the electronic on that in the beginning part of the investigation that I collected.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, but specifically from 15 Willowbrook.
Correct.
And you looked through not just the first floor of the house. Obviously, you told us you went through the basement of the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And you went through the second floor of the house.
Correct.
And you did a thorough search of each of those areas of the house, right?
Correct.
I mean, obviously, the thing is, cell phones, even if we don't think that a perpetrator might have touched them, they're important because they could have useful data inside of them, right?
Right.
And so, like, if you're seeing one, you would obviously collect it from the scene.
If I'm seeing a phone, generally it would be collected from the scene, yes.
Yeah. I mean, and certainly in this case, if you had seen a third phone, let's say, at 15 Willowbrook, you would have collected it.
Correct.
Now, the computer crimes unit, that was Sergeant, was that Broccolier? And the thing is, that so those devices have to go to specialists because they're trained in how to extract information from them and whatnot, right?
Correct.
And obviously that was done with mostly all of the electronic devices, or all of the electronic devices that were recovered by yourself in this case, right?
That were recovered from the scene in this case. There were other electronics recovered by at a later date from the computer crime unit.
Mm-hmm.
But yes.
Right. From the scene.
Correct.
By you.
Correct.
Now, there was a laptop in the kitchen, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was actually also a canine from the state police that was trained in locating electronics?
I don't want to speak out of turn, but I believe the canine was from the FBI.
Okay. Okay. And so that canine actually found a server cabinet, right?
Yes, sir.
And then there was a digital video recorder in that cabinet?
There was.
And it's
my understanding.
Okay. It was, I think you put it in your report. You said it was a GE Security DVMRE
Yes,
video
sir.
recorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's
More than me.
that's what we see here
You're already winning.
in D1-282.
Yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking that.
Did you have any interactions with other officers regarding this system, or did you collect it, or?
I just took custody of it. It was actually collected by the experts in that field who knew what they were looking for, brought it up from the basement. Again, as the evidence custodian, I took custody of it just to keep all the evidence together.
Okay.
But that's the extent of my knowledge of this.
All right. But you know this is like a plug-in system, right? Like it plugs into the wall.
It appears to be.
Yeah. There were other security cameras at the house. There were other security apparatus at the house, right? In terms of surveillance.
Are you talking about the Wise cameras, or what are you referring to?
So outside, there's, you obviously went through all the areas of the home. That would include the front door, right?
Correct.
You also went through the side door that's located next to the garage into that mudroom.
Correct.
And in that area of the house, there's a doorbell. There was a Nest doorbell.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Did you, were you involved in any collection efforts with that Nest doorbell?
I was not.
Okay. And just so we're clear, looking at D1-278, that's the side door in the front of the house, correct?
That is, yes.
And then there's a railing there,
There is.
and that railing leads, that's a set of stairs that leads down to the garage area, right?
I believe so, yes.
And then if we walked into that open door, we would be in the mudroom area.
Correct.
To the left of the open door, we see the window frame, right?
Yes,
Windows.
correct.
And then to the left of that, we see that Nest kind of doorbell camera, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm just showing you, this is what was previously published as D1-1. Now, what we're seeing here is a view looking out towards the front of the house, right?
This looks like a still frame, not me, but I didn't take a photo. This is the still frame of that Nest doorbell camera.
Yeah. This would appear to be taken by that Nest camera, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, so the DVR that, just so we're clear, so the DVR was given to you, you collected that.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And the laptop in the kitchen was collected by, given or collected by you.
Collected by me.
You collected the Pixel phone.
Correct.
You collected the other iPhone in the kitchen.
Correct.
You collected another, there was a Chromebook that you came back for at some point.
I believe it is in the office.
Yeah.
Yes.
All those things were collected, and of course, those were all given individual numbers in terms of the property receipt in this case.
Yes, sir.
So, like the Pixel was 1-1 in your property records, right?
Yes, sir.
But the Nest camera, the physical device, was not collected by you.
Correct. It was clearly not necessary to collect a physical Nest camera because there's Again, I don't want to speak about the inner work, how a Nest camera works, but
Yeah.
I was told by the experts that deal with this and computer crimes.
So there's no question. So I don't want you to answer that question. You're talking about what other people are telling you. That's hearsay.
Okay.
What I hear you say
It just seems
is that
the first time he's heard it.
if there were collection efforts regarding Nest footage, you weren't a part of it.
Correct.
If there were.
Of the if there were, correct.
There was also Detective Sostian and Detective Lenore. Are they from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Yes, sir.
And did they come to the scene on multiple occasions in this case?
I know of one definitely, but I'm not sure how many times they came to the scene.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
Okay. Not how many, but obviously it sounded from your report like they were both there on at least more than one occasion.
Okay.
They are from the computer crimes unit too?
Correct, they were.
And they were there to collect various items of interest in the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any contact with them as far as what they were taking from the property or how they were doing it? No. Okay. And took anything physically, like tangible items affixed to the property?
I don't know exactly what was taken.
Okay.
It was done at a later date. Meaning not the first, 2 days.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, that's something we should talk about because there's this idea of a property being at some point released by law enforcement when it's previously been the subject of
The scene itself, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the scene gets released when law enforcement essentially is finished processing the scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that happened in this case?
I do not.
Okay. There was a company called Rimkiss involved with this property. They were associated with the insurance company.
Yes, sir.
And it was AIG who insured the property?
I remember Ribkiss. I don't remember AIG if it's all part of the same thing.
Okay. I just, I think it's in your report. I think it's in what's marked as S280. You said that, I believe that Ribkiss was there on behalf of AIG.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that must be the
You want to
case.
see it?
I trust you.
Okay. What were they doing there? Do you know?
I don't.
You don't know.
I
Do you
do
know if
not
they were like taking pictures of the house?
Objection, he has to answer.
He said he didn't know.
Were you there when any officials from that company were ever there?
Can I refer to my report?
Which one do you want to refer to?
The one where they came?
The one where they're mentioned?
And a
I think he said S280.
S280, thank you, Judge.
I think that's what you said.
Can I have this detail?
where's our annoyed Poe at? I think we need annoyed Poe on the screen now.
So I'm just going to refer you to.
There he is.
Just so we're clear, this is S280. Is that your report? Or
Yes,
one of your reports?
yes, it is.
Okay, just referring you to page 5 of 7. If you could read that portion to yourself there.
So cute.
Can Can I also refer to my initial report?
Sure. So S275.
This is the receipt that they sent it to me through FedEx.
Okay. This is the one you're talking about? That's S275.
Yes, sir.
Andy, you're killing us. Oh yeah, that's our new angry annoyed Poe that we bring this Poe out when we're over it. Yeah, the autopsy reports happened this literal next day on the 23rd. That's what he said earlier today.
So the stuff that you gave me initially, which is S280, that's the receipt of the me receiving a FedEx from Rimkus of the samples that they collected.
Okay. Okay. Collected from where?
Also, hi, Tracy.
Exhibit A, floor sample of front foyer in 15 Willowbrook Road, recovered by fire investigator Donald Berg of Rimkus Consulting Group. 25-2. Exhibit B, floor sample of landing stairs from 15 Willowbrook Road, recovered by investigator Donald Berg. I won't read the whole thing for each one, but 25-3 is Exhibit C, floor sample from basement closet. 25-4, Exhibit D, control sample from 15 Willowbrook Road. 25-5, Exhibit E, votive candle from 15 Willowbrook Road. And 25-6, Exhibit F, vegetable peeler from 15 Willowbrook Road.
Okay, fair.
And then so I have this correct. So that person who's referenced on the Berg apparently FedExed you those items.
Yes, he collected them. For whatever reason, he decided to collect them. Ultimately, I requested him send it to me just so I have possession of those items after he's done whatever examination he's doing.
Gotcha. So he was on, it sounds like he was at the house at 15 Willowbrook to collect these items at some point, right?
Correct.
And it also sounds like you weren't there when he did that.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Glad we sorted that out, which I don't honestly know what the purpose of that was. Because, Andy, we stopped paying attention a while ago. Sorry, but
There were Wise cameras that you were shown today. You collected those, correct?
Yes, I did.
And those cameras there was one in the kitchen, one in the sunroom, but there were several in the garage, right?
Yes.
Now, one of those cameras faced the rear garage door.
Yes, sir.
And that would be this door here in D1279.
I can't see.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. On the opposite side, yes. In the garage.
Like the camera's in the garage.
Correct.
But this is the door that it's looking at.
Yes.
Because on the other side of the garage, there's 3 garage doors.
Correct.
But the camera that was looking out was looking at this door.
Yes, along the north, it was affixed to the north wall.
Okay. And I think you're not so much worried about that camera when you're taking this photo. What you're doing in this photo is documenting the solar light.
Yes, sir.
And that we see right here above the garage door, right?
Correct.
And actually, we have a little bit better photo of that in Z1-280. It's appears to be a little more illuminated, right?
Correct.
Okay. This is obviously a nighttime shot. We can see, though, it appears you have some illumination behind you for this shot.
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know? Those red.
Might be. Can you go back to the other photo?
Sure.
Yeah, it looks like there's some illumination there. I mean, I'm using an exterior flash on my camera.
Okay.
I believe on this one, because I was trying to capture low light of that specific light, I believe I used a tripod.
Yeah.
And basically put it in manual mode so that I can try and get the ambient light from the scene. I don't remember what lighting was used other than that.
It's a digital camera, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those red, we saw them in some of the photos. They look like red portable generators almost that were brought onto the property.
Yes, sir.
And those were brought on by the police or fire.
Yes, sir.
Did those have the ability? Those would have the ability to have like lights affixed to them, right?
Correct.
And so when it got dark and people were still processing the scene at night, you could turn those generators on and they would provide light to the property, correct?
Correct.
And without that light source, the home, I'm assuming
Get it
that
out, Andy.
there was a period of time where the home was obviously de-energized and remained de-energized even though law enforcement was on scene, right?
You mean the electricity running through the home?
Yeah.
Not those, yes, correct.
And so without those lights on those generators, I'd imagine it was fairly dark on this property, correct?
Correct.
There wasn't much other ambient light to rely on.
Correct.
Oh my God. Glad we established it was dark.
Oh, I'm sorry, by the way.
Country.
In 21-80,
Beginning of November.
we also see above the electric panel, which is kind of in the shaded area there. Above that, we have a circular object. Is that a light?
I don't know.
You don't know. Above that, we have another object. Is that a light or a camera?
I don't know right now off the top of my head.
Okay. Could be a light, could be a camera.
Yes, sir.
We're not sure.
That's correct.
Okay. When you took this photo, though, you were documenting the solar light that's on.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were shown perhaps, and when you testified earlier today, you talked about basically a still frame from the Wise camera, and it's at that garage door we've been talking about, right?
Correct.
Were you told at some point that there was something significant about what that camera had captured on the early morning hours of November 20th?
Later on, I was told that, yes.
Okay. And did you know that that's part of the reason why you were, was that part of the reason why you were interested in photographing this solar light?
Yes.
Okay. Because it's a motion censored solar light, right?
Correct.
And it would have come on presumably that evening on November 20th. And in fact, in the video, that light does come on for a period of time, right?
That's correct.
And a figure is seen walking past that garage door, right?
Correct.
And the idea is going to be that the figure walks past that garage door. Now, once the figure walks past the garage door, the video can no longer capture where that person goes, right?
Correct, just that it was going from north to south.
Right. So walking towards those, I'll just put it back for us in D1279. Walking towards these pine trees, or these, I don't know if they're pines, but there's some kind of bush or tree that's next to the garage, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so it's possible that that person was walking next to the garage door and continued walking behind those pines to the generator, right?
Objection.
Looks, can you come up, please?
Oh my God. Andy, I don't know what you're trying to get at. You're so painful to listen to. I'm sorry, Andy. And when he first started his questioning before lunch, he was doing pretty good with his pauses in between words. Like he had a bunch of coffee to drink. But now that we've been back, we're back in our own old ways again. So I don't know what he's trying to go for here. But I'm annoyed. If you missed this morning, the guy that's on the stand right now, Sergeant Vaught, he's been on all day. He's basically the evidence custodian for Keith's home. He took us through a walkthrough of the house again, talking about the different items that was collected and sent off for testing. We don't know the results of that. That'll come with forensic later. But I know it's kind of boring, but he was probably one of the better witnesses in the way that he talked to us and the way he presented the information. I felt like he was pretty easy to follow, which is kind of hard to do, especially in a house that isn't your usual layout, with multiple victims and all that. So we learned that there were more bullets and shell casings found, not quite where we thought they would be. The butcher knife that's believed to have been used came from the home itself. Kind of get the idea that there was some sort of, Keith was running away from whoever was outside. It's our guess. We don't know this to be true. But he was shot back to front, so chances are he was running. And then they did confirm that Jennifer did have bullet fragments. Not really quite sure about the clarity of that, but that's okay. We'll learn that from the ME, but she had head wounds as well. Interestingly enough, is they did find the bullet there in the dining room, like an actual, like it had been shot and stuff, which is interesting because we didn't really know that before. They always talked about that one out on the patio, that live round, but they hadn't talked about there being any in the house. Turns out there was a few. So there's actually quite a few casings everywhere. So that'll be interesting to see those played out. However it was.
I'm going to sustain the form of that question, but I'll allow counsel to ask a different question. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, so I guess the question is this: the figure in the pertinent video clip from the Ys inside the garage can be seen walking past this garage door that we see on screen, correct?
Correct.
And specifically walking from the area of where that meter is in the direction of where that ladder is, right?
Correct.
And then obviously once that person gets beyond the garage door, we can no longer see where they go because they're out of visual range of the camera, right?
Correct.
But they're headed in, but we see on the right side of this photo that there are those shrubs or trees, right?
Correct.
And that behind there is where you located the generator.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever And let me just ask a foundational question. I'm sorry. The structure of this garage door, it looks like it has frosted panes on it.
Appears to.
Did you notice that when you were actually on the property?
I photographed it and I noticed it, sure.
Yeah. And then it's got one support beam running through the middle from the top to the bottom.
Correct.
And then it has 3 support beams that run from the left to right horizontally across the door, right?
Yes.
Do we know did you ever take any measurements of that door from, let's say, where the light is down to the ground?
No.
Did you take any measurements from the tallest part of the support structure in the door down to the ground?
No.
Okay. So did you take any measurements of the door?
No. I was merely at this point documenting the light.
Right. Sure.
Light work.
Sure. But, I think one of the things that you're clearly capable of, and I'm not saying that, I'm just asking if you were asked to do these things, really.
Take measurements.
Did anybody ever ask you to take measurements like that?
No.
Okay. There were other things we saw, like with the blood in the kitchen. You were able to put those to a scale, obviously.
Yes, sir.
And that's a smaller scale, but it's a scale. It's in inches, right, or millimeters?
Yes. That's on the scale.
Right. And so, sometimes scale is certainly important in an investigation.
Yes, sir.
And you had the ability, obviously, to take the measurements like we saw from that dirt road to where the orange gloves were, right?
Yes.
So, and you have tape measures and things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you have the ability in your department at the prosecutor's office to take measurements of something like a garage door, right?
Yes.
Okay. But nobody asked you to do it in this case.
Correct.
I don't understand why they wouldn't. When you have the perp, like, literally right there.
The knife block that you mentioned before, you were actually shown that it was the Sabatier knife block,
Yes, sir.
and you collected that from the kitchen, right?
I did.
Now, the DNA swabs from the knife in this case, the knife from 15 Willowbrook, those swabs were taken from the knife that was found in the debris pile.
That's correct.
And that was the debris pile in the foyer of the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you note in your report that when you see the Sabatier knife block, you notice that there's 2 knives missing from the block, right?
Correct.
And one of them is a bread knife.
Correct.
And you can see that that's lying on the counter right in front of the block.
Correct.
So you know where that knife goes.
Correct.
The other knife from that block that's unaccounted for appears to be the knife that's in the foyer.
Correct.
Okay. Now, there was, I should say, more than one knife block in the kitchen.
Yes.
And obviously it was significant that that knife in the foyer was located not in the kitchen, but seemingly on the ground in another room of the house, correct?
Correct.
There were other knife blocks, and on those other knife blocks, there were additional, it appears that there are spaces for knives that were not present. Is that fair to say?
I'd have to refer to the photo, but
Okay.
I believe it.
Let's just look at it. This is D1-251.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
That was another knife block at the house, right?
Yes, it is.
And then it looks like there's a space for 6 knives there.
Yes.
And then we have 4 knives visible.
Correct.
And then we're gonna go, let's just take a look now at, this is D1-252. This is this, to the left, we're gonna see the Sabatier knife block, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that where you placed the bread knife?
Yes, sir.
And that would be presumably where the knife from the foyer would have gone?
Correct.
I would imagine.
Yes, sir.
There's also a slot over here.
There's no, there's 2 slots.
It looks like there's a slot to the left. I'm going to show you a different photo, slightly different angle. D1-255.
So there is, possibly, it's hard to tell from there, but.
Okay. So it looks like there's a third open slot in the left lower portion of that block.
Okay.
If you disagree, just let me know.
Could be.
Yeah. You matched these up. You matched up the one in the foyer based on the logo, right?
The shape of the handle and the logo.
Okay. And
Just the.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say the block itself was collected just for the purpose of identifying or
Right.
comparing
Sure.
the logos and the type of knives.
Right. So obviously we can look and see how many empty spaces there are on the block.
Yeah.
Sure.
Or at least where it came from.
But just so we're clear though, you put the bread knife back in the block
Yes, I did.
and you left it in the block
Correct.
and it's still in there now.
Correct.
So now, if there were originally 3 open knife slots, there'd be 2
Correct.
because one of them is now, the bread knife is now occupying one of them, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you the logo. D1-254, that's the logo that you were seeing on the top of the knives?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to also show you D1-256. Here we've got your evidence marker in front of the knife block.
Yes, sir.
And here again, we can kind of see that there's what appears to be an empty slot on the left side of the
Correct.
block.
Yes, sir. That's more clear.
Yeah. Now there's also a Henkel set here.
Yes, sir.
And that has, it looks like there's some, I don't know if you're going to agree or not, but it looks to me like there's some empty slots on that block as well.
Yes, sir.
That one was not collected.
Correct.
Okay. And the other knives that may correspond with that block, were any of them located in this?
No.
Okay.
Is he trying to say that numerous knives were used?
Just a
I don't know.
clarification picture, D1-257.
I mean, that knife can only fit.
I'm sorry.
so many places.
Yes, -257. That's just for purposes of showing, this is the bread knife, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's where you found it when you walked into the room?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I believe the knife was taken from that knife block. Whether or not they grabbed it, maybe one of the residents grabbed it. I don't know. Yeah. That's true.
Now, this is D1-283. We see a traffic cone in that photo, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that the paved deck? Is that sitting on the paved deck of the house?
Correct.
And then
Very obvious.
we're gonna see it's like a stucco staircase going upwards in that photo.
Yes, sir.
And at the top of that is a balcony, right?
Yes.
And that actually is, the photos that I showed you right at the beginning when we first started speaking was the two photos of the backyard. They were taken from that balcony, right?
I believe, yes, they were.
Okay. Do you see in this photo, towards the center, there's a burnt area of the house on the second floor?
Yes.
And if you were to, or if you recall, there's a set of sliding doors there.
There's obviously doors leading up to it. I don't know if they were sliding.
Okay, but there's doors to enter into the house there, right?
Yes, sir. Into the master bedroom.
That's the master bedroom. And so these windows here are windows that are connected with the master bedroom.
I believe so, yes.
And so we're looking out of this side of the house. If we looked out those windows, presumably we'd be looking to the area of the backyard where the solar panels are, right?
Yes, to the west side of the residence.
We see running along the photo from the center to the left, towards the middle of the photo, we see that stone wall that we talked about before, right?
Yes, sir.
The one that we're not exactly sure how tall it is, right?
Correct.
The shell casings that you found outside, from the vantage point of this photo, were on the other side of that wall, right?
Correct. Well, what do you mean the other side? From the vantage point of this photo was right on the right side of this wall.
So I'm saying.
Oh, the shell casings. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the cartridge. Yes, on the other side of that.
Okay. So they're all found much closer to where the generator was, right?
Correct.
Okay. But still on the same side of the house that the master bedroom is on, right?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
At least where those windows are, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Just to talk about the perimeter of the search that you were mentioning before, you actually took some photos, I think you took these, of the road where Longbridge met Willowbrook Road?
Yes, sir.
Did you walk this or did you drive down there?
I drove down there.
Okay.
And then I walked once. I wanted to get an understanding or document as best I could the location.
Mm-hmm.
So I did drive to that intersection, yes.
You did. And then you kind of walked, looks like you walked back.
Correct.
And a little ways, because I think when you took these, you were going to take a look at those orange, blue, and black gloves that were found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is D1-262, and I think that's going to be the intersection of Willowbrook and Longbridge.
Yes, sir.
Did you, in your travels, did you go anywhere else on Longbridge Road?
How is all
No.
of this right
You
now?
did not.
I did not, no.
When yeah, go ahead.
The only reason I took this photo was just to orient, generally speaking, where these gloves were.
Sure.
So I was advised about the gloves. I looked at them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought of the best way to document, where they were, because it's a lot of open land and random trees and stuff like that. So I went to this intersection to document where this is in relation to that. And then kind of walked towards it from there and documented that path so that we can see it, so that it can be seen through photographs.
Right. That makes sense. Because what you're trying to do is give somebody who wasn't there a perspective on the steps you took.
Correct. I'm not searching during this. I'm only photographing the location or the area.
Sure. When you went to the property, did you drive to the property? Was it typical for you to drive to the property from the prosecutor's office or from somewhere else?
In this case, it was from the prosecutor's office.
Okay. Do you remember if you took Long Bridge Road to get there, or did you take 34?
I came off of 34.
You did? Okay. All right, so let's just take a look at where those gloves were found. It looks like you start by going to that intersection, Long Bridge and Willowbrook, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you're gonna D1264. Now it looks, I think you're walking back down Willowbrook towards 15 ultimately, right?
Yes, yeah, I'm walking west
And
on Willowbrook Road.
Gotcha. And we see on the right side of the road in that photo, we see a wooden fence.
Yes,
And then in D1265, I think you've now come to that wooden fence and you're making a right onto that dirt road.
correct, facing roughly north.
You walk up that road a ways, and then it looks like your perspective kind of goes, I'm sorry, this is a D1-266. Perspective kind of turns left towards, looks like sewer drainage, cement piping there.
These
Yes.
gloves better be important.
You then into,
I wanted to show where that piping was in relation to the road as well, to kind of help orient the photograph.
right, understood. And then in D1267, you're moving closer.
Yes, sir.
And then I omitted some of your photos, apologies, but you eventually get up to that area that you've been shooting here, and then in D1268, you're taking a picture of the gloves close up.
Correct.
And you take a picture of both of them, that's D1268, and this is D1269.
Correct.
And they were located fairly close together, right?
They were about, there's a photograph where you can see their distance roughly from each other. They weren't like right next to each other.
Yeah, but they're in the same general
10 yards or something, but yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, you talked during your direct testimony about these gloves, and it was mentioned that ultimately they were not submitted to any laboratory, right?
Correct.
It was determined that that was not going to be necessary, right?
Correct.
It was determined that they might most likely did not have anything to do with the case, right?
They didn't have anything to
Are you
do.
fucking kidding me? We've spent like an hour
But this
talking
area
about these
is
gloves all day.
obviously it's over a mile away
Correct.
from the house, right?
Correct.
And so it's your understanding that this,
Turns out IG doesn't even
these two
matter.
gloves were found by a canine?
Yes. They were found by a canine, but they were found as part of a much larger search, including multiple officers.
Yeah.
It wasn't a tracking canine. It
Well,
wasn't tracking from something from the scene. He was just searching.
I'm just saying it was found by a canine.
That's true.
Right.
Yes.
And so, were you familiar with this area prior to this investigation?
No, sir.
You were not?
No, it wasn't.
Okay,
I mean, it
so
was
you had not,
I feel
prior
like-
to this, had you been on Long Bridge Road or these other surrounding roads
No.
in that area? No?
No.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with the Colts Neck Police Department about the surrounding area?
No.
You did not?
I did not.
What bodies of water, woods, places where things could, like, that could be pertinent to the investigation?
I did not.
You did not?
I
mean, is it just the state did make it seem like the gloves were a big deal? Unless, like, I am
Just want
just
to talk
basic
about
than I thought.
specifically the electric box for a second, if we could. I know we've seen 1,000 of these, but just so we're on the same page about what we're talking about, this is D1284. That's that box where we saw you took out the door cover to it earlier today.
The door, yes.
And then at the base of this, there's a small gray object, right?
Yes.
And actually, we'll just get closer to it. This is D1-285. There it is lying on the ground.
Yes, sir.
And this was the way you photographed this, right?
Correct.
And this is the way you found it?
Yes.
And then in
Monica has some weird
D1286,
today, by the way.
you placed that number 10 evidence cone there.
Yes, sir.
And then you collected that gray item on the ground, right?
That's correct.
Now you determined that was kind of like a lock for that metal door that you showed us today, right?
Correct.
And this item was made of plastic, right?
Correct.
And somebody had kind of twisted that item on the ground, twisted that lock until it snapped off.
Yes.
It appeared to you.
It appears that way.
Yes. You were in and so twisting it to snap it off specifically would mean that it wasn't cut with something like a tool, like a plier, right?
Correct.
And it wasn't cut with something like a knife, right?
Correct.
But you were also in the basement of the house, and you did have some communication with at least a person whose last name was Abraham.
Quit, but
Yes.
And
Michael Abraham.
And
even
you
that
knew that there were obviously areas of interest in terms of the wiring in the basement, right?
Yes, I was not tasked with documentation of that electrical wiring. That was Detective Cordoma was specifically tasked with that part of the investigation.
Okay. So you don't have independent knowledge of whether wires in the basement were twisted out or whether they were cut with a tool?
I have no idea.
Okay. Now there was a safe, I think, on the second floor of the house that you kind of, it looks like you opened it at some point?
Yes, sir.
And you did that using a hydraulic spreader?
I didn't. I believe it was detectives from the narcotics unit assisted in using that hydraulic spreader.
Okay. And that's because the safe was locked?
Correct.
And the safe, like it's the kind of safe I'd imagine, so even like you needed something powerful to get the door open.
Yes, sir.
And was there any indication to you that somebody had tried to get into the safe with a tool or anything like that prior to your arrival?
No.
Okay. When you opened this, was there some kind of damage to the safe that made you interested in opening it?
It was just as a matter of thoroughness and documenting what's inside the safe, and nothing further than that. There was no damage, nothing visible, just that there was a safe found on the second floor, and as part of the investigation, was tasked with documenting the items inside the safe.
Okay.
what was inside the safe? Because I'm nosy.
So
There's nothing in Paul's.
obviously it was locked, and it had to have been locked because if it was open, you wouldn't have needed the machine to get inside.
Correct.
And you didn't know if it was going to be empty or whether it was going to have things in it, right?
That's correct.
And it had things in it.
I'm going to object. Relevance.
I mean, I just want to know what's in it because I'm nosy, but I mean, I can see why it's not relevant. Well, you guys, everything we talked about with those gloves this morning doesn't even freaking matter. So I'm so glad we've spent so much time talking about those random pair of gloves that were quite a ways away. So did he just say if the safe was open, you could get inside? I mean, that's what I heard. Oh, Auntie. Dandy Andy. Hey, I mean, he finally got somebody to say that the gloves weren't tested or I mean, I thought this whole time, like, oh, that's okay, weird that they would be there, but okay. And turns out doesn't even matter. Like so much of this trial and questioning really just doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Oh gosh, what a day. What a day. I mean, I want to know what's in this safe. Paul had nothing. He had a big ass safe in his garage with 0 inside of it. So, but I will say those gloves that they found, those would probably been pretty good gloves to use and not cut yourself. Because that's what I'm wondering too, is like, how do you not cut yourself? But then again, they're really, like, I looked up those knives, and for the butcher knife is $100 for one knife. So, oh, thank you, Pam, for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't have my thing open to see who they all went to, but congratulations to whomever became a new member. We have tons of member-only content, hours and hours of all sorts of TMI and Llama learns about, depending which level you are. So please, when we're done with court, go enjoy your new memberships today. Feel like you missed Zilch this morning? Well, I don't want to say, I wouldn't say that. We got a good peek into what they sent to the forensics lab, both with DNA, ballistics. What was the other thing that they found? Well, yeah, the gloves just not relevant at all. I feel like there was something else that they found. Maybe not. So we found out some stuff. Nothing you won't hear about later. So we'll just say the blood expert and ballistic expert probably going to be on for a while.
Okay, so, sorry about that, sir. You open the safe, and ultimately you're going to inventory the safe.
Yes, sir.
And there's
Okay.
there's various items in the safe, including cash, right?
If you're saying it is, I'd refer to,
I can take.
I'm not saying there's not, I just don't know what's in there.
And then specifically, there was jewelry in the safe.
I remember that. Yes.
Okay. At some point in time, you actually collected the items that were in the safe, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming you didn't leave any of those items on the floor at the house, right?
Correct.
You took everything that you took from the safe with you, right?
Correct.
And then you did, in some fashion, inventory what was in the safe, right?
Yes.
And actually, there was a point in time over the summer where myself and Ms. Mastellone were able to take some pictures of what was in that safe. We came to the prosecutor's office.
Yes, sir.
And you were there.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry. Okay. So, and you also took photos of the safe contents, correct?
Not that day, but yes.
But you did take the pictures, right? Okay. going to be, if we could show D1-287, and it's going to be on this table. Is that the photo you took?
Yes.
Okay. And we see there's bags and pouches here and what appears to be Tiffany jewelry.
Correct.
And they're all the same color, right?
Pretty modest.
They're all this kind of,
The bags and pouches, yes.
yeah, they're all this kind of like aqua blue color.
Correct.
And then,
I mean, very expensive, modest jewelry, but you know.
I'm sorry, could we switch back to two?
It's true. It's or a trademark too, if I recall. I think.
This is the master bedroom, correct?
What's the number?
I'm sorry, Judge. This is D1-287.
That's what we just called the last picture.
I'm sorry, D1 dash.
You forgot.
It's going to have to be. This is going to have to be D1-299. Or yes, 299.
299?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this you recognize this as the master bedroom?
I don't. I mean, I'm not saying it's not. I based off of this photo alone, it's hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. Do you see a long set of drawers in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Do you see what appears to be a bed in this photo?
Yes, I do.
It's certainly fair to say that this is a shot taken at 15 Willowbrook, right?
Yes, and it's fair to say it's a bedroom. Again, I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm not sure.
We had a lot of people.
That's okay. I think before we saw some pictures when Ms. Wallace was asking you questions, and you had an opportunity to see Sophia's bedroom, right?
I don't know what to tell them.
And Jesse's bedroom.
Yes.
And you also saw the master bedroom.
Yes, I did.
And you had an opportunity to see the furniture, and that there was different furniture in each bedroom, right?
Correct.
In this photo, this is the second floor of the house, right?
Yes, all the bedrooms are in the second floor.
Yeah. You see those same color, light turquoise pouch and box in this photo on the floor?
Yes, I do.
Did you place those there?
No, I did not.
Did it appear to you to be on top of the debris rather than under the debris?
That's interesting.
Yes.
That is interesting and weird.
Do you know how those got there?
No.
You certainly didn't put them there.
Of course not.
Yay! I love that. Reminds me, I'm going to wear my shirt tomorrow.
You were also provided. This is D1-294. You took a photo of this. This is an evidence bag, and it has the Monmouth County Prosecutors number for this case on it.
Yes.
And these items were dropped off to you, or you were collected?
I love that.
They were given to me. I don't remember the specifics. I don't believe that. I think another detective ultimately gave it to me.
Okay. So you didn't collect them directly from anybody outside of law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know why you were given these clothes?
No.
Do you know where the clothes came from?
Based off of what I'm looking at from Keith Caneiro. But I don't know. I don't know or remember why, but I just know that they were given to me, again, as the evidence custodian. No one else is going to take custody of them. So they were given to me to document and then secure in the evidence vault.
But is it your recollection that these clothes were given to you because they were at some point in time inside 15 below?
I don't know.
Yes,
I am curious why Tiffany bags and boxes, or whichever it was, I couldn't see very well, were on top of the debris in the master bedroom. That's very weird that they would be there. So interesting. And clearly they were not a part of the fire because you could still tell what color they were. And you can't tell what color anything is. And then these clothes, who's Lisa? Is that Corey's wife, I'm guessing? Because I haven't heard that name yet. I'm assuming that's probably who that is. Right? It is weird. It is weird. I mean, I don't even think, the killer wouldn't have done that. That had to been long gone out of there. So, weird. Weird. Oh, you got the black Val. Oh, yeah, this one, the one that I have. I'm going to wear tomorrow. That somehow has dog hair all over it already. I haven't even worn it yet. But you can get these at our TCWT Media shop. And you guys, it's pretty, like, the thickness on it is pretty good for a long sleeve shirt. And it's only like $16 or something like that. I was like, oh, wow. Okay. So I'm going to wear mine tomorrow, Pam. So if you want to wear yours tomorrow as well, we can be twinsies. How about that? How about that? We'll just look super cute tomorrow. You know, I wish that Andy tries to make points. And the problem is he takes so damn long with the dumbest questions to get to there that it's not this mic drop moment. And I do feel like there could have been some mic drop moments. Like, for example, why this morning was the prosecution kind of leading us to believe these gloves found kind of far away were important. I would have been like, why are they making a big deal about this that doesn't have anything? And Andy eventually got them to say they didn't test them. It had no evidentiary value. As a matter of fact, they don't even think they have anything to do with anything. But it took him so damn long to get there that it was just like, oh, okay. Ugh. Gotta avoid that. Oh my gosh, my dogs get hair everywhere. I don't know which one sheds more hair, to be quite honest with you. Well, it's definitely Kita. It's definitely Kita, but this looks like Zoe dog hair all over my shirt. Oh my gosh, how are your guys' pets doing in the snow and ice? You would think, I don't know if Zoe she wants to go outside every like 5 minutes. And I can't tell if she likes being out there or she just thinks every time she goes out, the weather might change. I don't know what it is, but it's so annoying because it's like, girl, you are not made for this weather. Kita is our snow dog, aren't you? You're a little snow dog. Yes, you're made for the snow. So, I'm sure Amos has one, and like if hers wasn't snatched by the package snatcher. I know. Solving that crime. People are jerks.
I'm sorry. I'm going to sustain that objection. Oh, you can ask another question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
The bag that we saw the photo of, the evidence bag, this was given to you.
Correct.
And then, did you ever open that bag?
I don't know.
Do you remember if you took some photos of the contents of the bag?
I do not remember.
Okay. Just gonna show you a couple of things. I'll just approach with these.
Can I try that?
So just for the record, I showed you D298, 297, 296, and 295.
Correct.
Do you, after looking at these photos, do you recognize them to be the contents of what was in that bag?
Based solely off of that, there's presumably, makes sense. It's a gray tank top, gray and white tank top, but I have no context right now of what you're referring to. So if I looked at all the photographs or if I had the log numbers or something along those lines, it would certainly help.
Okay. All right.
Not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying it's hard to positively identify it based off of that 7 years ago.
That's fine. We can move on. I think it's suffice to say that there's no reason to doubt that the bag contained clothes, right?
Yes.
And okay. And if you don't recognize the exact clothing that was in the bag, that's fine. Do you have a recollection of whether the bag contains men's clothes or women's clothes?
This bag would have contained a gray and white tank top from Keith Caneiro.
Oh,
Did it contain other items or just that?
I believe just that.
Okay. Just a couple more photos from the second floor. Showing you D1-293. Okay, you recognize that area, right?
That's the master bedroom.
That's the master bedroom. And we can tell because we see those doors that lead out onto the balcony.
Yes, sir.
And that window we see in the photo, in the center of the photo.
Yes, sir.
We saw that window when we were looking at from the ground, when we were looking at the place where the live round was found.
Correct.
And then if you look out that window to the right, you're going to see, you would be looking in the direction of the area where the shell casings were.
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked D1-292.
Getting at Andy.
Is that, we're looking in the same general area in that photo?
Correct.
So again, we're in the master bedroom, right?
That's correct.
And again, on the floor, we're actually going to see some of those same turquoise bags and boxes that we saw in the other photo.
That's correct.
Down there by Poe.
And obviously, it appears there's more in this photo, so I'm just going to ask again. You didn't place those there, right?
Correct.
Those doors, the sliding doors, that is, in this photo, appear to be open.
Yes, sir.
Did you open them?
I did not.
They were open when you got there.
When I arrived, yes, they were.
Okay. Do you know who opened them?
I can presume that the firefighters opened them, but I don't know for sure.
Did they open them from the outside or the inside?
Yes and no.
Do you know if they were locked or unlocked when the firefighters got there?
I do not.
Would you agree with me that if you walk out those doors, you're going to be right on that balcony we talked about before?
Yes, sir.
And that there's a staircase on the balcony?
Yes, sir.
And then that leads down to the ground level?
Yes, sir.
Not care what you're doing out here.
Now, You also, I'll come back to this, I'm sorry. There was some other evidence that you collected in this case. There were DNA swabs that you went back to the house to get.
Where?
At 15 Willowbrook from the kitchen?
From the kitchen?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that was in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And that was February? Or was that later?
I'd have to refer to either my report or the property receipt on the date. Sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
I think, or per word, I don't know, per minute.
Can I see counsel, please?
Okay. Interesting. Is he trying to think or imply that the intruders like came through that window? I don't know what he's trying to say. I don't know. Get it together. Also, somehow my lighting is being all weird and makes me look like I don't have very good color right now. It's probably because it's so freaking bright outside. Oh, it's so bright. Good news. Apple Feet did get our car out of the snow. So there's one good thing. Because it's been a few days.
I'm going to give you your afternoon break right now. Sorry, just lost my voice. We'll start back up at 20 to 4, so you guys can take your mid-afternoon break. Thank you.
Do you guys think Monica's wearing fake eyelashes? I've never worn them, but she keeps doing weird stuff with her face today. It's a lot of, I don't know, very weird. More so than normal. I wasn't sure if those like can cause you to, do that. Just her face has been weird all day, and not in a bad way, Monica. I think you're very beautiful. But I just noticed she's just kind of, what's the word? Like some sort of tick or something, I don't know the right word to describe that. She has the Kim Kardashian look. I mean, a little bit. Both her and Nicole, the prosecutor, I think they're both gorgeous. And they have great taste. So, Andy. Some interesting things. She may have just had them redone and they are bothering her. Because at first she like is scrunching her nose too, which, I wasn't sure. Maybe she's getting sick or something. I don't know. Just noticed it today. And I was like, oh, maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Anywho, so we got a little break for a while. What shall we talk about? Because there isn't much of the way of what's happened since we've come back from lunch, minus the fact that the gloves they found well off the property don't matter. For some reason, there's what appears to be Tiffany little jewelry bags and possibly boxes over the debris in the master bedroom, which is very weird and definitely should not be there. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think Tiffany's bags and boxes are fireproof, are they? If so, they should let people know that. That would be impressive. In case you weren't here when we came back from, I closed it already. Hold on. Let's see if they fixed it. So when I was on lunch break, I was going through YouTube and to see if I had missed or to save things to my queue for later. not necessarily about court, but a bunch of my new TV shows released today, including School Spirits, which I love. If you haven't watched it, fantastic. The first 3 episodes of season 3 dropped, so I'm going to watch those tonight. And they just dropped the whole season of Wonder Man on Disney Plus for Marvel. So I know it's not true crime related, but you all know I'm a TV dork. So should have went to Jared for fireproof boxes. I mean, have they thought about that? I'm just saying. Oh, Kelly says, please let us know when you are planning to share more of the Bachelor story. Can't remember the names to save my life. Yes, thank you. Actually, I was going to talk about that. If you guys didn't catch on Monday, because there's no court, I started covering Arizona versus Laura Owens, and it is a lot. Okay, it's a lot. We were just reading one document. We only made it halfway through after like 4.5 hours or something like that. I still got to finish up the second part to complete reading that. I'm hoping to do it this weekend, but we're just going to have to play it by ear to see how my voice is faring by then, because like it really kind of hurts down here. So I don't know. So if I'm feeling well this weekend, we'll go into that for a few hours. But me and some of my researchers are going to get together this weekend to discuss the game plan. Ideally, I would like to talk about it at least once a week. If you guys are not familiar, like it is diabolical. All right. She might be my least favorite person in the world, to be quite honest with you. She's the one who claimed to be pregnant by Clayton Echard, one of the bachelors. She was not. Okay. She falsified, allegedly, though. She admitted to on the stand. She has several counts of perjury, falsifying documents. I can't remember all of her charges off the top of my head, and that's just for one. It turns out that Clayton was not the only guy she did that to. There were 2 others before him that went to court. Now, there's others who it didn't end up going to court. Excuse me. But the first one, Michael Mancini, and I think I said that right. Some people left some very nice comments, by the way, under that video, letting me know how to pronounce their names correctly. Mancini sounds like fettuccine. No offense, Mike. That's just my mnemonic way of trying to remember. But they've had stuff going on since like 2018. And listen, it's not just, I wish it was just faking being pregnant. But it's so much worse than that. Okay. She accuses them of assault. She tries to extort them. It gets restraining orders. It's something. All right. Like, think of whoever you think is the wildest defendant you can think of. Did you think maybe Jodi Arias? Well, she's not at the same level in Jodi in the sense that, she hasn't killed anybody, but probably put her up there with a level of what? Just diabolical this woman is. So tonight, if you haven't, please go check out part 1 of my reading of that document of Laura Owens, because we are going to be talking a lot about her over the next couple of months for sure. And there's just so much to it. It's just so infuriating what this woman has done to ruin people's lives for what? I still don't understand. They say, oh, she did this to try to, boost her blog or whatever, but I don't even know if it has to be something. It's something. It's crazy. Said, I just watched a great TikTok where a guy's wife told him happily they were expecting, even though they agreed they never wanted kids. Guess what? He had never told his wife he was sterile. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, Laura is something. You won't be disappointed. Whatever you think it's about, or if you're like, oh, it can't get crazier than this, guess what? It does. It does. It gets way crazier. So definitely go check that out. And definitely make sure you have your notifications turned on for our channel so you don't miss when I do, when and if I go live this weekend with the rest of it. But for now, it's voice depending. So we'll see. Because it's a 118 page document, and I got to, hold on, I saved it so I didn't forget. I want to say 63. And that's just one. I can't even, there's, I don't know, maybe like 12 different court cases to sort through that are all happening at the same time. So we're going to do our best to try to have it all make a little bit more sense. Oh, that's not the right. Because there are a lot of people involved, including her parents. Oh, yeah. So I got to page 63, which, by the way, for those of you that listen to that, the next report. So what we're reading is the investigative report of how she got her first 7 felony charges, because she actually has 14 because they added some charges from one of the other guys. So that is just for Clayton in that civil/paternity lawsuit. Anyway, the next report on that is her mom. Yes, her mom, which trying to decide, is it an apple tree situation? Is it a fully due situation? I don't know what it is. But that's where we left off. So we still got quite a bit to go on that one, as well as everything else. So you definitely don't want to be late to the party of trying to figure that out, because or trying to get caught up, because it's a lot. There's no real way to like condense everything down into a paragraph. So, and listen, it's not like all bachelors or anything like that. Like Clayton was the only TV person out. The other guys, I think, were just dudes. And then she messed up by going for a public figure and thought she could continue getting away with her shenanigans. It's crazy. Anyway. So we will start covering Laura a lot more on the upcoming months. So, like I said, I like to do it at least once a week. But who knows? If this trial ends early, we might just do a little bit of that every day, or something like that. We're not. We're certainly not at a loss for content when it comes to Laura Owens. Oh my, that girl, that woman. Oh my goodness. Right. Pam knows. Pam and Lady in Gray are the ones helping do research for it. So they've had a little special insight into that world. Terry says PSA Love Month starts on Sunday. Yes, it does. Which reminds me, actually, New Jersey friends, excuse me, and the northeastern states, you're supposed to be getting another big snowstorm this weekend. So please stay safe, stay warm, go out and get what you can if you can. I don't know if your area is like mine, where it's just like we're all just effed. But if there's no court, we'll definitely do some Laura Owens. I'll find a way to still entertain you guys if there's no court. I forget how much they said you might get snow-wise, but the problem is if you're all ice in, then you put snow on top of that. Oof, that's no good. That is no good. So, what else do we have to talk about? Oh, for members, there's TMI on Friday. That's just going to be a regular TMI show for our members this Friday, but the next week is public for everybody. And that's when we're going to talk about some Britney Spears, you guys, because too much internet and oh boy, if you are not, we need to talk about it. We'll just put it that way. So that'll be then. This Saturday, I'm supposed to do Llama Learns About. Again, though, tentatively, depending on my throat situation. While it's feeling all right now, I have a feeling I won't be feeling that way tomorrow. Last night or yesterday, after Terry came on for me, I didn't say a word. I think I said maybe 10 words the whole night to Elbow Feet, which was, I'm hungry. What are we doing for dinner? And that was about it. I was like, I can't use my voice. So we'll see. Much better though this afternoon than it was this morning, but I'm sure that'll all change. But yes, Love Month starts on Sunday. Do you guys have your Valentines? Ma'am, I cannot get out of my neighborhood. Okay? All right? Like, I don't know where you think that I'm gonna magically get that. I mean, B did, finally get one of our cars like out, but like it is not Terry, if it's dangerous for me to get out of my neighborhood into the car to drive to the grocery store without wrecking because everything instantly turns to ice, I think I would be an asshole if I made some poor delivery person come and drop shit off at my house and have to drive through that. No. The mailman works, yeah, because he's union and gets paid good money. DoorDashers, that is not the case, my friend. Not the case. As a matter of fact, Elbow Feet isn't even out doing it because it's so not good out there. So you'll order some feet, asshole. I'm fine. Please don't do that. You have well, okay, that you might need to save for TMI, Terry. That you might need to save for them. No, hopefully it'll get better. But yeah, no. School is basically each day is progressively colder than the one before. I think tonight it's supposed to be like -10 or something. Like it's not going away anytime soon, which is a big part of our problem. So like I'll still have this snow till, gosh, at least middle of February. It won't get warm enough to melt it. Not a fan. Not a fan of that. So, but yeah, the problem is that they're not really plowing a lot of neighborhood streets. So that's a problem. So I did see a plow go down in our neighborhood not that long ago during lunchtime. And I was like, oh, that's so nice. But some of the streets, like you can't even take a plow down because they're just small one-way streets. So it's crazy. And then there's some areas of town where their water mains have burst. There's this one area where they had a water main that's been like, it burst, but it was like a trickling like waterfall in the alley. And now the whole neighborhood is nothing but ice everywhere, including like the cars are sealed in ice, like to the road because the water just freezes. So there's a whole neighborhood of people who literally can't do anything. And they have, that area has brick roads too. So Not great for them. Not great for them. But what a mess. All right, court, where are we at here? If Andy comes back and he's like, no further questions, gonna be annoyed. What was the other thing he got? Oh yeah, so let's talk about that white tank top. Why would that have needed to be turned into evidence? This guy's like, I don't even know why we have that. It's weird. That and those Tiffany boxes. I'm going to think about those damn Tiffany bags and boxes like all night. Be like, Anyhow, what else do you guys want to talk about? Oh, Brendan Banfield did start back up today. I'm not going to record that tonight. Amos might record it tonight. I'm not sure. So they're either very loud. You may or may not have that in the there we go.
Let everybody go.
Okay, what are we doing?
You're good. Thank you. See how helpful I am?
Yes. Thank you.
All right. We're ready to continue cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Sure, go ahead.
So, I think we left off, sir, I was asking you about the exact date you went back to 15 Willowbrook to do the swabs of the blood in the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asking to see your report on that.
Just to confirm the date.
Sure. So this is S280.
February 18th, 2020.
Okay.
Nope,
I think
that's
it
not
was
true.
February.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong part.
Yeah.
February 24th, 2020.
Close enough. It's February. It's February of 2020.
Yes, sir.
Now, those areas that you went back and swabbed in 2020, they were originally identified as areas of potential interest back in 2018, right?
By Detective Cordoma, yes.
Okay. And you were advised about them back in November of 2018, right?
I documented them in
Yeah.
2018, yes.
So I'm just wondering, there was a decision made, I guess, at some point to go back to the house in 2020
Yes, sir.
and to swab those areas.
Yes, sir.
And this is, more than a year after the events that took place there.
This was done in furtherance of the investigation at the direction of Detective Cordoma, who was conducting a bloodstain pattern analysis report.
Okay. The swabs though were, as far as I understand, not so much for pattern analysis as they were for DNA analysis.
Yes, but they're also swabbed in areas where Detective Cordoma was describing what he observed in his report.
Right.
So it wasn't just randomly swabbing an area where we saw, where I saw, or blood was found. It was areas throughout his bloodstain pattern analysis that he saw movement or he saw something important that documents that location.
Okay, so it sounds like you were up to speed as far as why he was looking to swab the areas that he swabbed. Directed.
Generally, yes, but he's the one directing me to do it. I don't know.
Right.
Or at least I'm not going to speak about why he chose those locations and what he said. I was photographing, again, because I'm still the lead, but he's the one conducting the bloodstain pattern analysis report. So I'm photographing those respective locations and collecting swabs and or scrapings at his direction.
Got it. Obviously, those were areas of interest because they were reported, but it's apparent to me, I think you said it as much in your statement just now. Those were areas of interest because they showed movement. The blood itself showed movement. Somebody moving through the scene.
Showed a pattern that he felt, yes.
At least one person moving through the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the scene had been, when we talked about the scene being released by law enforcement, the scene was released prior to this February 24th, 2020 date, right?
Correct.
And it's hard to say who else was in the house in between your involvement in November of 2018 and then when you went back in 2020.
Correct.
Parts of the house were boarded up, right?
Correct.
But there's also indication that there are other people in that house in the intervening period of time, right?
In what way?
Well, were you aware there was?
You're presuming that someone did. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, we know that the gentleman from Rimkiss was there.
Yes.
So he got in.
True.
And we don't know how he got in. You don't know how he got in, I should say.
Agreed.
But obviously he said he showed samples of the debris on the floor, right?
Correct.
And the only way he could do that is if he was inside the house.
That's correct.
So at least he was in there.
Yes, sir.
Then there's those boxes and pouches of the turquoise color jewelry we saw on the floor in the master bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you didn't leave those there, right?
No.
Did you notice those on the floor on top of the debris when you were there?
They're within the debris, but I photoed it, so I didn't make note of it mentally, but I photoed. That's the reason why I take so many photos.
Now, obviously, we also don't know how those came to be on the floor like they were, right?
Correct.
We know that the house had a number of entrances in terms of ways to get into it, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was only, in terms of ways in, that was only further expanded by the fire damage.
Correct.
Blowing out windows and blowing out and basically exposing areas of the second floor that were previously glass. You could then get in the house that way, in the balcony, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and you know, it's not like once you leave a scene, you really have a way to keep track of who's coming in and out of a property, right?
When it's released, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
So we know at least the gentleman from Rimkiss was in there. We don't really have any idea who else was in there between November of 2018 and February of 2020, do we?
Correct.
Now, you also went, I'm sorry. You documented a number of items that were received by you from the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, those were things that were collected during autopsies in this case, right?
Correct.
And then if they were personal property or things of that nature, they were provided to you so you could catalog them and keep them in a certain place, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that came back with the autopsy of Jesse Caneiro was an earring.
Are you asking me? Or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And that, do you know why that item of evidence came back?
I believe it was on his ear.
You think it was on his ear?
I don't.
Just listen, I'm not saying, is that more of a guess or is that more of an assertion?
I'd have to refer to which we're not going to look at here, the autopsy photos. But I can tell you that during the autopsy, all I can say for sure is that during the autopsy, one of the items recovered was an ear.
Okay, all right. And that obviously, just for clarification, that was during Jesse Caneiro's autopsy, right? Which is why it was returned as part of that investigation.
Why can they have their ears pierced
Yes, sir.
too, Andy?
And again, I'd have to refer to that to confirm it, but I trust that you're reading it and that it was part of that.
If you want, I can show you your report, sir. It's no problem. S-275. If you look at the top entry on page 28.
Same. IG. I would also be not a very good juror in this case. My whole time I'd be like, oh, God.
Okay.
The judge would be like, we need a
You want me to refer to? Yeah, it's
Go ahead.
white metal clear stone earring recovered at the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's office during the autopsy of Jesse Caneiro.
Okay. Thanks. Now, you went to a place also called Snapbox Self-Storage in
Yes,
this
sir.
case? And was that to go to an evidence, or to a storage locker that, it was your understanding that Paul Caneiro leased?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you document that scene?
Yes, I did.
And that was in terms of photographs, right?
Yes, I did.
As well as inventorying anything that you were going to take from the scene?
Correct.
I think you only took one item.
I believe so.
It was a computer?
Computer of some sort, yes.
Okay, do you know how to use that computer?
I do.
You don't. I think you determined that the storage locker seemed to be in, your words, fairly orderly fashion.
Yes, sir.
Mostly contained furniture.
Yes, sir.
It didn't contain anything other than the laptop. There was nothing in there that you determined to be of evidentiary value.
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember if you were personally involved in getting, now storage companies, was this your first time going to a storage company for an investigation or no?
I believe so. Yes.
Oh, it was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn that, storage companies keep records of when the lessees of the lockers come onto the property?
I was just tasked with documenting the contents and the interior of the storage locker, as well as collecting items that we felt to be of evidentiary value.
Okay.
Anything further than that, and I can't speak about.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you weren't involved in obtaining any records about when the last time,
Right.
say, Paul Caneiro was at the storage facility?
I
Correct.
haven't
Okay.
been writing anything.
Did you come to learn anything about that from the other law enforcement personnel who were involved?
No.
You did not? Okay.
probably makes you want to take a nap. Oh, great.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time today, sir. I have no further questions.
Thanks, sir.
Wow.
Redirect.
And
Sergeant, the gentleman from Rimkus that you were asked about, do you recall being asked about him
Yes, I do.
being inside of 15 Willowbrook Road?
Yes, sir. Or ma'am, sorry.
Do you know if he was hired by the insurance company to do the inspection for cause and origin, like Mr. Lightbody was with the other scene?
I believe so.
You were asked some questions about that shell casing that was found in the debris on the stairwell. Do you recall being asked that on cross-examination?
I do.
And I think you had indicated, or there was some indication that it could have moved from someplace else because of all of the water and fire suppression efforts.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but nonetheless.
I'm saying it for hours.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, I said sorry again.
That's okay.
I've been saying it for hours.
On that stairwell is where Jennifer Caneiro was found, right?
Correct.
Okay, and did she have a gunshot wound?
Yes.
With regard to the gloves, the orange and blue gloves that were discussed that were found, can you just remind us how far were they found from Willowbrook Road?
Approximately over a mile away.
Yeah. Why are we even
And
talking
were they
about them again?
located essentially where they were? Was there an opening to the park for Cross Farm soccer field there?
I believe so.
Okay. Can we have slide at S437?
It's a baseball field, and there's a whole big ass field in between the two. So, also, I thought they were important.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S437.
You marked off, did you mark off in red the area where the gloves were located?
Yes, I did.
And right next to that area, what is that we're looking at?
Are you talking about this?
Yes.
It looks like a field of some sort.
And then does it actually say above it, Cross Farm Soccer Fields?
Yes.
Baseball. Yeah, they're
Well, I just want to be
clearly
clear, because
baseball.
yesterday we heard about a cadaver dog, and then today there was some mention about another dog
Yes,
with regard to the gloves.
correct.
To be clear, the dog who you indicated, I guess, located or the gloves were found because of that dog, is that right? Is that fair to say?
Presumably, yes. The canine handler and the dog
Okay.
found them.
The dog was not tracking a scent from 15 Willowbrook Road, is that right?
Objection. That's not personal knowledge of this detective based on his own testimony.
Wow, I didn't know Andy knew how to do objections.
That's what he testified on cross. I'll allow it.
He was not.
And the dog was not a cadaver dog either, is that correct?
That's correct.
The dog was it trained on the smell of just a human scent?
Correct.
I believe her.
Sorry.
What's the point of that?
And then just very briefly, I suppose. The only point with these gloves is that they're obviously found very far from the house, right? Over a mile from the house.
Right.
And the search area is obviously very big, right?
Correct.
Because the area that you're searching is, it's a rural area. It's sparsely populated, right?
Correct.
There's a lot of places where items of potential evidentiary value might be deposited, right?
Yes.
And it's one of the areas where a dog in the case found something that potentially could have been interesting, right?
That's a good way to describe it, yes.
But it's certainly not the only place where items could have been located, right?
Correct.
And it's such a big area that we can't say with any certainty that everything that was important to this case was located, right?
Can you repeat that question?
We can't say in this entire area that was searched that everything important to the case was found. Can we?
I guess not.
Okay.
Sounds
All
like
right, I have no
nothing of
further
importance was found.
Anything else?
No, Judge.
Step down.
Stepping down.
Short witness. Because of the length of this witness today, we're not going to start a new witness. Today, it's a little late in the day to do that. Also, with what happened and losing a day on Monday, some of the scheduling has had to change. It's no one's fault. I don't want you to hold that against either side. It is no one's fault other than Mother Nature, as we know. So what we're going to do is that we're going to finish for today. We'll be back tomorrow. As a reminder, we have tomorrow, and then we're not back again until the following Monday. We're not here on Friday, so you do have Friday off.
Why?
That was the day that had to be planned off. So that's not something, again, I don't want you to worry about that. We're still way on track of where we want to be. But we didn't have a choice. So today we have tomorrow. We'll only have 3 days this week, but then next week we'll get back on track and we'll keep moving in the direction that we're moving. So I hope everybody has a nice night. Please be safe. I'll see you back tomorrow morning. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And we'll see you tomorrow at 8. Thank you.
Lainey, Monica's the defense attorney. The one sitting beside Paul, that's the defense attorney. The woman who was just speaking to the officer, that's the prosecution. That's Nicole. They do kind of look alike, so I will give you that. But that one right there, that's Monica. She's she's the defense attorney. It is interesting, though, that the defense is in the whole first row and the prosecution behind them. That's interesting, but this courtroom, they argued about it before the trial started, and it is set up kind of weird. So the defendant has to be able to see everyone. It's their right. So I'm assuming that's probably why they have that. Then why was she doing redirect after the pony? Because she was the prosecutor. I'm sorry. I think I might be misunderstanding. Monica hasn't said anything today. So I don't know. No.
Stop breaking things.
Play a 12-hour word game. Well, I mean, if my throw is fine by then, we might do. No, ponytail is not.
Just take a seat for a second.
No. He is the defense attorney. Yes. Monica and Andy, the ponytail, are defense attorneys. But
Okay.
I might
Can I have the attorneys up here for a second? White noise, please.
Then Wise on the other side. It's just how the tables are set up. They're only 2-person tables. So Paul's sitting next to Monica, his defense attorney. Then across the aisle from her is Andy, defense attorney. Beside him is another guy. I am assuming a lawyer of some, maybe a paralegal. I don't know. Behind Paul, there's 2 females that are there. I think probably paralegals or somehow they're with the state. And then the table behind Ponytail Guy are the 2 prosecutors, Nicole and Chris. So it's okay. It's all right. It's a little bit of like I said, it's a bit of a different setup than we normally see.
in trials. Plus, both the female attorneys look very similar, so sometimes it can be difficult at first to tell them apart. But yeah, no, ponytail guy's defense, and that's why we're like, oh my God, what's happening? Well, good night, IG. We will see you tomorrow morning. There's no court on Friday. Do you guys think there's going to be court on Monday? Maybe the judge doesn't even want to speak the storm into existence. So perhaps we'll still wait and see if the court is, if they're going to argue anything in front of the camera, but probably not. He usually doesn't. Oh, I was going to show you guys while we wait. So this area right here where my mouse is, boom, 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 is where they found these gloves that I don't understand why we're even freaking talking about still. And I don't know, I guess maybe these were soccer fields back in 2018. Oh, the soccer field's way up here now. I see that. Okay, that's my bad. These must be the soccer fields. Ma'am, those are, oh yeah, when you zoom in, those are soccer fields. But that's still pretty far away from all the way down here where they were found. So interesting. I guess the wind or a storm could blow them there. That's possible. Let's go back here. They're not sure about the storm yet on Sunday. I mean, I hope for y'all you don't get hit with more snow and ice or whatever. The winds, oof, that's quite a number on things. So hopefully it just stays out in the Atlantic because, oof, no, thank you. And I imagine since it's a coastal storm, I imagine the snow is probably like really like wet and stuff, huh? The bad kind of snow. They're still forecasting it? Okay. Well, hopefully nothing. Hopefully it'll be a big nothing burger. Because 2 back-to-back snowstorms is, it's the worst. All right, what are we doing here, friends? I wonder if they'll be arguing stuff on Friday. Like maybe just the jury doesn't need to be in there, but they do. I don't know. Because he did tell them they had to have, what are they called? Charges for the jury regarding, well, we don't know what they were regarding, but we're pretty sure charges read to the jury about Corey taking the stand. Is what it sounded like. We don't know that to be sure, to be true, but it definitely sounded like that. Whoever is coming tomorrow is going to be on there for a very long time. And I have a feeling it's definitely going to probably be a forensic person, but maybe not. Maybe it's another person who collected a bunch of evidence. We've had so many of them already. I just wish we would move on. Though this guy today, I thought he did a pretty good job on the stand and explaining things. But now that we've done the chain of custody and shown what was removed from the house and what he said he sent in, I bet that we're going to get forensics of some kind tomorrow. Could be blood, could be DNA, could be ballistics, could be digital. But as far as we've been told in this trial, there is zippy zap when it comes to any forensic evidence that wasn't just about Paul and Keith's like words to one another. So we'll see. I'm playing word game. I don't have the word game up right or on this computer because there's so much evidence against Paul. Well, we don't know that yet. But yeah, if those ballistics match that gun that he has, oh, Paul, you are so
So screwed. Now, don't think, oh, just because they're like, well, we got ballistic evidence, that means something. That doesn't mean anything. They have to be able to recreate, they should be able to recreate using the gun in question, which today they talked about sending the gun into ballistics. And the gun was, I don't remember which one it was. It was one of them they found at Paul's house that was black, but it had like a brown top part of a gun. I don't know what that's called. I think that's the one that they're saying is the murder weapon. But I mean, I've seen trials where the gun didn't really is very inconclusive, right? And inconclusive isn't enough of anything. So we'll see. We'll see. I can tell you what, though, that if it was him, that little target, that laser target thing he had didn't do him a damn bit of good. Just because it sounds like it was kind of fired all over the place. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm trying to think who they would probably do in what order, but I don't know. They could go in any. Anyway, they might do Emmy tomorrow, which would be super tough. I am surprised that they haven't had any family speak yet. That's not Paul's immediate family, but like Jennifer's family. My guess is that they're going to ask them to take the stand. That's probably how the state's going to close up their case, with a emotional gut punch. To be expected. That whole row of people that we see in the gallery, I'm pretty sure that is her family. Can't imagine having to sit through all of that. Do I think Paul will take the stand? I don't think so. I don't see, it would not be a good idea. Doesn't mean he won't, though. But I feel he'd be writing more
We're back
notes
on the record.
if he was
We
going
just discussed a few of the scheduling issues that we have coming up. Not issues, but as we're going to proceed forward. So we'll be back tomorrow. And like I said, Friday will be an off day. And then for everyone who's here, so that you know, we'll be back in for 4 days. And we'll let you know those days as we go along. You can know for sure it'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but we'll see about Thursday and Friday, which day we're going to take off.
Wow.
Otherwise, we're done for today. We'll be back here tomorrow at 8 o'clock, start at 8:30. And if there's any issues, just let me know. Everybody have a nice night. Thank you.
So next week will be a 4-day week as well. Well, that's interesting. Interesting. It must have to do with scheduling, because there's no like holidays or anything. I mean, like witness scheduling. But that was today. I don't know what, if anything, was really groundbreaking by it, but no, I don't think Paul will take the stand. I don't think so. Corey is going to, and I think how Corey does on the stand is either going to make or break the defense. Remember, the defense is just pointing their finger at Corey and saying, nope, it wasn't Paul. There was another brother and it was him. And so far, there's been nothing to make us think that Corey is in any way suspicious. But listen, we've seen some people get on the stand and oh boy, they did such a bad job that it kind of hurt the state's case, like in Devin Michaels, when Devier, the son/husband, took the stand. Did not do well for him. So I guess depending on how Corey is when he takes a stand, could. But like, if Corey comes across as suspicious or, deflecting answers in any way,
that could be very beneficial to the defense, and I wouldn't get up on the stand if that's the case. But again, we don't know. We know zippy zap about Corey. They haven't really said a whole lot that makes Corey like suspicious. So I don't know why he would have a difficult time testifying, but who knows? We don't know. They've kind of kept a lot of stuff that we would sometimes see argued outside of the jury presence, they've done at the judge's bench. So don't know. But you guys, well, thank you for being with me today. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8:25, 8:30, something like that. And I guess it'll be our last day of court for this week. I hope the state is prepped and well. Well, they can only prep so much. Because I also wouldn't want, it could be beneficial to the defense if they did over prep him well. But do I have confidence in these defense attorneys to like break them? No, I don't. I definitely don't. So, all right, you guys. Well, thank you so much. Everybody get plenty of rest. I'm going to go not say words for the rest of the evening. And I will be by 80s. Stay warm, you guys. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. Okay. All right. Until next time, guys, go forth and be amazing. All right. Bye.